Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Russia unleashes its biggest drone attack on Ukraine as Zelensky travels to meet the Pope and calls for tougher sanctions. No breakthrough in Gaza ceasefire talks as Netanyahu wraps up a third White House meeting with Trump and US envoy delays Doha trip. And Christian Horner sacked as Red Bull team principal after 20 years amid team decline and internal disputes. Russia has launched its largest drone strike on Ukraine yet, targeting cities across the country, including Kyiv and Luhansk, with more than 700 drones and missiles. Ukraine says the scale of the attack proves the need for tougher sanctions, especially on Russian oil. For more on this, I'm joined by Sergei Markov, director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesperson to President Putin. A pleasure to have you on, Sergei. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, Russia fired over 720 drones and 13 ballistic missiles that struck various cities in Ukraine last night. Was it because President Trump attacked Vladimir Putin? Strong criticism in the White House from the US president.
No. This big number of the drones by which Russian army attacked Ukrainian military targets, it's same Ukrainian attack against Russia. It's also bigger and bigger and bigger. You may know that this new kind of war is war of drones. Now it's 700, later it will be 800, 900, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So it's normal development of this new technological basis of the new kind of war. If we're talking about Donald Trump, we see that his criticism absolutely not connected with this attack. It's this attack, what he is expected and what he told about. But another point, Donald Trump wants to get Nobel Peace Prize for the stopping war in Ukraine. He was not able to make real pressure on the Ukrainian regime and to Europeans to accept normal conditions for the peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. After this, he decided to make pressure against Vladimir Putin, asking his unconditional ceasefire. But Russia very strongly against unconditional ceasefire because it can lead to the expansion of war and sending European troops to the Ukrainian territory, which can be very dangerous for the next stage of war. That's why Putin denies this Trump suggestion. That's why Trump now criticizing Vladimir Putin.
But I mean, a lot of the world could argue that Ukraine has been listening to Donald Trump. They signed the minerals deal with Donald Trump. They've been holding various talks with NATO countries and European countries to come to a deal. They've tried to hold talks with Vladimir Putin. That hasn't happened. And Donald Trump said last night that Putin is, quote, very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless. Does President Putin actually really want the war to end? And is he prepared to work with Trump and Europe to end the war?
Vladimir Putin wants to stop this war as soon as possible because from our point of view, Ukrainians, they are Russians. And you may know that Kyiv was capital of Russia during 3 centuries here. Kyiv now capital of Ukraine. So for 80% of Ukrainians, Russian language is native language. Ukraine been part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years. And so for us, it's civil war. We want to stop this war as soon as possible. But we regard the situation as occupation of Ukraine by Western countries, which use Ukrainian proxy army and their Western war against Russia. Russian suggestion for the peace deal, it's very easy. Stop political repression, liberation of all political prisoners in Ukraine, stop political repression against Russian language, and stop political repression against Orthodox Church, and stop involvement of Ukraine to the enemies to Russia, meaning NATO and European Union. Neutrality of Ukraine. So if Western countries agree to accept these Russian demands, Vladimir Putin will stop this war next day.
President Trump also said he was looking at a sanctions bill that would see 500% tariffs imposed on countries that trade with Russia after Russia keeps on bombarding Ukraine with missiles, despite talks that Putin has been having with President Trump on the phone. Is Russia's economy ready for such heavy sanctions because it's struggling anyway?
We think that it's more propaganda, but not real deal. First about sanctions, you may know that during this sanction period, economic growth of Russia something about 3.5 or 4%. Economic growth of Europe, 1%. Economic growth of United States, 2.5%. So Russia has economic growth bigger than Europe and America altogether. It's first. Secondly, 500 tariffs is stopping of the trade. The main buyer of Russian oil, and this is the main concern of Western country, is China and India and partly Turkey. As anybody believe that Donald Trump want to start full stopping of any trade with China and India? No, it's a joke.
There's been a lot of speculation over Russia's former transport minister's death after he was fired by President Putin. Some commentators are alleging that his killing was ordered. Are these allegations correct? Is this what led to the death of the former transport minister in Russia?
You know, a lot of rumors. I think most of the Russian public not so much believe about suicide of former minister, because, frankly speaking, in Russia and as most of the other countries, most of the people doesn't like ministers, doesn't trust to ministers, and doesn't trust to any politicians. But I think that it's more probably suicide. Also because now Russian officials in stress period. It's interesting statistics that a number of the Russian ambassadors which dead because of the head strike now more during these 3 years. Bigger than before the Ukrainian war, maybe in 3 or 4 times. It means that Russians now officials in the stress, and a part of this stress could be suicide of the former minister who have been fired just, and his previous position, head of the Kursk region, show that he had been corrupted, and because his corruption, few hundreds of the Russian citizens in Kursk region had been killed by Ukrainian army.
And I just want to end with one thing. Last night, President Trump says Putin is killing too many people, so the US are sending some more defensive weapons to Ukraine. What do you make of the US sending more military armor to Ukraine? And what do you make of the deaths on both the Russian and Ukrainian side? Because there have been talk that over 1 million Russian soldiers have died in this war that you started in Ukraine.
Of course, it's anti-Russia military propaganda. If you look at the specific figures, for example, exchange of the bodies of the killed soldiers of Russian and Ukrainian army. You will see last four times there was exchange of some 100 or 1,000, and proportion something about this. One killed Russian soldiers have been exchanged to the 40, 50, 60 of the killed Ukrainian soldiers. Practical proportion, I think, not same, because Russian army is going forward now, taking control of the battlefield. But nevertheless, it's absolutely clear that number of killed Ukrainian soldiers much more than number of the Russian soldiers. Frankly speaking, we doesn't like it too much, because I already mentioned, for us, it's civil war. For us, every killed Ukrainian soldiers is Russian man who prepare his life to the ambition of the Great Britain, European Union, and American politicians.
But every life is important to many people, especially their families. Sergei Markov, a pleasure to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. Oleksiy, thank you so much for joining me. I was just speaking earlier to our former interviewee from Russia. I don't know what you made of what he had to say there.
I heard this interview. Hello. Again, Russian propaganda for everything. First, you see why we in Ukraine would say that Russia is committing genocide against Ukrainians. The first reason, the first thing which shows us that Russia is committing genocide is just that Russia denies existence of Ukrainians. So they just deny existence of our nation. They say, no, they're Russian, but some bad Russian. It's crazy completely. We heard this whole stuff about Kiev being... It's really crazy. Kiev, yes, was the capital of Kiev Rus. At that time, Moscow did not exist at all. So with the same, we can say that Russia is part of Ukraine. So, I mean, it's crazy rhetorics, and you heard it. Second thing, he said that Trump should pressure Ukraine to agree on Russian conditions. But Russian conditions are just impossible to agree on. Russia wants to take territories which they even didn't manage to conquer, to control. Russia wants Ukraine to destroy its own army. No one state in the world would never agree on such conditions. And Putin clearly knows this, because Putin really, as President Trump rightly said, Putin likes to kill people. He kills people, and he wants to continue. And I hope that now President Trump is clear about real intentions of Putin, and he will punch him hard.
So you did say there that you hope President Donald Trump is clear about his intentions when it comes to Vladimir Putin. But what pressure would you like to be seen to be put on Russia to end this war and come to a ceasefire? What do you want the US to do in this situation?
I think three things will be enough. It's more weapons to Ukraine. It's seizing of Russian frozen assets, and it's real sanctions. The sanctions that the bill is in the Senate. As I know, it's signed by 82 senators in the U.S. Senate, which is unbelievable, 82 from 100, because in such divided politically country as the United States, it's very hard to find the question which can unite 82% of its Senate. But this question unites 82 from 100 U.S. senators about imposing 500% sanctions, secondary sanctions against countries which are buying Russian oil, gas, and uran, and so on. So I think this will be absolutely enough. And if these questions will start to move, I think Putin will be very quickly at the negotiation table with a real intention to stop the war.
And Oleksiy, do you actually think that, you just mentioned there sanctions and more weapons, do you think diplomacy is out of the question now? Do you think that the talks with Russia are just not going to go anywhere? More weapons are needed and heavier clampdown on Russia?
Oh, we know Russians better than anybody else in the world, unfortunately. And I can tell you, Russia understands only one language, language of force, language of strength, nothing else. So if you want to have diplomacy with Russia, first you should punch them. President Trump tried to do another way. And what is the result? Half year after, no results. Putin continues the war, increasing his attacks, and he is just humiliating United States and President Trump. That's it. So before Putin will be punched, no real diplomacy will happen. I want diplomacy. I want this war. Ukraine agreed from March on unconditional ceasefire. We're ready any minute. The hostilities can stop today. The only obstacle is President Putin.
And also, we have heard that despite his criticism of Vladimir Putin, the Trump administration previously announced a suspension of military aid to Ukraine. I want to ask you how this has impacted Ukraine's ability to intercept Russian attacks and to defend itself, especially, of course, as we enter the summer and the summer offensive of Russia has begun.
Yeah, definitely it's a very important question for us. And if American military support will be stopped, that will influence the situation on the battlefield. Last news is that it is restored, and it's not even clear who was behind this decision. It's clear that it was not President Trump himself. Speaking about Russian summer offensive, I also don't want you to be, just don't believe in these like Russian summer offensive. What is the result? It's the middle of summer already. Russian summer offensive started in May. What is the result? They took 20 villages in the east of Ukraine. Now, for us, it's painful. And again, Ukrainians are killed, soldiers, civilians. But Russia doesn't have a big results. They didn't capture even one small town. So all their results is just a number of ruined villages. So that's it. So Russia will never achieve their goals in this war, with American military support or without. But without, it would be much, much more bloody thing, and it will be much more difficult for all of us. So we need American support, and with American support, we can stop Russia completely. And I think after this, Putin will be much more eager to have a real negotiations.
Leigh Goncharenko, I wish you all the safety, and it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has quietly wrapped up a second day of White House talks with President Trump without any announcement of progress on a Gaza ceasefire deal. Hopes of a breakthrough have grown after the meeting was added to Netanyahu's schedule at the last minute, but no public statement followed. Meanwhile, US envoy Steve Witkoff has delayed his trip to Doha, signalling that negotiations remain far from finalized. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent in Tel Aviv, Trent Murray. Trent Murray, a pleasure to have you on the show. Right, we've just seen Pete Hegseth holding talks with Benjamin Netanyahu at the Pentagon. The Israeli Prime Minister is leaving Washington, Trent, without a ceasefire deal. What is actually being achieved on this trip we've seen?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. Well, cautious optimism, as you rightly say, earlier this week that this visit may have resulted in some sort of ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. But Benjamin Netanyahu leaves Washington, certainly with no public signals that a ceasefire has been agreed. We know, of course, those talks have been taking place in the Qatari capital, Doha, both sides suggesting that they remain at an impasse. The basic framework for a temporary ceasefire does appear to be there, around 60 days of hostilities being halted in exchange for around 10 living hostages being handed back over to Israel by Hamas. But it is the longer-term goal of a permanent ceasefire that does appear to be more elusive. We've heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said that President Trump is focused on trying to free the hostages held in Gaza. He also said that the pair discussed what he described as the great victory we achieved together in Iran. Now, he has told the Fox Business News channel in the past few hours that he thinks there is a good chance that there will be a ceasefire, but nothing concrete there to suggest that it could be imminent. We've just seen in the past hour or so him meet with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, where he described Israel as a model ally and one that fights to protect itself. So right now, I think from where we're standing, no immediate signs that a ceasefire could be close. In fact, the IDF is increasing the tempo of its military operations. We've seen today them announce that in response to 5 Israeli soldiers being killed by a roadside bomb planted by Hamas, they are sending in additional troops into northern Gaza, and they are telling people to expect an increase in fighting between both sides. So earlier optimism seems to be now making way for the reality on the ground, which is both sides appear to be nowhere near agreeing to a ceasefire right now.
Yes, indeed. And Trent, we've also heard that the US envoy Steve Witkoff has delayed his trip to Doha, which you just mentioned, in direct talks happening there. How is this being interpreted by Israeli officials, and does it signal a real stall in negotiations?
Well, certainly publicly, Steve Witkoff is suggesting that there is optimism around achieving a temporary ceasefire by the end of the week. Now, that is similar language than to what we heard from President Trump earlier this week. He also gave a timeline of roughly a week. But we need to remember on the last Friday, just gone, he suggested that Hamas was going to respond within the next 24 hours. So timelines here, like so many times we've seen before, seem to be moving. I think the delay by Steve Witkoff's arrival in Doha suggests that he is not expecting to arrive to both sides being on the brink of any sort of agreement. He did have a meeting with the US cabinet over the past 24 hours where he said he anticipated that the agreement would be around that 60-day temporary ceasefire. But the sticking point seems to be between Israel and Hamas what happens with those IDF soldiers after those 60 days. Hamas is continuing to maintain that it wants to see them completely withdraw from the Gaza Strip, but the Israeli position is that they are not going to be doing that, and they want to maintain some sort of presence there in order to prevent Hamas being able to rearm. Two sides at loggerheads over that key issue. The Israeli foreign minister did say today during a meeting in Slovakia that if Israel agrees to a temporary ceasefire, only then are they willing to discuss a permanent ceasefire. So a lot of moving parts here. Both sides right now trying to be brought together by the negotiators in Doha, but it seems once again to be an elusive task trying to get them to agree.
And Trent, the Houthis are claiming responsibility for sinking a Greek ship in the Red Sea. What more can you tell us about this?
Yeah, a Greek-operated Liberia-flagged vessel called the Eternity Sea. Now, we saw some pretty dramatic video released by the Houthis in the past 24 hours showing very large explosions on that vessel and it listing to one side, seemingly taking on water. Now, the Houthis have confirmed that they did sink that vessel. They say that it was on its way to the port of Eilat here in Israel. We understand that a rescue operation was underway by a private maritime security group that oversees safety within international shipping. We're being told there were 22 crew members on board. 21 of them were from the Philippines. One was Russian. Some initial numbers that we are hearing is that 4 of those seafarers were killed, 6 were rescued, and another 15 are missing. The Houthi-controlled Yemeni Navy are saying that they have rescued a number of those sailors and are providing them with medical care, but this undoubtedly will increase concerns around the safety of international shipping in those international waters. We know that several months ago, the US effectively entered an agreement with the Houthis for them to stop the attacks on Houthi-controlled infrastructure in Iran in exchange for the Houthis not attacking those international ships. This is now the second time they have attacked an international vessel this week. I think all eyes now will be on Washington to see how they will respond. Will they recommence airstrikes on places like the port of Hodeidah? We will have to wait and see, but undoubtedly that crucial Red Sea shipping route, really important for connecting Asia with Europe, once again finding itself in the firing line of these Houthi attacks.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, thank you so much. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington, D.C. by Adolfo Franco, Republican strategist and former advisor to Senator John McCain. It's a pleasure to have you on, Adolfo. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Benjamin Netanyahu has always preparing to leave Washington, D.C. without a ceasefire deal and a victory lap with President Donald Trump. Adolfo, what has gone so wrong behind the scenes after so much optimism ahead of Netanyahu's trip?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, that reporting was excellent by your correspondent and consistent with what my White House sources tell me. There is disappointment, but there's also optimism. Number one is President Trump is famous for setting deadlines. They're not always met and not always really, frankly, realistic, although I support President Trump and what he's doing and think it's the right thing to do for the United States and Israel. The thing is, President Trump wanted a ceasefire agreement this week. It still might happen, but there are some serious issues that Israel has, and about Israel will not budge. And the reporting you just heard is a reminder of it. The ambush of Israeli in the death of 5 Israeli soldiers is a reminder that Hamas is still capable of carrying out certainly guerrilla activities in the Gaza Strip. And of course, the violation of the ceasefire agreement and commitment by Yemen to the United States. So it's a reminder of Israel's position that it needs a security zone. It needs a security presence. The prime minister said it publicly before he had dinner with President Trump. Israel will not fully withdraw. That is a Hamas demand. Secondly, Israel is willing to enter into a 60-day ceasefire, but Hamas is insisting that the war end in 60 days. It's not semantics. This would be the second ceasefire. The first was 57 days. The idea behind what Israel wants is 60 days and possible extensions to negotiate what is a post-conflict Gaza look like. Hamas wants in 60 days to conclude the so-called war. And there's where the impasses lie.
Yeah, absolutely, Adolfo, like you did say, and Trent Murray, our correspondent, said that those are really difficult sticking points, and it's important to highlight them because obviously it's bringing those two red lines closer together to try to achieve a ceasefire deal. But we also see Steve Witkoff has delayed his trip to Doha, suggesting that talks aren't as close as we were expecting. But I was just wondering, how risky is it for Trump to be publicly pushing this deal? And he actually has failed to deliver results. And I was speaking about the Russia-Ukrainian situation earlier, and it seems to me that Donald Trump is doing a lot of negotiating, but he's not getting any wins.
Well, I think he is making progress, and he's made progress with both Ukraine and Russia. I have to remember that there was no discussion, meaningful discussions before he became president.
But Adolfo, sorry to interrupt you. Yes, he's making progress, but people are still dying. People are dying in Russia and Ukraine. Yes. Many people are still dying within Gaza. So the talks are all good, but blood's still being shed.
No, that's true, except they were dying before President Trump in both of those theaters, military theaters, before President Trump became president. I think he's pushed an agenda of negotiation and hopefully peace. The challenge President Trump has, and as you mentioned, I am very familiar with John McCain, is that there has to be a structure here of verification of what the parties commit to do. We just saw what happened in Yemen. So we can rush a ceasefire and both theaters, but let's talk about Gaza, only to find guerrilla warfare and ambushes, which Israel cannot tolerate. But your question about President Trump, yes, he is the person, remember, that said he would end the war on day one with Ukraine. That has not happened. But I have to give him credit that he is putting considerable pressure on our allies, which are really Ukraine and Israel, to be more flexible than they have been willing to do so in the past. That's first. Secondly, while still recognizing, and these are reminders, the threats that Hamas and frankly Iran and its proxies continue to pose. These are just very difficult issues to resolve. His urgency helps in many ways to address your question about ending the killing and the fighting and the humanitarian crisis. But they won't yield fruit if the ceasefire is violated next week, or in the case of Yemen, just violated it within just a few weeks of its agreement. So there has to be some tangible guarantees by both parties, and particularly Israel, to feel secure that Hamas cannot regroup and not continue to launch meaningful strikes against Israel.
And I just want to go to another topic, if I can, Adolfo, and ask you a little bit about there's growing outrage among some MAGA supporters, and this all seems to be over Trump's decision not to release the Epstein files, with Elon Musk alleging Steve Bannon is on this list. Does the public deserve to know the truth when it comes to these Epstein files?
I think the public does. And I do think that is a challenge for the administration. Keep in mind that the two individuals that have reviewed this at the highest level are the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, and Deputy Director Panjani. And both of them in the past had alleged that Epstein had actually not committed suicide, and now they're saying he did when they're in positions of power. So that's why the suspicions are quite raised with the MAGA movement. I venture to say that a lot more information is going to have to come out on that issue before MAGA and other Republicans are satisfied, because you can't have it both ways. You can't, when you're out of power, allege there was a conspiracy. When you come into power, say there wasn't a conspiracy, but we're not really to date providing much information. So I think a lot more of that is going to have to come forward, and it will not, an issue that will not go away with MAGA supporters.
So do you think they will be released?
I do. I think it's an absolute necessity. The kind of practices that existed in the past with respect to previous assassinations 50 or 60 years ago in the United States is just not possible today. I think they will be released and need to be released.
Adolfo. Oh, apologies for interrupting you. Adolfo Franco, thank you so much for joining us.
Delighted to be with you. Thank you so much.
Turning to sport now, and Christian Horner has been sacked from his role as Red Bull team principal. The 51-year-old has been in charge of the Formula One team for 20 years, leading them to 8 drivers' championship titles. The news comes over a year after Horner was accused of sexual harassment and coercive controlling behaviour by a female employee. He was cleared of those accusations twice. For more on this, I'm joined by sports journalist and editor Mark Lomas. Mark, a pleasure to have you on the show. I think one of the key questions is why, Mark, why now? You know, we just mentioned there a year after these allegations were made against Christian Horner, he's now got the sack. Many people are saying, why didn't this happen sooner?
Absolutely. I think it's very much the question on everyone's lips. It's highly unusual for a Formula One team to sack and get rid of a team principal partway through the season. You know, we've just had a Grand Prix. We're halfway through the Formula One season. So it's very unusual. And the details of exactly why Red Bull have decided to let Christian Horner go at this time, we don't have them all, but I'm sure they will come to light. But it is interesting timing, mainly because, as you said, it seemed like he was at the end of his tenure last year when all of these allegations came forward. He was cleared. It seemed like the slate had been wiped clean in a way, but now it's not the case. So, yeah, it's very disruptive, particularly for a team as big as Red Bull, to happen partway through the season. Yeah,
and as you say, it's just like halfway through the season. And let's be honest, Red Bull has had huge success dominating Formula One, but have only had 2 wins in 12 races, I think it is by my calculation. What's going so drastically wrong here?
Well, there's been big upheaval at Red Bull. So Christian Horner leaving now is only kind of the latest development at Red Bull. So we had The sporting director, Jonathan Wheatley, left and went to Sauber. We had Adrian Newey, who's the technical director. He left and went to Aston Martin. He's widely seen as the mastermind, if you like, behind Red Bull's success in recent years. So there has been a lot of upheaval behind the scenes. That would explain why things have been going not quite as well this season to meeting those high standards that Red Bull have set in recent years, with Max Verstappen winning multiple world titles. So there is, if you're looking at it from a performance perspective, this is the worst we've seen Red Bull perform in recent years. So perhaps that is the reason why they've now chosen this moment to let Christian Horner go.
And obviously Christian Horner has been with the team since the inception of Red Bull. And he just mentioned there a whole lot of the other top team have left and resigned and moved on. What is going to happen after Horner? Could we actually see the team potentially collapse?
I'm not sure if it'll quite collapse, but we've had Lauren McKees has been parachuted in to take up the role of team principal. So Red Bull have two teams in Formula One. They also have the Racing Bulls team, which is the sister team to the main Red Bull racing team. And Adrian has been parachuted in to take up that team principal role to replace Christian Horner. That will at least be until the end of the season. Whether he does enough in that time to show that he can kind of steady the ship and move the team forward, I think that will be interesting. But I think the bigger question on everyone's lips now will be around Max Verstappen and Max Verstappen's future. There'd already been speculation about that, and I think that will only continue now. But yeah, it's going to be strange, to be honest, watching a Red Bull racing without Christian Horner pulling the strings behind the scenes, because it's 287 podium finishes, 184 race wins that he's overseen. So yeah, it'll be unusual seeing him gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark, I think a lot of people are speculating, will Max Verstappen go to Mercedes? But I'm going to ask you about another story right now, and that's the Esports World Cup. It's returned to Riyadh, showcasing talent from around the world. Can you tell us a little bit more about esports and what it all involves?
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is the biggest ever edition of the Esports World Cup. It's the second time in a row that it was rebranded a couple of years ago, and it's the second time in a row that it's been taking place in Riyadh. It's the biggest ever prize pot available for an esports event this time around, so it's over $70 million. We have 25 different titles. We have more than 2,000 gamers taking part over the next month or so. And it's really kind of underlining what's been a massive investment from Saudi Arabia in esports. I think one report earlier this year suggested it was around $38 billion, creating and making the kingdom an epicenter for global esports. So this is the latest step. We'll also see the Olympic esports games taking place in the kingdom in 2027. So I feel like, this is the time for esports in Saudi Arabia, very much.
Did you say $70 million as a prize money, Mark?
That's split between different people, but yes, that's the overall prize.
I think we're in the wrong career, definitely. Mark Lomas, thank you so much for joining me. Absolute pleasure to have you on. A reminder of our top stories. Russia unleashes its biggest drone attack on Ukraine as Zelensky travels to meet the Pope and calls for tougher sanctions. No breakthrough in Gaza ceasefire talks as Netanyahu wraps up a third White House meeting with Trump, and US envoy delays his trip to Doha. And Christian Horner sacked as Red Bull team principal after 20 years amid team decline and internal disputes. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Many themes ran across most newspapers today. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's meeting with President Trump, which concluded without any announcement of breakthroughs in the Gaza ceasefire talks, as well as President Trump's frustration with Putin and his change of stance on Ukraine. Many newspapers continue to focus on Trump's warning of retaliatory tariffs to 14 countries if no trade deals are reached by August 1st. While American newspapers reported on the Supreme Court's ruling that the American administration can move forward with plans to slash the federal workforce and dismantle federal agencies. Finally, President Macron's state visit to the UK continued to attract a lot of attention from British newspapers and media outlets. We'll start with the Times of Israel, which detailed the latest developments in Gaza ceasefire negotiations following a White House dinner between President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Israeli officials reported that 80 to 90% of a deal with Hamas focused on hostage release and a truce has been agreed, reflecting close coordination between Israel and the U.S. However, the core issue of whether the agreement will end the war or merely pause it remains unsettled, with Hamas seeking a permanent ceasefire and Israel insisting on a temporary halt. The report also highlights that talks in Doha continue, with progress on humanitarian aid mechanisms, but key disputes remain unresolved. It also highlights strong U.S.-Israel cooperation on Iran and also regional security, but notes that finalizing the Gaza deal may still take time. The Jerusalem Post published an analysis explaining why Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's recent meeting with President Trump in Washington felt notably different from past high-profile visits. Unlike the usual Oval Office photo ops and joint press conferences, this meeting was deliberately understated. No public ceremony, limited press access, and a private dinner with senior teams. The subdued format reflected the gravity of ongoing diplomatic negotiations, including sensitive talks on a Gaza ceasefire and also Iran, where discretion was vital to avoid derailing the progress. The article highlights that the lack of spectacle signaled a focus on real deliverables rather than optics. Netanyahu's symbolic nomination of Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize further underscored their alliance, projecting mutual respect and strategic alignment at a critical moment. The Guardian examines Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz's controversial proposal to create a humanitarian camp on the ruins of Rafah, making a shift from rhetoric to operational planning for the mass forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Katz outlined measures for a humanitarian city where Palestinians would be confined, with some potentially deported abroad. Actions human rights lawyers argue cannot be considered voluntary under current conditions. While Katz claims support for Prime Minister Netanyahu, experts and former diplomats describe the plan as unviable, also impractical, and morally indefensible. Yet they warn it should not be dismissed given reported feasibility studies and past discussions with the Trump administration. Legal challenges are also underway, with critics warning the proposal may constitute war crimes under international law. As President Trump threatens to impose further tariffs on more than 14 countries if no trade deals are reached by the 1st of August, The Economist published an analysis examining President Trump's latest trade policy, saying it targets China in an innovative way by pressuring third countries in the global supply chain. The analysis explains that rather than imposing new tariffs directly on China, the U.S. is threatening steep tariffs on nations like Vietnam and Japan and South Korea unless they reduce Chinese content in their exports to America. The piece also includes a chart showing the estimated rerouted exports from China to the U.S. via third countries in April and May of this year. Notice how these Chinese exports that have been rerouted through third countries can reach up to $2 billion in the case of Vietnam and slightly less in Thailand. And as you can see on the chart, they are all present, at least in the first three, with Vietnam, Thailand, India in big numbers as well, with a big value in billions of dollars. Now, the approach forces countries to pick sides, risking their relationships with either US or China. And the article highlights concerns over transshipments where Chinese goods are relabeled to avoid tariffs, and notes that stricter rules on local content could disrupt manufacturing in Asia. Ultimately, the piece suggests that Trump's strategy may hobble China's influence, but also risks trade tensions and supply chain complications worldwide. Moving on to the New York Times, which reported on President Trump's abrupt shift in policy towards Russia and Ukraine. After months of stalled peace efforts and a pause in U.S. weapons deliveries, Trump publicly expressed deep frustration with President Putin, calling his gestures meaningless. Now, this disenchantment, combined with improved dialogue with Ukrainian President Zelensky, led Trump to resume shipments of key munitions to Ukraine, including Patriot interceptors and precision-guided missiles. The decision also follows growing concerns about U.S. weapons stockpiles and mounting Russian attacks on Ukrainian cities. The report highlights the internal debates and confusion over who ordered the pause, as well as the political fallout, with critics warning that withholding aid weakened Ukraine's defenses. Ultimately, Trump's reversal was welcomed by Ukraine and supporters of a continued military assistance. The Telegraph reported today on President Macron's state visit to Britain, examining Macron's pointed demands to UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, blaming the UK for record Channel migrant crossings. Macron insisted indeed that Britain must reduce its pull factors for migrants to secure a new one-in, one-out deal, allowing illegal Channel migrants to be returned to France for the first time since Brexit. The report further explains that his three key demands are crack down on illegal work and welfare access, tighten controls on the gig economy, and create legal family reunification routes for genuine asylum seekers. Macron argues that the UK's black market and lax enforcement make it an attractive destination. The piece highlights the diplomatic tension as both leaders seek a workable Anglo-French migration pact amidst rising Channel crossings and EU concerns. In an exclusive report, the Washington Post investigates Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's push to access internal communications from leading U.S. spy agencies through her Directors Initiative group. The initiative aimed at exposing weaponization against President Trump's policies, seeks to use AI to analyze emails and chat logs. However, the move has alarmed intelligence officials who fear privacy breaches and counterintelligence risks and increased politicization within the intelligence community. The article also details resistance from agencies which have so far withheld sensitive data and highlights the chilling effect on morale following several high-profile firings. While Gabbard's office frames the effort as a drive for transparency and accountability, critics argue it threatens the non-partisan integrity of the U.S. intelligence work. And we'll end with the Wall Street Journal, which published an exclusive report exploring the internal battle for control at the Department of Government Efficiency following Elon Musk's departure. Despite officially leaving, Musk's presence endures through his close ally, Steve Davis, who continues to advise DOJ staff and push for Musk's vision. The White House, concerned about lingering outside influence and divided loyalties, is working to diminish DOJ's autonomy by reversing contract cuts and empowering agency heads over DOJ personnel. The article details infighting with some staffers loyal to Musk and others aligned with President Trump, especially after the recent split. As Musk's team advocates for a new tech-focused DOJ, the White House is scrutinizing the agency's claims and shifting its priorities, leaving DOJ's future uncertain. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Well, we're joined now by Adam Jackson, who is the COO and the co-founder of KEAD Entertainment, or KEAD Entertainment, I don't know which one it is, which developed the Riyadh edition of Monopoly. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just first of all, Adam, what does it say about Riyadh that the city is now on the Monopoly map?
I think it enters the family of Monopoly and basically iconic cities that are represented all around the world, often found on a Monopoly board. So in many ways it's enabling Riyadh to enter into that realm, and it brings familiarity to people as well from such an internationally recognized brand that people now can sort of relate to Riyadh City by it having its place on that Monopoly brand.
Okay, where did the idea come from? How did it strike you and your associates that now was the moment to launch this?
Well, it started off as a whisper, as these things sorts of do. It was about 14 months ago, and it was sort of a lightning bolt from heaven, so to speak, that sort of landed on our laps. And then from there, we sort of explored the idea further and negotiated some rights and things like that to enable us to do it. And that was sort of like the planting of the seed. And then, like a snowball, it sort of grew. And then, we got good support locally. Our first partner was Diriyah. They came on board and really got in behind us and supported us. So, we were really appreciative of the level of support that the Riyadh business community and also cultural tourism associations got in there and supported us.
Yeah, it's a great game, Monopoly. Everyone seems to love it, which is why it's stood the test of time. What sort of reaction have you been getting there in Saudi Arabia when you tell people about this project?
Yeah, a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz, a lot of chatter. As you know, the population of Saudi Arabia, below the age of 30 is 63%. So there's a lot of youth engagement there. They're excited about it. They sort of see it as another doorway that the country has entered into or through under the 2030 vision. So they sort of see this as just another milestone that's been reached and achieved of where they once were and where they're progressing to. So, we've been delighted with the level of and the response and the enthusiasm, the passion, and, dealing with, we've had 14 different stakeholders involved with the game. And each of those have, 14 different teams. And so a lot of those people in those teams, it amazes me the immense passion and focus and basically ambition that these teams have for the city. And that's conveyed, it was always conveyed, when we were putting the final touches and the planning processes in place for Riyadh Monopoly. So it's quite remarkable. It's truly... it's a testament to the people of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, while you've been talking, we've been looking at some stills of people playing the game. I mean, it reminds me quite a lot of the version. I grew up on the London version, but, there are lots of versions of Monopoly, and I think the original one was New York. But has it got roughly the same sort of look and feel, or have you got some different touches that you've introduced to this version?
Yeah, that's a really good point. We've introduced, quite a few different features. So, for example, Monopoly City Editions now will be in the square format, so it's moved away from the rectangular format. Our own personal touches were focused on the tokens. So we made them gold as opposed to silver, and we only kept one of the traditional tokens, which was the gentleman's hat. Outside of that, we actually designed and had new tokens made, 5. So we have the PIF Tower, which is in CAFT, of course. We had the camel representing the heritage of Saudi Arabia through Diriyah. We had the coffee cup. We had the STC racing car. And we also had the Saudi Airlines aeroplane. So that was one of the key areas. And then there's other, some more particular design features around the brand around the box of Riyadh and the name there, which is sort of a bit different. So, my wife, Fiona Jackson, she plays a key part inside the Kiad group. She's got a strong eye for detail and for design. So she did a great job there in bringing those sort of aspects to life to differentiate it from what has been before.
Yeah, I was just wondering while you were talking there. I mean, the version that I grew up with had Mayfair and Park Lane as being the most expensive, the sort of purple ones that you didn't want to land on if you didn't own them. I think in the New York edition, it's Boardwalk and Park Place, the really expensive properties. Which are the equivalents in Riyadh?
Yeah, that's a very good point. They were CAFT. Both were CAFT. So the traditional Mayfair and Park Lane were the CAF Plaza and Skywalk Plaza. So Skywalk, so it's the CAF Skywalk. Very beautiful, and because the journey of the board game is sort of an old merging into the new, and the final 2 squares on the board being the new CAF, iconic skyline. So there was a play there with the story and the narrative that we were aiming to convey and communicate, as well as that sort of strong economic, financial sort of powerhouse that CAF plays within the kingdom as well. So it was quite fitting that they were on those last 2 squares.
Okay, so you got the most expensive properties. Everyone knows, Monopoly's also got some less expensive properties. Probably, I don't know if it's a sensitive topic to ask which are the least expensive properties, but let me just ask you how you came up with the criteria for how you ranked the value of the different properties.
Yeah, we didn't actually. What we aimed to do, as opposed to the traditional way of, like you just mentioned, we, like, for example, the first square is British International School Riyadh, and that's the brown square, and that's because education is the first step in one's development in life. So that's how we sort of we played on the story of development, both sort of as a person and also within the city and the development of Riyadh. So then after that, the other brown square is the souk, and that's a very old traditional souk there within Riyadh. And then you make your way around the board as you sort of go. So it wasn't so much a dollar value as such. It was more part of a story and a chronological sort of time frame that we had attached to the different colours. And then we just sort of broke it up as well into the methodology behind it was different sectors. So Diriyah, for example, to match their colour palette, they went with the orange. They took the 3 orange squares. 3 kingdoms in the history of Saudi Arabia, so they had 3 squares. So it's sort of yellow was focused with tourism, so that's where the Riz Carlton was. It fitted well with their offering. And then, the dark green squares, you've sort of got Saudi Airlines. We had our official partner there, Saudi Youth Society, STC. So, it wasn't so much a monetary sort of focus. It was more where they fit within the narrative and the methodology that we had sort of applied.
Sure, and actually today the Old Kent Road, which was the cheapest one on the London Monopoly board, is actually now quite an expensive part of London. Just lastly, Monopoly is, according to the Guinness World Records, the best-selling board game in history. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what I read. What do you think is its enduring appeal, Adam?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's amazing. It amazes me that Monopoly has an engine of its own. We found that all the way through the project. There were dips and peaks and troughs of momentum and rhythm through the project. And sometimes when you'd hit a trough at the lower point of it, it would somehow just pick itself back up. There's just a worldwide knowledge of Monopoly. It's a great game on many different levels. For example, it teaches the young mental arithmetic. It teaches them money management skills, how to negotiate, how to position yourself. It teaches, entrepreneurial spirit, property sort of ownership strategies, rent, mortgage, the role of a bank. So it sort of beats the test of time. And as well as I do, we always compare things to bricks and mortar. So as long as we're here, even though we're in this digital age, property still plays a major part in our lives. And I think this is the board game that's closest to representing, in a fun, sort of friendly manner, how to play the property game without actually going and buying property.
Yeah, fun and friendly, unless you were in the household I grew up with. And we had quite a lot of fights over Monopoly. But thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Adam Jackson, the COO of Riyadh Entertainment. Thank you for your time.
Has Donald Trump met his match in Vladimir Putin? Is the president heading for a constitutional crisis with the Supreme Court? And how much economic pain can Republicans endure before the midterm elections? Hi, I'm Riz Khan. Welcome to the show. With the administration's first 100 days in the rearview mirror, let's look ahead to a new chapter which began with a presidential visit to the Gulf. Hands were shaken, deals were signed, gifts were offered, but the path ahead is littered with obstacles on both domestic and international fronts. Donald Trump's already faced a tricky time pushing his big, beautiful bill through Congress and will face further battles with the Supreme Court over a number of his executive orders. Meanwhile, the path to a Nobel Peace Prize seems obscured by the latest developments in Gaza and Ukraine. Well, I've turned to the senior Republican strategist and Washington insider, Adolfo Franco, for his take on prospects for Donald Trump's next 100 days. Adolfo Franco, great to speak with you again.
Delighted to be here.
I'm going to start by asking you, what have you liked the most and perhaps disliked the most about Donald Trump's presidency so far?
Well, I think what I've liked the most is what most Americans expected was to fulfill his promises. I don't think whether one agrees or disagrees with President Trump that one can say he's not doing what he promised. I've yet to see someone say, well, he never said that during the campaign. So I think I am delighted that most politicians make promises and they don't keep those promises. I think the slogan that's being used by the White House is the right one. Promises made, promises kept. What the criticisms, if I may, although I support President Trump, have been that some of them have been the shock and awe, which I understand, is a little bit the awe before the shock, meaning people are stunned at some of the things that are being done regarding, for example, immigration and the deportation and the issues regarding the First Amendment issues of students and the rest of it, which has been the judicial issues that have involved. It's so great to implement those policies, or whether it's the appropriations issues and so forth. And I understand them, but it's been we have a system that we have to respect and work within that system. I think one can accomplish both. And the president, I think, is coming to realize that after about 100 days that maybe the gas off the pedal. People got the message, is delivering, but now it has to be done in a way that's within our system.
So I'm going to flesh out some of those issues you
Sure.
raised as we talk. But talking of the 100 days, President Trump celebrated it as the most successful 100 days in history. Whereas, of course, the polls have shown something very different, and he's had record low approval ratings. Even Fox News reported widespread disapproval of his economic policies. Who should we believe?
Well, one has to understand President Trump is not a conventional politician. So people who follow President Trump, and I'm one of them that did since the 1980s, has been an individual that is always promoting himself and his agenda. And I mean that in the good sense of the word. So this is an individual that looks at polls and the rest of it. When you hear President Trump, it's always going to be the greatest thing that's ever happened. It's going to be the greatest thing. I know we'll talk about tariffs and other issues. It's going to be fantastic. So it's just his style. And that, of course, has been the pluses and minuses. And I'm not ducking the question here. The pluses and minuses of the American people, they feel it's refreshing to have someone speak candidly, sometimes in a very brash way. But by the same token, those individuals, when they try to put those things in the traditional paradigm, it doesn't seem to fit. And what I mean by all of those words is, this 100 days might indeed be the greatest 100 days of many of these policies ultimately, whether they be the immigration, the economic policies, the tariffs. If they actually bear fruit in the longer term, people will look back at these 100 days as when things were set in motion and they needed to be set in motion. If they don't, it will not be the greatest 100 days. Taking polls, and I'm a big believer in polls, so I'm not going to cherry pick here, is a little bit like taking your blood pressure. It changes daily, and it changes on the stress that one is under, whether it be economic stress or other stress. So they're valid, but you have to have the long game here.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Having had such a high rate of popularity to get him elected, it seems like quite a massive fall in just a matter of months, couple of months.
Well, I think most of the fall has been because of the economic policies and the economic uncertainty that's been certainly caused, at least short term, by the tariff policies. The president has said that you're going to have at least short term, sometimes even midterm pain. And the threshold of pain the American people have today is very, very low. I mean, they're just not, this isn't the 1940s and 50s where people endured pain of the Great Depression. I think Americans have gotten used to a very affluent lifestyle, and they're unwilling to make any type of sacrifices. I would say the same thing if it were President Biden or a Democrat. So the situation and the dramatic change has been that people have not seen, as he promised, that prices would come down day one, for example, be there for staples or even energy. I think these things are on the right trajectory, but the fact that the particularly economic news has been mixed with respect to stock market performance and the like, people see their 401ks and the rest of it. The expectation, and part of it was set by the president, was that things would change immediately. And they obviously have not changed immediately. I think they are the right policies, but he's right. They're going to be painful at first.
So you're calling for patience, basically, in terms of judging it?
I am. I'm trying to be as candid here. I support the policies. I support what the president is doing. But I don't think that turning around a ship like this is going to be pain-free. It just isn't. I understand in a campaign making a promise, and he made that promise that on day one he would have inflation under control and so forth, has not come to fruition. He can't control that. No president can actually control that. The policies are always going to be mid or longer term. And I do think patience is required. I think the messaging now, I understand it's different than the messaging during the campaign, has been one calling for patience. The president has said we're going to suffer for a period of time. In fact, more recently, he said that there's too much consumerism. People have to stop at what he thinks, not $30, but $3, and you don't have to have all these gadgets and so forth. That's a message of some austerity, meaning he expects prices to go up, at least in the short term.
So, Mr. Franco, what would you expect his priorities to be for the next 100 days?
I think the next 100 days are going to be focused largely on domestically on two issues. The first is, and we've seen the first indications are of making trade deals as we have with the UK. It's not a complete cancellation of the tariffs, as you know. There's still 10% tariffs on some items and so forth, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. The stock market reacted as such, investors, and of course, that's been the message as well from the United Kingdom. So if we move on the economic front, when I say that in terms of international tariffs and so forth, talks in China that are taking place, and so forth, and moving in that right direction, I think we're going to see the next 100 days move, I think, significantly better for the American people. The other, of course, is the agenda in Congress, which is a big, beautiful bill, which the president has referred to, which is a reduction in taxes beyond the extension of the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And he delivers on no tax on tips and no tax on overtime for middle and lower income Americans particularly. That will be a big boom.
Now, of course, politics involves a lot of show.
Sure.
And the media is a big factor in that. But there are some who felt uncomfortable watching the televised cabinet meetings where many of the secretaries that have been appointed by President Trump have made kind of fawning statements expressing awe and amazement about how, the president's been handling everything. Has it felt like that at all to you?
It hasn't. And I think what the president has learned in the first term is he came to Washington as an outsider. He still is an outsider, but now he's an outsider that has some insights. And the insights were learned the hard way. I think Newt Gingrich, our former speaker, wrote a book saying lessons learned the hard way. The lessons in the hard way is that in the first go around, the first administration, he relied on a lot of establishment figures who were not loyalists. I think he has turned to loyalist. I believe that fawning that you refer to is genuine. I believe many of the individuals that the president has selected to serve in the cabinet are individuals that admired him, have been his friends and allies for a very, very long period of time. And I think sending that message that there is loyalty is important within the administration, including individuals such as Secretary Rubio now, of State Rubio, who's differed with him in the past. I think the message is clear, and that is there's a Trump agenda, and if you believe in it and are part of it, you have to demonstrate it.
So then how important is it to have strong voices in the cabinet who would be ready to advise President Trump if they disagreed with any of his executive orders? Now, are there any voices like that around?
Well, I've been here for a long time, and I do have White House sources, and I am tied to it. There's a big difference between the public show and what's going on behind closed doors. The fact of the matter is, for example, there are differences of opinion within the team currently, particularly on the trade side, for example, and you see it's manifested on who has the greater voice, who is sent to Switzerland to negotiate with the Chinese, who isn't. I'm referring to, of course, people like Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, and Mr. Navarro, the trade representative, and so forth. The same thing holds true with the recent change of the National Security Advisor. I think the president liked Mike Waltz very much, and I'm going to continue to serve in a lesser capacity, being UN ambassador. However, it wasn't just the signal scandal that happened, the signal issue that happened. There were differences of opinion within the security team. I know that the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles had some differences. So these things are not publicly shown. So there are differences of opinion And the reason I say that is, had it been in just a uniform message, you wouldn't see this personnel changes. I don't necessarily think you have to have personnel changes when there are differences of opinion, but there are different voices and different opinions that are being voiced within the administration.
Publicly, President Trump doesn't like to be contradicted. Do you think he actually listens to these voices? Is it a proper engagement?
Oh, I think so. I think the president, I know so, the president likes to hear, sometimes I think the president likes to hear arguments among the different members of the cabinet. He does not like disloyalty, but I don't think any president has. I really don't recall. I've been involved in a number of administrations, and I served in the Bush administration. I don't remember anyone coming out and contradicting or the president or having a different point of view that lasted very long. So I think this is consistent. I think in the terms of the Trump administration, why the press makes and its heightened scrutiny of this is because he's not an establishment figure. There's always a level of, I think, trust that the president is looking for, that other presidents maybe took for granted because they had been part of the establishment, had worked with these individuals, had been part of it for a very long time. I worked for George W. Bush. He'd been around for a long time, including in his father's administration. So all the figures that he was engaged with and who he worked in the administration at the key positions, he knew well. President Trump did not, or does not necessarily. So that is the difference. But I don't think in any shape, way, or form that he operates any differently than any other president that demands complete loyalty.
How do you assess Elon Musk's time working in the administration? Is it a job well done or perhaps a chaotic misadventure?
Oh, I think it's a job well done, but a job not finished. Of course, he has said that he will continue on working on these issues, not, of course, to the degree that he's in the past. That was always the plan. That had always been the plan to set these things in motion. I think he's shaken up Washington. Here's what's different. Every president has said exactly what Donald Trump has said. In fact, you should do a collage sometime where you can take words from Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama that have talked about government being too big, too bloated, and that things have to change, and government spending and fraud, waste, and abuse. This has been said repeatedly. In the past, how presidents dealt with this is they would have commissions and blue ribbon commissions and studies and the rest of it. The most significant one was President Clinton when he appointed former Vice President Gore to lead a commission to reinvent government. Well, all the reinventions and all the commissions led to very little. The difference here is there is really now not only serious action has been taken with respect to some agencies, but really concrete plans in very, very short period of time identifying real abuse, real fraud, and spending that's unnecessary, and proposals to either eliminate it or the president taking executive actions that are in some cases being called into question in the courts to address these issues. In that regard, that has been a phenomenal success. No one can point to me to a former commission that ever did anything but study the issue. This administration is actually taking action on recommendations that were made within weeks.
Well, as a Washington insider, how do you rate Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's time? Would he still be around another 100 days?
I think he will be around in the next 100 days. He has been the subject, the president has said it, of the scalp that I think the left has wanted for a period of time. And not only the left, but others, and maybe the establishment as well. Many individuals believe he was not up to the job. This is, of course, very different than Secretary Rubio's position. And Secretary Rubio has, in the State Department, the challenge that many conservative Republicans question his foreign policy views, whether they're consistent, considering what he said in the past with the presidents. They are, of course, now. But Pete Hegseth's situation is sort of the opposite, which is there's no question about his loyalty, his commitment, and broad strokes to what the president stands for and wants to do with respect to the Pentagon. Question is he the most capable or capable person or has the credentials to lead the department? So he's been under an enormous amount of scrutiny in that regard. I think he will be around. I think the president, starting your first questions, which were excellent, the president values loyalty above everything. At the end of the day, if someone's not loyal to you, it doesn't matter how capable they are in terms of furthering your agenda. And I think Pete Hegseth scores 100 when it comes to the loyalty test, and that's what's most important to President Trump.
So were you surprised at the dismissal of Mike Waltz? as National Security Advisor. That came as a shock to a lot of people, especially considering the short period of time he'd been in the job. Of course, it gives Mr. Rubio that much more work to do.
Right.
And in terms of Mike Waltz's departure, what does it say about President Trump's, the stability of his cabinet?
Well, I think it's stable. Every administration has some changes. There was a reason, a catalyst, which was this signal controversy with this app. But there were rumblings before, and there were issues that were being raised, I can tell you, within the White House about some disappointment with Mike Waltz from key individuals on the team. So there were questions already. I think this became a reason to do it. I think the president wisely delayed it. He didn't want to have a knee-jerk reaction to the Signalgate situation, which Mike Waltz took full responsibility for. And also, yes, he was removed from that position, but he's also been given or nominated to serve as UN ambassador. So he wasn't shown the door for disloyalty or significant differences of opinion with respect to the president's broader agenda. His views have traditionally been, with respect particularly to Middle East issues and so forth, a little more far supporting of Israel than some of the others in the administration thought should be the case. So I think that was the debate that was going on. I think, again, had the Signal app controversy not been present, I believe Mike Waltz would probably still be in the job, but his days probably would have been numbered anyway.
On that note, Signal is obviously a secure app. A lot of people use it for communications of sensitive nature. Here, of course, information was inadvertently put into the messaging. Do you think that, just again, from the inside, do you think that will affect the way the administration communicates? Do you think it'll have an impact on that? Or is it just simply a case of, again, like with any app, be careful?
I think be careful. Of course, the app has been used in the past. The app has been used in the Biden administration. I'm not the expert on technology. I'm not sure whether that's the right thing to do. I don't think it was a totally careless thing. It wasn't something on just an ordinary app. The big controversy, of course, is how did Jeff Goldberg get invited, a journalist from The Atlantic, or any journalist for that matter, get invited into the chat. I think that was we can debate whether those were war plans and not war plans and so forth. I certainly think that app is not going to be used moving forward significantly or in the same fashion. I don't believe that will happen. But the legitimate question that's raised by Republicans and Democrats is, how does an individual like this reporter get invited onto the app? And that is really careless. And that is something that Mike Waltz took responsibility for, and I think rightly so. In terms of the app, I think there's been some defense of its use, but that's just, I think, covering people's actions for what now will be probably a complete revision of it. Of course, the president's called for that, of a review of what to do with respect to secure communications.
Of course, I mean, I guess more human error than tech error, in theory.
In theory, that is correct. Had the Atlantic's editor not been invited, I don't think we'd be talking about this issue, in all likelihood.
Now, I'd like to get your take on some of the administration policies that were central to President Trump's election campaign. Immigration and the border is an area where he scored highest. And there are some people who support the policy and who are very pleased with the results in reducing the number of immigrants and the actions taken. But they're not necessarily happy in the way that the actions have been carried out. Some have described them as kind of cruel and chaotic. What's your take on that?
Well, again, I'm not one to criticize polls because I use them when I've been on campaigns, and I've used them defensively and offensively. So I'm not going to attack the polls. But there are a couple of things about the polls, since you began this conversation with the polls. All the polls indicate that's where the president continues to score the highest in terms of his approval, with the majority of the American people supporting mass deportations, the majority of the American people supporting, of course, what's been a very, very successful control of the border and bring security to the border, although it's not being reported by the mainstream press in the United States the way it should be. It has been a dramatic change. Talk about the first 100 days in that regard, since arguably there are two issues that got Donald Trump elected, the economy and immigration. And you can debate which was the greatest of the two. Immigration, he has delivered. Now, it depends how the questions are asked regarding specifics. And that is, I don't think the American people, depending how the polling questions are asked, like to see the idea of people just being picked up or deported and not having, if you will, broad strokes. And we can debate what due process means and how much due process is necessary. But overall, the president receives very, very high marks for what he's done on immigration and what he's doing on immigration. No one's questioning border security, mass deportations, or the need to get criminals out of the country. Now, you can cherry pick specific cases on how this is done and whether the processes have been followed and so forth. And depending how the polling is asked, then people can say it appears cruel or it doesn't appear just. It depends. But when people know the facts of each of these individual so-called cruel cases, the polling data also indicates the other. Yes, we want these people out of the country.
Well, polls aside, of course, it's a very emotional issue, and people are, seeing the stories that do get highlighted, as you say. The media has maybe cherry picks. But as someone yourself, with Cuban roots, and you've climbed up to be a Washington insider, you're right up there. How do you regard some of the stories that you see and how they're being handled?
Well, I'll take it more than that. I'm more than Cuban roots. I'm actually an immigrant, so I can understand the concern of people involved in here. But the fact of the matter is, who's being targeted here? There are two broad strokes of individuals, but the focus of this administration is to remove people who are here illegally. And the priority of those that are here illegally are those that are committing crimes, criminal elements, and the rest of it. We can talk about due process in a moment, but those are the targets. They're not targeting people who are here legally or people here on visas and green cards, except on the other, when you're talking about the individuals who are here legally, those are usually students or individuals that are here temporarily as guests, in most cases. And Secretary Rubio, who is not Donald Trump, has said, you're here as a guest of the United States, you come under the conditions for which you have stated in your visa application that you wished to come to the United States. I can assure you, since I've been in government, and I've been in many, many consular offices around the world, is that if you were to state on your application, I'm coming to the United States as a student and to join an anti-Israel, pro-Hamas activist movement at NYU, your visa application would be denied. That is the discretion of a consular office. And to make sure that the policies and the foreign policy objectives of the United States are not interfered with by foreigners. So it depends what that is in terms of free speech. And that is views versus activism. And those are all going to be judgment calls. And I think on a case-by-case basis, and I understand back to the cherry-picking situation as the thousands and thousands of cases that are involved across the board, be they illegal immigrants, criminals, or those so-called activists, you'd be hard-pressed to just show me a case where somebody just expressed a view and their visas were yanked. These are people who are organizing, who are carrying on activities that I think as an American citizen, I would not be allowed in Europe or other countries to do.
There are people worried that it's effectively now a weaponized tool and that it can be used to just silence people, even if they are just expressing an opinion. That's the fear.
Well, might be the fear, but the fear, I think, doesn't match the reality. I don't think that matches the reality. And the questions about visas and those that are here as guests of the United States is subjective. Under our law, we have absolutely no obligation to let anybody into the country to study, to work, or do anything else, subject to independent review. And the government that's in power at the time can make those judgments. So it's important to understand that. I do not believe people expressing a view has been the problem. It's people who are expressing the views and have turned them into activism and organization and disruption, which of course doesn't get the same coverage, harassing Jewish students, occupying buildings, or fomenting and supporting those activities. Yes, those are legitimate targets for deportation.
So I'll ask you in a line, Mr. Franco, how would you assess the state of freedom of speech in America right now then?
I think it's greater than it ever has been. I think under this administration, and we started some conversations on Elon Musk, I think the greatest thing is X. Just to listen to the testimony of individuals like Mr. Zuckerberg from Facebook. He's no conservative. He's millions of dollars to get Democrats elected, and he said he was being censored in the Biden administration. The Biden administration set up an office of misinformation. Who is the judge of misinformation? You're in the journalistic field. Who decides what misinformation is? Who decides what points of view are hate speech, and who decides that? There's more free speech today than ever. Now, that does not apply to individuals that are here as guests of the United States who are involved in activism. And there are laws that really impede those individuals from doing so if the Secretary of State, as he has done, certifies that they're impeding the foreign policy objectives of the United States.
So on that note, there have been a number of legal challenges over the deportations, and there are circumstances, are there any circumstances in which you think it's okay to ignore the Supreme Court's decision-making? Isn't that going to present a constitutional crisis if that happens?
Well, I hope the dictates and the instructions of the Supreme Court are never challenged by President Trump or any president if there's a clear ruling. And we can talk about specifics if you like. So that would be more than a constitutional crisis. That would be a situation where our system would be really taxed, and it would be a crisis, obviously. But I do not believe that's the case that we have today. Today it's a case of, which is, again, cherry picking, to use that term, where district judges across the country are being shopped. There's a shopping for these people. And the most liberal jurisdictions, typically Washington, D.C., Obama appointed or Biden appointed, Clinton appointed judges who will order injunctions and all kinds of relief for individual cases that are legitimately brought before them. So that's the test that I think we're facing in the country, is that ultimately the Supreme Court, I think, hasn't really fully decided on how to handle that. And there are divisions on the Supreme Court as to who conducts policy for this government, foreign or other policy. So that's going to be the real test. But in terms of the narrow question that you had about the Supreme Court, and you can ask me about an individual case, if it decides something, that's the decision of the Supreme Court. It's not because it's right, it's because it's final.
How supportive are you of President Trump's tariff policy?
Well, I am completely supportive of tariffs in two fronts. As an instrument to get what the president has said is necessary, which is a fair deal for the United States across the board. Tariffs per se, we've lived it through Smoot-Hawley in the 1920s and 30s, are a recipe for disaster. They were a recipe in disaster before there was a global economy, and now today it would be catastrophic if that would be the policy of the United States to impose these tariffs permanently. The president was recently asked, actually at the Oval Office, are these permanent? And his answer was, of course not. So it's to get people to the table as it's happening today. But why it's important to impose these tariffs are for two reasons. I worked on the Central America Free Trade Agreement, and it took years and years and years to resolve the smallest of issues involving agricultural products and a host of other things. What's happened is the system has been manipulated, particularly by China, by others, have been manipulated to give an unfair advantage to many of our trading partners. And that's just, I think anybody objectively looking at that, Democrats included, agree with that. Their solution is to study, to get into negotiations that are prolonged and prolonged and prolonged. It's a little bit like Iran with its nuclear deal, which we might talk about. And that is continuing to prolong discussions. Well, of course, refinement is, and they're refining uranium, and things are moving along nicely. Same thing with China. You know, China sent it to the World Trade Organization, the World Trade Order, over 20 years ago. And things are being under study, and things have taken whatever, and then nothing changes. All this time, there's an unfair advantage. So they're instruments to get the level playing field. That does not mean to give the United States an advantage, but I think the president is absolutely right. And again, you go back, just as I said about government being too large, too inefficient, and too wasteful. You could hear those same comments about trade made by President Obama, by President Clinton, and President Bush. The exact same comments that President Trump has said. The difference, again, like these first 100 days, the president has acted on them. That's part of the shock and awe, and that is what I think world leaders fear about President Trump. They don't know what he'll do. They don't know when he's kidding. They don't know when he's serious. They don't know when he has an agenda. And frankly, a couple of times he has said, I don't even know. So therefore, you have an unpredictable player in the White House, and I think that can work to the advantage of the United States.
Isn't there a danger, though, of simplifying the way global trade is conducted? It's such a web now. It's so intricately broken up and then yet connected that to kind of label products in a single way. I mean, cars are a prime example where parts come from different countries, they go through different routes. There's no single vehicle that's made in one place that comes in and can just be labeled as a foreign vehicle anymore.
Well, that's true. In fact, automobiles, as you use that as an example, as a case in point, there isn't an American-made car. And Ford will tell you that, or General Motors, because if you have an American-made car, they're going to be parts that are coming from someplace else. That's absolutely true. In the past, though, I can turn the question around, has been, oh, that's an American-made car, either because it was assembled here, or the little tiff that Mr. Navarro had with Elon Musk. It's it's not an American car. Either they're assembled with parts from overseas, they're either foreign or they're not. So yes, there are complexities, but there's some bottom line issues, and they have to do with particular barriers to our products, and they're barriers to entry, and they're not limited to China. China, I think, is the worst offender in terms of how it manipulates the trade rules, and I think there's bipartisan view on that. But we try to export rice to Japan, or until recently, even beef or products to Britain until recently. So these issues, how many American cars are being driven in South Korea or in Japan, or these are barriers. These are barriers that have existed, and for a long time, just the largeness of the American economy, for other complex reasons as well, permitted other countries, as the president has said, to get rich while we slowly got poorer. Ultimately, this was why Asia and large parts of Europe developed very nicely, is because we were playing at a disadvantage. There's no question about that. Those are airlines, the subsidies that foreigners give to their industries, and the protectionism that exists. It just doesn't exist in the United States. So there's a point here, there's a breaking point where that's nice that these countries became rich largely at rules that favored them. He's just straightening and making the rules fair, not give us an advantage, but make them more fair.
Now, you've more or less answered this, but I've got to put it to you this way as well. Views on Donald Trump's tariff trade policy range from suggestions that he's a tactical genius playing four-dimensional chess to the totally opposite view. One quote described it as his team simply trying to stop him eating.
Well, I think he's a tactical genius. The question I have is, how long the American people will have patience for this, and that is a question. To rectify and change the rules is going to be painful. There's no question. There is absolutely no question. If people think they felt it now, if these tariffs come into they haven't. There are pauses and there have been delays and all kinds of signals of deals coming and so forth. But if these things come into pass over a long period of time, over any significant period of time, it would be extraordinarily painful on the American people. It's a little bit like a diet or exercise. The results are down the pike. There's no easy fix. I don't know of anybody. I worked on Capitol Hill for a long time on the Ways and Means Committee and so forth. I don't know anybody who's ever told me that the trade rules were fair for the United States. They recognized all kinds of geopolitical reasons that we had to make accommodations to countries like Vietnam and so forth, and of course our allies. And I understand that, but the bottom line is American workers suffer, and ultimately the country is going to be poorer if we don't rectify them.
I was saying, Mr. Franco, several business leaders have warned President Trump's ambition to bring manufacturing jobs back into the USA on a large scale won't happen because Americans won't want to do them and because the supply chains don't exist in the US to support them. So do you feel that the goal of manufacturing jobs coming back to home is really a visible ambition of the policy?
It's a long-term one, and I think it is visible. I mean, many of the countries that have, there's a notion that somehow Americans don't want to do this type of work, and some 1950s idea of someone in a very large plant or so forth. Of course, today it's a much more automated, it's a much more sophisticated type of worker, and many of the individuals carrying out this work are living in first world countries that are our competitors. So if Japanese workers are willing to do this, if South Korean workers are willing to do this, Canadians and others in Europe are willing to do it, I believe Americans are as well. So, but the issue, again, this is very long term. The President has said that it's going to be $8 trillion of investment in factories in the U.S. and business returning home. I think that's true, but we're not going to see the fruits of those endeavors for many years. In the interim, there will be pain as well.
Well, that's the thing. I'm wondering, you've said that it's been a very unlevel playing field up to now. And I wonder how you feel that these measures will actually have an impact on America's trading partners, how that relationship might evolve or devolve.
Well, I think they will adapt as well. I think it will, it's hard for me to say exactly how. I think it will be very hard on the Chinese economy. But in terms of the trading partners of Japan and the EU and others, I think it will be a challenge. There's no question about that in terms of the U.S. market. There will be challenges involved in that. I think, frankly, looking for new markets and emerging in other markets. Life's constant change. There are other markets that beyond the U.S. that our trading partners can look for if it's a more level playing field. Also, when we level the playing field, and I think we're doing that with the UK, for example, that's just leveling it. That doesn't mean that people won't continue to buy BMWs and Volkswagen and other agricultural products from other countries. It's just that we'll be more competitive. Unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember when the only foreign car, other than luxury sports cars and Rolls-Royce, was a Volkswagen. And that was a very niche market for people who really couldn't afford anything else. And every car was an American car. So somehow, we've gone way in the other extreme. Does that mean that Japan and South Korea will go into some type of depression? I don't think so. I think China is now the world's largest car manufacturer, and they're not selling cars in the U.S.
If the argument that tariffs will lead to higher prices for Americans and then lead to increased inflation do appear, what is the plan? What is the solution for trying to make it manageable? I know you said there's a painful period ahead, but still, it has to be manageable because policies go on, politics go on election cycles, and we've got the midterms coming. I'll ask more about that in a moment, but what's the solution? Well,
that's an excellent question. The solution is, which we haven't talked about, is tax reform and fiscal reform in the government. Not necessarily just cutting government spending, which people don't see in their pocketbooks directly overnight, but actual tax cuts. And I mean tax cuts across the board significantly, particularly for lower income Americans. As I said, he's mentioned Social Security. As a possibility. That's a little more complicated to get the tax off Social Security. 85% of Social Security is taxed currently at the federal level. That's a little more difficult to do. But tax on tips, tax on overtime, and greater tax cuts across the board for middle income Americans. That would ease things. People will see that quite immediately. Of course, whether we touch the corporate tax rates and bring them down as well, it's a way to incentivize the U.S. economy. I think Wall Street and Main Street would both react very favorably to that, and that would ease some of the pressures that will be coming from tariffs and inflation as a result of that.
Do you think the Federal Reserve should be able to make interest rates policies without interference from the president?
Well, they have that authority, of course. And the President Trump's voicing of his opinions on, of course, he has said recently he's not going to fire the Federal Reserve Chairman, whom he appointed. But there is question whether he has that authority. He has pushed limits on some other federal independent agencies in that regard. There's a question whether he has it. So president can do what they call the bully pulpit. He can speak all the time he wishes. The discourse in the country is very different than it was 30 or 40 years ago. People will not say the things so directly about the Federal Reserve, but presidents would voice concerns that they would wish interest rates would go down, that interest rates need to come down. They wouldn't target individuals or the Federal Reserve per se. But the national discourse and politics and the rest of it is very different today than it was 30 years ago or 40 years ago. But it is independent. It has that authority. It does act independently. President cannot influence it, will not be able to influence it.
Every president coming in, I think almost everywhere in the world, points to the foibles of the predecessor for what they've inherited. Is this, in your opinion, Biden's economy or Trump's economy?
Well, it's Biden's economy now, and for this reason. And I'm not going to say this the next time we have an interview in 6 months or hopefully sooner, but and certainly in a year. But you cannot say, the president recently spoke last week when there was just reports on some issues that came, economic data that came out on inflation, for example. You can't be in office 6 or 7 weeks and say that it's all because of Donald Trump, particularly things such as inflation and the jobs numbers and the rest of it. That's just in the pipeline. So it's it's going to take a few months. What is his is the policies that are moving forward, and that is, for example, stock market and so forth. Reaction is in large part related to what the president says or does not say, for example, about tariffs. But the underlying economic data and what's happening in the economy, it just takes a period of time to move away from the previous policies. So it is still Biden's for a short period of time.
I was going to say, people do comment on how remarkable the swings have been based on what President Trump says when it comes to the stocks.
Well, yes, it depends. It depends on the date and where it is and the circumstances. But increasingly, I think this will certainly within 6 months of this presidency, halfway through the year, it will be Donald Trump's, as it was Joe Biden's. It wasn't Joe Biden's on day one either.
Economics and tariffs apart, Mr. Franco, how do you regard America's relationship with its allies? Have they been strengthened or have they been weakened under President Trump?
I think they've been strengthened in a private way, not in a public way, because, of course, the president's strategy is make America great and America first policy. And I don't think that can be embraced in Europe and most other places in the world. I just don't think that they can say this is what we want. It sounds as though we're moving away from our allies. But ultimately, the objectives, and many of the foreign leaders that have been not necessarily Trump supporters in Europe and elsewhere have said as much. What the president is trying to accomplish with respect to a solution with the Ukraine-Russia conflict, I think they applaud. And the same thing with respect to what's going on in the Middle East and even in Iran. I think allies do want the United States to stand up to China, for example, and be prepared to take a leadership role. Is the president going to do this through these United Nations efforts or these formal alliances and so forth? No. I think there was probably disappointment on the climate issue. That's legitimate. That is a change in policy. There's no question about that. But ultimately, I think there's a sense that the United States is embarked upon flexing its influence overseas and certainly increased military spending, which he has pledged to do. And I think allies welcome that.
There are those who feel America's muscles have flexed a bit too hard, perhaps. The most northern neighbour you've got here, the ally Canada, a bit of friction with the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. In fact, he got elected on essentially an anti-Trump stance.
Yes.
He kind of turned everything upside down very quickly, and he managed to get in. How do you regard what happened up there?
Well, the president said, thank God that I was elected. You wouldn't be here, Mark, when you put to Prime Minister Carney. So he's probably right on that. I think the president, again, feels, and that I think he has felt this, if you listen to interviews with Donald Trump from even the 1980s and 90s, that, what does he say, Canada's gotten a free ride and others. And I think in the past has been more of a focus on Europe and NATO, particularly in terms of military spending, which, by the way, is accurate, and every president has complained about it. They don't honor necessarily all their pledges, all the member states. That Canada has been, as the president has said, protected by the United States, benefited from the United States, and yet feels that Canada, with respect to trade and other issues, has taken advantage of the United States. I think that course correction will be short. The president said he had a very positive meeting. They both characterized it as positive, despite some colorful comments that were made. But the president's position, again, you can't view him through the prism of a conventional politician. What conventional politician says they're going to buy Greenland or they're going to have the U.S., Canada be the 51st state? It's just not, it's not in the cards. Ultimately, these sort of statements that everybody is, I guess, a little accustomed to now, but they're unconventional, ultimately lead to some arrangements that were better than what existed previously. So this is the kind of person that goes for the gold, so to speak, and settles for the bronze.
Well, I was going to ask you how serious President Trump is about his plans for Greenland, Gaza, Panama.
Well, I think with respect to Greenland, I think you'll see heightened U.S. military cooperation, maybe U.S. military bases established in Greenland, expanded. And I think you'll see a larger role for the U.S. in Greenland as a consequence of that. I think in Panama, Secretary Rubio was in Panama, making very, very clear that China's influence on the canal and its use of the canal and priority even in terms of some of the commercial shipping, much less any military use of it, is curtailed if it's going on. And certainly there's been a warning flag from the U.S. that this needs to stop. Again, these are the types of things that I think are positive, and that by taking these steps that are viewed by these states, understandably, as threatening, that ultimately an accommodation is made. And I think that's how Donald Trump, in his entire career, has negotiated his art of the deal, is not the art of diplomacy, but the art of the deal.
Well, there's many who'd agree with you that he's not a conventional politician,
no, of course
not having had a politician background either, but that he does actually deliver on what he says, or at least tries to. Now, he did say he could end the Russia-Ukraine war in a day. That obviously hasn't happened. But the interesting dynamics taking place on that front with Russia and Ukraine having really confusing a lot of people. How did you regard that scene in the White House with the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky?
Well, I think it was a clear signal to Russia that he was not going to be in Zelensky's pocket, or Ukraine was. That was the perception in the Biden administration. I think very clearly that it was all Ukraine. By the same token, that was harsh, of course, that exchange. Same token, within 2 weeks, he was criticizing President Putin very strongly, which people said he was in his pocket and he was a Putin fan and so forth. And he said Putin had to step up to it. Fact of the matter now, there are serious discussions and talks how it's all shaking out again. I mean, when was there serious talk about a ceasefire or calling for a complete ceasefire, as Ukraine has called for, complete ceasefire? And when have we seen this type of serious negotiation during the entirety of the Biden administration? We didn't see it. It was one of just arming Ukraine and, in many cases, defeating Russia and the Western alliance and so forth. I understood all that, but it certainly wasn't one to bring about peace. Did it happen on day one? No. Did inflation end on day one? No. Is this a work in progress? I think so. I think there's more. No one can point to the degree of progress regarding certainly a ceasing of hostilities that was never on the table, seriously, during the Biden administration.
Did you get a sense that the relationship with Volodymyr Zelensky was patched up at the Pope's funeral, Pope Francis's funeral?
I think it was patched up before. I think much of this is for, when I use the word posturing, I think it's a signal to the world of the United States being willing to take a dramatic change, but at the same time, ultimately, not going to abandon Ukraine. So I'm not dismissing it as hot and cold. I calculated, but it wasn't as harsh as it seemed. I think it was just a question again of Donald Trump saying, I mean business, and we need to get this done, and this isn't going to be prolonged, and you can't count on the United States. I think President Zelensky said it. We want an honest broker, but want you to be more on our side. I understand what he was saying by that. His answer was, no, I want a deal on this, and that is a change in policy. So I don't think the Pope's funeral is where they patched it up. I think it was patched up even before.
Actually, a lot of people are surprised at J.D. Vance's intervention there at the White House. That was the one I think surprised a lot of people. So,
all right. Yes, it was a curious one. It was I think J.D. Vance, of course, is seen by many in the Trump movement as not only the vice president, but will inherit the MAGA movement.
We'll get on to that in a second. But when it comes to Vladimir Putin, as you indicated, President Trump wasn't necessarily so happy with the lack of response from President Putin. In fact, the suggestion he was played has come up, and I think he used the term tapped along, by President Putin. Who has the upper hand at this stage, do you think? And how will President Trump react if it's Vladimir Putin who seems to be holding the cards?
Well, I think ultimately the Ukraine has the upper hand. I really believe that, because at some point, despite the signals that have been sent by the United States, it can be back on again, to use that expression, meaning there's an eagerness, particularly in Europe, to make sure that Ukraine has strong support, to say the least. And I think the United States is prepared, if there isn't movement from Russia, to simply say, you will see the same harsh rhetoric directed more harshly toward Putin, and say they're not serious about it, and the only way they're going to be serious about it is if Ukraine is now strengthened and the position has become hardened. So I think ultimately, I think the advantage is with Ukraine. I really believe that.
Although President Trump did get to the stage where he said, look, we'll just walk away from this if we have to.
Yes, he has said that, but the United States will not walk away from it. Even that is a threat, really, to both sides. Obviously, the Russian side is, despite everything they've made, I know it's a war of attrition, it remains very, very difficult for them to actually seal the deal with respect to Ukraine. They would have done it long ago.
As someone who obviously knows Donald Trump and how strong he is as a character, what chance is there he's met his match with people like Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Mark Carney in Canada?
I don't think he's met his match. I think, of course, those countries, particularly China, to some extent Russia as well, is those economies and their military powers is really we have to take into account more than the personalities involved in it. I don't think he's met his match. I don't think he's worried about that. Certainly with the Prime Minister of Canada, he is not. With Prime Minister Carney, I don't think he is. However, I do believe that President Trump, and I do know him in this regard, is if he feels that he's not being taken seriously, or people have gotten the upper hand, or they're willing to not take what he said as something that they need to engage negotiations with, then he will up the ante significantly. And I think he has with China, of course. We haven't talked about China, what's going on internally in China, but I don't believe the Chinese economy, despite what they're saying, is growing by 5%. I just don't believe it. I don't believe anything coming from China, period. So 145% tariffs on China, idle factories and so forth. We don't talk much about their pain because it's a closed society. And the same thing with respect to Canada. Ultimately, Canada's the biggest loser. Canada has 40 million people. We have nearly, not quite, but nearly 9 times the size of the population, and the economy is greater. They need the United States more than we need them. Keep in mind that the size of the Russian economy is the size of the economy of Texas. So at the end of the day, the leverage isn't just the personality. I think President Trump's personality and his willingness to use power in an unconventional way or to threaten its use, I think, is an important component, and that's factored in. But ultimately, it's the United States of America today still remains the superpower.
Could a nuclear deal with Iran actually be easier than getting the peace deal for Ukraine?
I'm not certain about that, and it will depend. These next few days, next weeks, it will be very, very critical. The problem with the Iran deal is trust but verify, and I'm sorry, I don't believe that the previous agreement by the Obama administration was the kind of verification that I think is satisfactory to President Trump of the United States, despite what was being said. So with Iran, I think the fear is delay. Again, I've mentioned that before. Indirect talks, direct talks. These talks have been fruitful today, but remember, Iran just a few weeks ago had said it would only engage in indirect talks. And then, of course, direct talks took place. So it's a question of not only talking, but action. We keep hearing Iran is just a few weeks away from the development of nuclear arms. People have been saying that for years. So you have to start assuming that they either have them or about to have them. So time is running out. And that is why I don't think it's necessarily as easy, because any deal, a real deal with Iran, a real deal will require Iran to cease refinement. And the Iranian positions have been hard on that to date.
Well, Donald Trump has talked about wanting to serve a third term. Would you like to see that?
Well, he said he wouldn't. He just recently said that it looks like we'll be over in 4 years. Obviously, the Constitution impedes that. I think. I
was wondering whether you'd like.
Oh well, yeah, I would like to see that. But I think there are those, you mentioned the vice president, those that are now have genuinely in the last 8 years. I wouldn't have thought this 8 years ago, but because they've seen what's happened to the Republican Party, I think it's very difficult to see how a Republican can win the nomination and support the majority of Republicans without being a Donald Trump MAGA supporter. Not a Trump look-alike or act-alike, but in terms of the policies, they have to be very similar.
And you see J.D. Vance as a worthy successor?
I do see J.D. Vance, and I know that Donald Trump Jr. was critical in selecting then Senator Vance, who many people believed was the wrong choice. They were looking for diversity of women, minorities, and so forth. And that was even true to Donald Trump not being hypocritical and putting a woman on the ticket, or a great person, Senator Scott, who's African American from South Carolina. So that in and of itself was an indication that a loyalty test to the MAGA movement was paramount.
Well, there's been a lot of wrangling internally with the Democrats in how to deal with the Trump presidency. Could you see them actually getting their act together and putting forward a sort of cohesive plan to challenge the Republicans?
They could, but I don't think they will. Every indication is that the party tends to want to move more to the left. The leading voices, at least speaking right now, are again Senator Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The more extreme views in the Democratic Party seem to be what is dominant at this time. I believe the Democratic Party could be quite viable if it were a centrist party. I really do believe that many of the things, if it were genuinely were embraced, such as immigration policy, things that are important to the American people, this, broadly speaking, wokeism and cultural issues, if those were tempered in many ways, I think the Democratic Party would be very viable. I just don't see in the primaries the Democrats doing so.
What do you expect to happen in the midterm elections?
Well, the midterms, of course, are always terrible for the party in power. And I say always, I should take that back. I was involved in midterms in 2002 when they weren't. We picked up seats, but that was after 9/11. And there are times where one can do well. President Biden did fairly well on his midterms. But the margins are close in the House, particularly. And they will hinge totally on tax policy and tariff. It will all be economic issues, barring a catastrophic terrorist attack or a type of conventional war we haven't seen in many decades. Foreign policy issues never dominate on our elections unless it's a catastrophic event.
But you have the issue of the pain of the economy. Yes. And I wonder, you might reach a stage where the Republicans start to say, hey, we're going to lose our seats unless there's a change in course.
I think there's already sentiment in that regard. And you see it without getting into the weeds here. You see it with respect to the SALT tax, which are taxes that are imposed on real estate and so forth on certain key states to hold on to key districts in New York, for example, and in New Jersey. And so that is a fear for the elections. That pain window for Republicans in the House is short, much shorter than President Trump. And we'll see how that shakes out. That's why tax policy and tax reform is going to be critical. They need to deliver.
To wrap this up, I'm going to bring it full circle to where we started.
Sure.
And I wonder how you regard the fact that so many people are surprised that Donald Trump did actually deliver or tried to deliver on the promises he made in the campaigns.
Well, I think they're surprised because they don't, even though they see him as a non-politician, they still don't expect politicians to deliver. And he did deliver on these things. Now, there are two types of reactions to it. To those of us who support President Trump, we're delighted. True to his word, this is what he said. He has not retreated in any shape, way, or form. In fact, more so than he promised when he talked about tariffs and so forth, but he didn't waffle on these issues. To Democrats, and that's why the country continues to be polarized, that shock value is This is why we opposed him, and this is now very fearful. They're very fearful of what it means for the country, and they had wished he had not and didn't expect him to do so. So again, it's back to almost November of last year, the country being quite divided. Either this is the course we want to go on, and he's delivering, or this is exactly what we feared.
Adolfo Franco, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Interesting insights there from the senior Republican strategist and Washington insider, Adolfo Franco. And that's it for this episode. I'm Riz Khan. Please do subscribe to the show and leave us any comments and feedback. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Hello.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Hope all is well.
Yeah, good.
Congratulations on the film. How much juice did you feel the story had from the very first one?
Well,
more story you wanted to tell after the first one.
the petrol, if that's the juice, was the audience's enthusiasm for the first film was undiminished. You know, most films you make, they kind of fade away. They take their place in the pantheon of whatever it is. But this one's just seemed to be still alive, and had been replicated, or it had inspired so many other different TV shows and other movies and things like that. But there is a connective line, a lineage through directly from the first film, which you haven't, and it's in the figure of Cillian Murphy eventually, who you'll meet in the second film, and then eventually hugely in the third film. So yeah, there's lots of juice, lots of reasons to go back to it, which led us to get very excited about doing it, and now to let people see it in the cinemas.
Men go mad with watching him. There's no discharge in the war.
How exciting is it for the both of you to build those characters as if it's a little bit in a painting, each one of them so specifically different that they kind of match the whole picture?
Not to be kind of difficult, it's just it's not how I would see it. It's not so much how much does one enjoy it, and it's not really about like it's good if the Clockwork Toy happens to enjoy it sometimes or not enjoy it, but really it's just there's a task. That's it. It's something like that.
It is. Yeah, but and obviously this kind of relationship with you now is different. You reach for reasons to justify things. You paint things with perspective, really. You know. But an element, I think, what you're talking about is that Alex writes these characters, and then we hire actors who bring an identity. They give them an identity. They obey generally what they're asked to do by the script, but the identity that's created is uniquely them, and always it will be them. Yeah. Really, whatever was in your mind, if indeed a person was in your mind particular person was in your mind for the character. So it's a stickleback thing, of course, as well, as it goes on.
The final question is the obvious fascination of audiences with post-apocalyptic type of stories. What do you think it stems from psychologically?
What I find is that people always project themselves into the story quite intensely. And if it's a rom-com, I don't think they do. I don't think they think, yes, I'll be like Jennifer Lawrence. You know, I don't think that's what happens exactly. I'm going to be taken to this Italian island and charmed by this person or whatever it is. I think with a zombie apocalypse or any kind of apocalypse story, nuclear, whatever it happens to be, aliens, they think, what would I do in that circumstance? Who would I go and find? Who would I get in a car or a bike? Or they sort of project into the stories in a different way. And I think it's because those thoughts are just in them anyway. They're turning them over in their minds, something like that.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. They're wrapping me up already, but congrats on the film. Cheers.
Oh, thank you.
Judgment.
My children! There's no discharge.
A lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement. I think over the years I've been one of those canned red carpet stalkers, waiting for all of the looks to arrive, and especially with Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, who has walked the red carpet for over 20 years now. She's really truly paved the way for all of us to be here at this sort of global stage. So to actually be here, it is pretty cool. Just from when I started 12 years ago, there was not as much focus on creating the same amount of opportunities for women than there is now. I think there's always been a strong female gaze and a strong female voice. It's always existed, and it's cut boundaries many times, very, very, very often. I'm just saying, coming from where I am, from India, from like Mother India, went to the global stage back then, and I'm talking, over 2 decades ago. So I think for me, the light is being shone upon maybe now on the last couple of years, but the intent was always there. It always existed. It was my first co-production to go into a cinema, which is a different ballgame altogether. The first time I produced a movie that I also starred in, came directly onto streaming, onto Netflix, and it did really well. I was very grateful for that opportunity. It's a partnership that we all thoroughly enjoyed. This one was completely different because you have the pressure of box office numbers, you have the pressure of bringing people to the cinema. And while I do have some learnings from that experience, I think for me, my drive somehow has always been about the process. The process of bringing people together and working on a collective vision and being a part of that vision from the very beginning, which is not just as an actor. I think that's something that I enjoy the most. But the learning of what the public and what the audience wants to see, along with the vision and the story that you want to put out, is something that I'll take a couple of years to understand.
इंडिया पर अटैक कर इनोसेंट सिविलियंस को क्यों मार ध्यान से देखो तो हर शहर में एक जंगल है.
This is my first action film. It's my first film with Yash Raj Productions. It's my first spy universe film, and they have really mastered that space over the last couple of years. Shiv is a wonderful guy. This is his first feature film as well. He's done a show before this, which again did exceptionally well. Really had a blast working on this film because it's been extremely challenging. Physically, after giving birth, having a baby, getting into an action film is not the simplest thing to do for your body. But I'm really glad I did it because I think it challenged me physically in ways that I have not experienced before. I've also got to share screen space with Sharvari, who is my co-actor in the film. I won't speak too much about it, but she's also wonderful, and I think we've struck a very special bond. And since we're here talking about worth, and we're talking about L'Oréal Paris, that is known for promoting the feeling of sisterhood, it's something that I keep very close to my heart, because I think in gossip circles, you always like to pit women against each other. I think that's something done very casually. Whereas actually, if you actually put us together in a room, and there is a mutual love and admiration and respect for each other's being, personality and craft, it's actually really powerful, and I think that's what scares people sometimes, because if you come together, the power is sort of infinite. So this film is really about that power. I'm really curious to see how people take to it.
You must be new. That is Bruce Wayne.
Pleasure to talk to you guys. Nice to see you again. First of all, we see those iconic characters in very different moral, physical ways. How much was it an enjoyment to tackle them in a fresh start?
It was. I loved it. I mean, I came on board and they had already been, a ship that it was already running. They had already done a whole movie, and so I was catching up a little bit. But it was a lot of fun. I mean. And it was fun to kind of come into a movie where everybody did already, the ship had already, was running full steam, and so everyone was in, good running order, and I loved it. I had a great time, and the cast was great, and these guys were all just fun to work with, and it made it very easy for me to do what could have been a very difficult thing.
Oh, you did it very well. So.
Thank you.
Most of the world doesn't share your opinion, Mr. Wayne.
Maybe it's Gotham City and me. We just have a bad history with freaks dressed like clowns.
He's quite morally conflicted in this one.
He is. With this one, what makes it interesting, what made it a fresh approach on Superman particularly, was that we're seeing the evolution of Superman. We're seeing the development, we're seeing him in a nascent state, and it's not the finished product. And within that story come mistakes and hopefully lessons.
Oh, you don't realize... Oh, you don't understand?
Do you get excited about turning up on those sets because they can be so enormous? I know a lot of them is making your imagination work as well. How much do you enjoy the experience itself of those sets?
It was nice because it wasn't all green screen. When it's all just green screen and all special effects, it's like, it's very frustrating because nothing seemed real. But Zach did a lot of in-camera stuff and built a lot of sets, so you actually could see the inside of the Kryptonian mothership, or all these real builds, and the real Batcave. That really makes it land like, wow, this is a big movie.
I never got to visit the Batcave, unfortunately. I'll have to
next time
try and revisit that opportunity when I can. Again, same answer as Ben. It's having that world exist was a lot of fun. With the CGI stuff and the green rooms, that they can become exhausting after a time. And because especially there's no depth perception in that green, and so you can start to go a little loopy. But it is also nice to exist within your own imagination during the shooting of those scenes.
Absolutely, this is where it all started after all in comic books. Do you get as excited as the fans, to put them all together even on the same screen?
Yeah, it definitely hits you when you see the other people in their characters, and then seeing even some of the other new characters, being tested out and coming and going, and get the feeling that it's mounting an even bigger and bigger world of heroes and preparing for Justice League. That was like even cooler, feeling like the potential that this was really going to expand into something bigger. Was definitely a kind of high geek ecstasy moment.
I wouldn't describe it better. It's great.
Civil liberties are being trampled on in your city. Good people living in fear.
Don't believe everything you hear, son.
And that's the cool aspect. There's also all the themes there, the moral compass, the journalism, father figures, religious figures. There's so much there. It's quite a rich content, isn't it?
And absolutely. And one of the wonderful things about this movie, I think, is it mirrors the genius of comic books, in the sense that everyone can take a little bit of something from it depending upon their own personal perspective. And that's the idea, and if the movie does well, then people will.
it does resonate very well.
I think so, yeah, because I think it's you know, it's a story that emerges from our time and our reality, and so it feels very current. It doesn't want to take you away to some imaginary land. It brings these heroes to our world and says, well, what would it be like if there really was a Superman here today, now among us?
Recently, you've come under a lot of fire for what some might.
It's a lot of fire.
It's a lot. Today, the Secretary of Defense said he was going to look into your actions.
My actions? I stopped a war.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you. What an exciting adventure this one has been, because how easy or difficult is it to jog your creativity for a story that's been known for audiences for such a long time?
Well, I was daunted by it at the beginning. So people know I was offered Superman like in 2018, and I said no. But the idea stuck in my head. How would I attack Superman if I was to make that story? It was this problem in my head that I was trying to figure out. And I think eventually, you know, I started to see what I could do with it. And so when they came back to me and asked me to do it again, I said yes.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
This is how you're gonna be?
I'm not the one being interviewed, Superman. Did you consult with the president?
I love that it was quite emotional, this one. It's not Man of Steel in any way, because he is very fragile. How much did you enjoy that aspect?
Well, I think it's fun to get to know a character in a real way. And I don't think he's especially fragile, but I think we are getting him at a time in his life that is very, very difficult, both on an emotional and personal level, in his relationship with Lois and his relationship to himself, and what's going on with him and the rest of the world, and finally facing an adversary in Lex Luthor, who is his equal and maybe more than his equal. And so we're meeting Clark, Superman, at a very important time. But I love getting to know these characters in a way that we get to see what their personalities are, what his flaws are, what his strengths are, and really getting to know him in a way that maybe we haven't been able to do in other movies.
You seemingly acting as a representative of the United States.
I wasn't representing anybody except for me and doing good.
I suppose the challenge was when you cast, not only to find David, but to find the matching actors where they would all work together.
Totally.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was not only finding one person, it was finding the energy of all of them.
And in fact, David was one of the easier people to find, as was Rachel. The hardest people to cast were Mr. Terrific, who was Eddie Gathegi, and Eve Teschmacher, who's Sarah Sampaio. Those roles we looked at, you know, so many people for, because I couldn't find somebody that was speaking in the voice that I heard in my head. Whereas other people, like Skyler, was at the top of my list for Jimmy, so he was pretty quick.
Hey, buddy, eyes up here.
How much does the technology help the storytelling in any of these stories?
Well, the technology helps in terms of you couldn't tell this story in the 80s because you couldn't do it in a moral way, at least ethical way, because you couldn't get a dog to fly. And if you did, I don't think it would be very kind to the dog. So being able to create crypto based on a real dog, based on my dog, based on all of the videos of my dog, but he's made by computers. That's something that you just couldn't do when I was younger. So being able to do that, and then having so many people come in here and say, hey, you know, how much of the dog was an actor? And I'm like, none of the dog was an actor. It was all computer.
Your choices.
What are you most hoping for audiences to find in this one? Obviously, as we said, you know, this is a story that's been around for decades. This is a new flair to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that hopefully, you know, younger audience will come to love Superman as I did when I was young and saw Superman the movie. And also, I think that Superman exemplifies a sort of kindness or earnestness that can be considered old-fashioned in some ways, but I think is really the most rebellious thing you can do in a world that is so overcrowded with meanness and irony, that being pure and simple and true is really the coolest thing you can do.
Your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
That's about working with Nicholas and the other flair that he brings to Lex Luthor.
I love it. I mean, Nick is just such a great guy. People know he auditioned for Superman first. And I think it's only fitting, like Lex, that he became Lex. And I think that Nick brings a depth to Lex Luthor and really is the truest version of this character ever in film. Of so eaten up with envy that he's taken it upon himself as almost a spiritual quest to take down Superman, and really has rationalized that he's doing something good for the world because of it.
Yeah, he does believe it.
He's not a man. He's an it. He's somehow become the focal point of the entire world's conversation.
The final question is about, the balance between pleasing an audience and pleasing your vision. How do you manage that?
First of all, I'm the first audience member, so I'm lucky and I'm kind of basic. Like, I like things that most people like. So when I sit and watch a movie, I'm the first person that's watching it. And if I enjoy something and am proud of something, I usually find out that audiences like it as well. I am very conscious that I'm making a movie that is for as many people as possible. And I'm making when you're making a movie, you're making a machine to give people an excellent time, not only, in terms of the thrill ride of it all, but in the emotions of it, yes. the story, how it moves you. And so I do show the movie to many, many people, kind of seeing what works and what doesn't with other people. But I always have to balance that against what my core belief is.
Thanks ever so much. It's lovely to see you again.
Thank you very much. You too.
Toilet, so I was praying that somebody didn't flush one behind me, and then I was very intimidated, but also really excited to get started. I think it's perhaps necessary now more than ever to keep asking questions about what the truth is, how we find it, and how we share it, who gets to say it. I think it's vital as it's always been, and maybe with renewed urgency.
I think that Superman at the end of the day is somebody who wants to be human. I think that we all want to be him. We want to fly and have beams come out of our eyes and do all of that stuff. But what he wants is what we have, being one of us, being able to connect with each other, to love and be loved. That's what Superman wants at the end of the day. Rachel is a lot like Lois Lane, so I really love her as an actor. She's a very controlled, dynamic actor who is able to be assertive in the same way that Lois is. She questions everything in the same way that Lois does, and she really puts herself completely into the role, and she's amazing as Lois Lane.
He has a certain indefatigable nature, an ability to just keep putting on his boots and going to work. It's not easy to take a day off when you're Superman because you know how much a difference you could be making. And I love a day off when I can get one.
وهلا للبيج اكسكلوسيف انترفيو مع كل فريق عمل الفيلم بنشوف سوا. First of all, it must be so much fun to be touring for this. I saw all of you guys' Instagram posts and stuff like that. How much are you making it entertaining for you?
It was kind of scary to begin with because I don't think any of us really knew what we were doing with those videos or anything. But luckily, we have a fantastic marketing team and a lovely social team who has, who are tapped into the trends and
Who's
whatnot.
taught us a lot about TikTok.
Yeah. So and then once we gave over to them, it was a lot of fun to make all these crazy, ridiculous videos.
And you know how to vanish from your seat.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you very much. It's mostly just been nice to get the band back together again.
Yeah.
I'm on my way to London. London? She's on her way to London. London!
We've had a great time.
Yeah. And then there's Nick.
And then there's Nick, who's blonde now, apparently.
Yes, have you seen him?
Yes,
it's working.
Yes. It's working. It works even for Lex Luthor. I just asked James, it's not only a question of, you being a Superman and you being Lois Lane, it was a question of the whole group having this cohesion and chemistry together. Is it the right impression?
Yeah, James does ensembles very well, and although this isn't an ensemble film in the same way that Guardians of the Galaxy is, he knows how to populate a world with characters who feel full and vibrant, and where you sort of do feel like I'd go watch a whole movie, with just Guy Gardner or just
Jimmy
Hawkgirl or
Olsen.
Jimmy Olsen's spin-off series, and that it's bittersweet, because on the one hand, it's amazing to have so many great actors come and give such love to these parts, and on the other hand, you feel like you don't get enough of all of them, because the movie does have its central focus and its central relationships, but then you feel like you want more of all of it.
Being a child, I loved the purity of Superman. It was a time when I was starting to understand what movies were.
How did you feel the Lois and Clark chemistry needed to be?
We talked about this a lot. There's because we're dropping into the middle of their relationship and we're not meeting them when they meet each other or when she discovers that he's Superman, as we've seen in the past. We felt like we needed to give them history and wanted to make sure that you felt the intricacies of their relationship, the intimacy of their relationship as soon as you come into the movie with them. And so we spent some time together, we spent some time with James figuring out what that would look like at this point, 3 months into their relationship, where they're wondering if this was a fun fling or a forever thing.
It felt quite emotional to me anyway. This is a version of Superman that feels much more emotional and introspective. Were you guys aware of that, and did you enjoy this aspect?
Yeah, well, it's always great as an actor being presented with a character, especially a character with such a rich, storied history, to see that your writer and director wants to explore all the interesting things about them. And James has said he was led by the question of what if it were real? And it really did feel like, as you were reading these scenes, what would this fantastical character in this fantastical world really feel and really think and really be worried about, really be affected by? And that's all you do as an actor is just try to figure out what this person would do.
Yeah, we get asked a lot what it felt like to take on these iconic roles. And of course, we knew, that we were stepping into big shoes, but at the same time, because it felt so real, in a way it felt like the work was exactly the same. We just had to find our way into these characters, and James laid such a fantastic roadmap for us and was a real guiding force for us throughout the process.
And finally, what do you feel makes the audiences endure with their love of those characters after decades?
Well, who doesn't want to watch passionate people go to the ends of the earth for the things that they believe in, whether that's love for each other, love for humanity. I think this movie in particular is filled with people who are not always graceful in their pursuit of that, but who will band forces and do it together. When don't we need a Superman in our very complicated history as a global community?
I think we have so many great heroes who have this sort of have greatness thrust upon them, great superheroes and iconic characters who have a bitterness or a chip on their shoulder, and they're cool and they're edgy, and they're really good at what they do, but maybe they wish they could do something else, or
There's a sort of a cool darkness to them, and I think Superman is just the other side of the spectrum, which is the enjoyment of watching somebody go to work and really love what they do. Somebody who has all of this power and has these responsibilities, but also has this great joy and playfulness in taking them on and in fulfilling them. It's not to say that he doesn't have his struggles, but ultimately he loves what he does.
You've talked a lot about that hope being contagious. That kind of feeling of stepping in and helping and doing the right thing. When one person does it, and especially someone as aspirational as Superman, it inspires other people to do the same.
Yeah.
And he can lift the girl up. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Effortlessly.
Thank you so much.
Superman is a character who's good.
Who is filled with hope. He saves people because it's the right thing to do. We could use a little bit more of that.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Santiago, Chile's capital center. The city offers tourists with a bevy of museums, theaters, restaurants and bars, as well as events and entertainment. Santiago de Chile is also located at the country's center, making it a convenient springboard for when you want to explore the rest of the country. What's unique about Chile is that it allows you to ski and be on the beach at the same time. This is due to the capital's location, nearing the mountains and the Pacific Ocean too. Such a treat to be skiing nearby Andres and enjoying the beach as well. Santiago is fast growing and has about 7 million inhabitants in its metropolis. What to do in Santiago? Of course, there are the hikes and mountain climbs. The city, after all, is surrounded with many mountains for such activity. You can go for a simple day trip or try hiking up the peak and ski down too. The city is also great for wine tasting. There are many remarkable winery and vineyards around Santiago. There are also tours in English and Spanish for your convenience. You may also opt to explore the city via a walking trip. There are many parks, historical sites, and places for shopping. There are parks that give you a beautiful view of the city. Some up the mountains where they offer cable cars for you to marvel at the city below you. There are also botanical gardens, zoos, and swimming pools for the whole family to enjoy. Plaza de Armas is the main plaza, where you'll find the National Cathedral and the main post office. You may find spice and food stores around, and it's great to get to know what else they offer. Try dropping by during the day. The National Cathedral is where the beloved state of Our Lady of Mount Carmel is located. It's a breathtaking neoclassical style building with several interesting spots and views. It houses the crypts of many bishops, has several altars, and has the tomb of statesman Diego Portales in it. Access to the cathedral is free too. For the ultimate shopping experience, visit the Mercado Central. It is the city's thriving hotspot, with stalls that sell food, especially fresh seafood. Plus, there are lots of restaurants around to choose from. Need entertainment? There are lots to see. Jazz clubs, theaters, and dance concerts are scattered throughout the city. Make sure to catch one during your visit. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jakarta, the huge, sprawling metropolis that's the capital of the Republic of Indonesia. It is home to about 9 million people. It is located on the northern coast of Java and has expanded through the years, absorbing many villages in the process. You'll know the names of these villages from their main streets. Together with its many suburbs, Jakarta has become a megapolitan city. Jakarta is a conglomeration of villages known as kampungs, now crossed by main roads and superhighways. The city itself lies on a wide, flat delta, intersected by about 13 rivers. Popular is the Bay of Jakarta, with its large number of tiny islands, called Pulau Seribu, or the Thousand Islands. It is a tourist resort for swimming and snorkeling. Nearby are also popular volcanoes, Gede and Pangrango, with cool, majestic mountain resorts located around it. Jakarta is also considered the only seat of the national and provincial government. It is the political center of Indonesia and the hub of its national finance and trade. Because of this, Jakarta has evolved into becoming a dynamic city, often abuzz and full of happening. The city is also lauded for its gigantic malls. Marble-floored and always grander than your typical shopping centers, Jakarta's shopping destinations often have apartments nestled on top of it for convenience. Imagine just going down from your room to shop. One of the most popular is the Mangga Dua district. There are around 173 malls in Jakarta alone, each with a reputation of their own. You go there not just to shop, but hang out at the indoor cafes, restaurants, karaoke bars, or billiard lounges. In Jakarta, prices are also relatively cheap, so you can eat to your heart's content. Most recommended are its duck confit, the nasi goreng, or the nasi padang. Restaurants are also managed by young owners, mostly in their mid-20s. As a result, the vibe is always modern and fresh, and these food spots usually have comfy couches, hit music, and impeccable service. Restaurants aren't just for dining, but for staying and chatting for hours, even the whole day. The movie theaters in Jakarta are known to be one of the most luxurious in the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Russia unleashes its biggest drone attack on Ukraine as Zelensky travels to meet the Pope and calls for tougher sanctions. No breakthrough in Gaza ceasefire talks as Netanyahu wraps up a third White House meeting with Trump and US envoy delays Doha trip. And Taliban tourism. Afghans invite US visitors to travel to the region via an online video going viral across social media. Now, Russia has launched its largest drone strike yet on Ukraine, targeting cities across the country, including Kyiv and Lutusk, with more than 700 drones and missiles. Ukraine says the scale of the attack proves the need for tougher sanctions, especially on Russian oil. It comes as President Donald Trump confirmed the US would send weapons to Ukraine and called out President Putin. Take a listen.
That was a war that should have never happened, and a lot of people are dying, and it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of thrown at us by Putin. For you want to know the truth, he's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Jono, let's start with you. So we heard from Donald Trump there, some choice language when he was talking about Vladimir Putin. But Russia has sort of turbocharged its attack on Ukraine, and that was the early hours of this morning, Wednesday morning. Is this all down to those comments from Donald Trump? Did it cause a retaliation from Vladimir Putin?
Although it seems that way on the surface, experts are saying that it requires a lot of time, a lot of effort to put into this as well. We're looking at 728 drones, and quite a number of those were intercepted, 13 missiles as well. And something on that scale requires weeks of preparation in advance. So it's unlikely that this is a knee-jerk reaction to Donald Trump's comments. Now, obviously, this is now causing confusion. The US position will be rechecked once again because Russia could see this as an opportunity to escalate what's happening in Ukraine. Eyes have been off of Ukraine for just a while because we've been dealing with the peace talks between Netanyahu and Donald Trump. So experts will say otherwise, although on the surface of it, yes, it does kind of look like it's a knee-jerk reaction, but it will have taken many, many weeks of planning in order to be able to actually execute an attack on this scale. And I think it's been done intentionally. I think it's to try and get eyes back once again to reassert dominance and say, have you forgotten that this is also still something that's going on? And Trump seems to be taking no prisoners when it comes to his comments about Putin as well. And a much harder stance is what we're seeing this time around.
And he has criticised Putin before. After the phone call they recently had, he said that he wasn't happy with that phone call. So Donald Trump is all of a sudden like changing the rhetoric towards Russia. We saw him being tougher on Ukraine in the past. But Gemma, I guess some good news out of this, if you want to look at it for Ukraine. The US confirmed it's sending more weapons to Ukraine. Wow, this is a massive U-turn from the Trump administration.
Yes, it is good news, but it's not without its controversy and sort of scandal and haphazardness, really. So there's been a big U-turn. Obviously, the US had pressed pause on sending weapons to Ukraine. Now, unfortunately, no one told Donald Trump that this was happening. So there's been a big public U-turn, and it looks at the moment like the White House doesn't know what's going on. It looks like Trump doesn't know what's going on in his own administration. So what happened is, on Monday at a press conference, Trump said, we're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard. By Tuesday, and behind him, Defence Secretary Hegseth was nodding along. Now, by Tuesday, during a cabinet meeting, Trump was asked whether he authorised the temporary stopping of weapons to Ukraine. And he was visibly annoyed by this question. And he said, I don't know, why don't you tell me? Now, sources from the White House have said he had no knowledge of Hegseth pausing the shipments to Ukraine. Now, this is the second time that Hegseth has done it this year. The first time was in February. And they're using the same excuse or reason. Now, their reason is that US stockpiles are low because of, obviously they're exporting to Israel and also Ukraine. But the Democrat, Adam Smith, he's the Washington, he's a member of the House Armed Services Committee, and he said, we are not at any lower point stockpile-wise than we've been in the last 3.5 years in the Ukraine conflict. So conflicting information there, but conflicting information in Trump's own cabinet.
And I think this is where some of the concern comes in. It comes in right now. It's summertime. We've seen Russia and Ukraine upping the ante. When it comes to the war that's happening, we always hear about a summer offensive. But also when just having a look at the weapons that the US will be sending, it's defensive weapons yet again.
Yeah.
And I feel like, the rhetoric we're hearing from Donald Trump, and we've been hearing from the European leaders, is Trump has to realise, and maybe is realising, and the European leaders have realised, diplomacy is just not working with Vladimir Putin. So are we going to see just defensive weapons go in to Ukraine, or does it have to be a shift?
I don't think we're going to see an on-ground offensive from the US's point of view in the near future on this. But for sure, I think we do need to see the strength and power is what Russia responds to over diplomacy. And we've seen that happen time and time again. And I think without this show of strength and this show of power, and Trump saying, you know what, this is what we can do. We can send the missiles over. We can help them out a lot. Without actually doing that, I don't think Russia's going to listen. They are autocratic in their own way, and that's how they manage things, and that's probably what they respond best to, is a show of strength and a show of power, which I think is what Trump is now trying to place upon Putin to try and get some sort of a reaction.
And what's interesting is I also spoke to a Ukrainian MP a little bit earlier, Oleksiy Goncharenko. He said Ukraine must fight on as Russia only understands strength. Just what you were saying there, Jono. Let's have a quick listen to what he had to say.
We know Russians better than anybody else in the world, unfortunately. And I can tell you, Russia understands only one language of force, language of strength, nothing else. So if you want to have diplomacy with Russia, first you should punch them. President Trump tried to do another way. And what is the result? Half a year after, no results. Putin continues the war, increasing his attacks, and he is just humiliating the United States and President Trump. That's it. So before Putin will be punched, no real diplomacy will happen. I want diplomacy. I want this war. Ukraine agreed from March on unconditional ceasefire. We're ready any minute. The hostilities can stop today. The only obstacle is President Putin.
The only obstacle is President Putin. Russia needs to be punched in the face. Pretty strong words coming out of that Ukrainian MP there. I do wonder, now we're getting an escalation in, Trump's rhetoric and an escalation in the war. It seems to be like
where we
nothing's
started.
changed.
Yeah, exactly. We're back in 2022.
Yeah.
Same old problems. Trump, I think he often thinks he's getting somewhere, and then Putin just, reverts to type and goes off and does what he was always going to do in the first place. And I'm wondering if Trump will learn actually from this, because it doesn't. He keeps giving him chances and chances.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this might be the final straw.
And I think Europe will also probably get into play here very quickly. And we know we've heard Germany already saying, you'd mentioned this earlier on, that Germany were looking at ways that they could potentially supply the weapons through to Ukraine. But this attack is very close to a city called Lutsk, which is about 90 kilometres away from the Polish border. So we're very close to EU territory at this stage.
And they did scramble jets at one point. We have seen Poland and other Eastern European countries in that sort of flank have to do those things as protection for themselves. But it's a really interesting conversation because, like you said, it almost feels like we're back at the beginning and there needs to be movement forward. Donald Trump said he could end this in 24 hours. That is clearly a very difficult timeline to obviously stick to. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. And stay right there as we move on to another story. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has quietly wrapped up a second day of White House talks with President Trump without any announcement of progress on a Gaza ceasefire deal. Hopes of a breakthrough have grown after the meeting was added to Netanyahu's schedule at the last minute, but no public statement followed. Meanwhile, US envoy Steve Witkoff has delayed his trip to Doha, signalling that negotiations do remain far from finalised. Right, so another situation a little bit, Gemma, where everything seemed to be really positive, cautious optimism. We heard a lot, didn't we, at the beginning of the week? We originally thought Netanyahu would be staying in Washington, D.C. until tomorrow, and yet he's gone already and gone with nothing. He hasn't done a victory lap over the ceasefire deal. It's all gone a bit quiet.
I think all these meetings between Trump and Netanyahu gave everyone sort of false hope. And I do think Trump does stoke that because he wants the win. So he does kind of allow you to believe that they're this close all the time to solving it and finding solutions. And that's simply not the case. Negotiations are broken down after 3 days. And what I think we have to remember is that these are indirect talks. So between the Israelis and Hamas, so they're just talking to each other through the Qataris. One can only imagine the repetitiveness back and forth. Now, some of the main points they can't agree on is the distribution of aid during the ceasefire and this one sticking point which Netanyahu is never going to agree to, which is the Israeli troop withdrawals, which Hamas are not sort of relinquishing. They're not taking off the table. Now, interesting, Witkoff earlier this week had said we have 4 issues and now we're down to 1. We're not down to 1. Absolutely not. That is pie in the sky. So I think what's interesting as well for me is that on Wednesday, so yesterday, Netanyahu was talking about the latest meeting. He talks a lot about the hostages. He really does make that the focal point, obviously, and it is utmost important to bring them back. But he said the release of all our hostages, the living and the deceased, and the elimination of Hamas's military and governing capabilities, thereby ensuring that Gaza will never again constitute a threat to Israel. Now, that is an incredibly open line, because what does Israel consider constitutes a threat to them? It could be absolutely anything. And so I don't see any doors closing here at all, just more seem to be opening.
Yeah, and once again, I feel like we have a lot of talks about talks, and we've had a lot of fragile ceasefires. We're going to get there. We haven't quite got there. And, Jono, I feel like we had that ceasefire when Donald Trump first came into office, and then the timelines keep on moving, right? We'll hear back from Hamas in 24 hours. We didn't. Now we see a timeline moving again, the end of this week. That appears elusive. And of course, Trump's US Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he's been sort of instrumental in a lot of these talks, has delayed his trip to Doha. And what does this mean for negotiations once again?
Well, two sides to the coin here. One is that, and this is the story that will be portrayed, is that there's a critical point that they can't get past, and they've said it's one, and I think Gemma is correct in this one. I think there's probably more than one. There's probably a lot of cards on the table that have not been quite sorted just yet. It would indicate that because that crux is still there, that we haven't got past the barrier of that one remaining issue. So the talks have been done remotely. They are, as we said, indirect talks that are being done remotely at the moment. The physical presence will be required when a breakthrough happens. And the question now is, when is that breakthrough going to happen? Because we've not been given a date. We know that he's been moved. He's not going to Doha. But when is he going to Doha? That we don't know yet. So it's either we're pausing because we don't have the issues resolved, it's a strategic move, and that's what they're trying to portray, that we're waiting for the conditions to be just right before the level of presence is required in Doha. Or we're on the opposite side. We saw Netanyahu leave the White House a day ahead of what was planned from Thursday. He's now left today. Does that mean that we're no closer to a deal than we were at the very start of the week, which is a concern, but I think it's definitely something that we need to look at as something that may be a possibility.
And what is also a concern is the IDF is increasing tempo of attacks on Gaza, and we have seen that. And that is another concern, because even though these talks are happening, we've spoken about this before, the hostages are not coming home, aid is not being distributed correctly across Gaza, and the fighting continues. So it seems that there needs to be a resolution at some point, because the more and more we talk, the longer and longer the suffering goes on for everybody involved, for Israel and for Gaza.
I just think it's there's certain breakpoints that both parties are very unwilling to move on. I don't see Netanyahu pulling all troops out of Gaza. I really don't see that happening.
The sticking points have stayed the same.
The sticking points have been the same.
Yeah.
And Hamas still want some sort of control, so they're not going to disarm and they're not going to move out. That's another thing.
Aside from diplomatic chaos, once the hostages are released, they really don't have anything else as their bargaining tool. So I think they're the two things that both parties will stick on, and I figure that was a very tight conversation that's gone on in the last couple of days in the White House. And a bit of openness wouldn't go astray here. When exactly we can expect to see Steve Witkoff in Doha is going to be the big change here. And then we maybe will know at what point we can look at a potential deal, or a conversation that says that no deal has been reached or no deal can be reached.
Yeah, absolutely. Or even a conversation on more aid going into Gaza at the time when these talks are happening, because aid has been another massive sticking point. You know, Hamas do not want the GHF to be controlling aid when a ceasefire is reached. They want the UN and the other recognised NGOs to go in and distribute aid properly. So I think there's a whole lot of different moving pieces here. But at least I guess Donald Trump's getting everyone talking, you know, getting Netanyahu to Washington, D.C. and getting Hamas in indirect talks with Israel in Doha. But we never know. We never know. Like you said, we could possibly see a deal by Friday. I mean, anything's possible, I think, sometimes.
Do you think as well, like, I do find that Trump, when he speaks directly, he will say, oh, the talks perhaps didn't go as I imagined, or, you know, he can be quite honest in that respect. So I think when he comes out and talks about, you know, these meetings they've had, he doesn't tend to lie, I don't think. He's quite honest. He'll say, it went like I expected, it didn't go as I expected, you know, so he'll be another barometer of finding out.
And I think what's always interesting is, you know, you watch those cabinet meetings in the White House and it's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Yeah.
It's 2 hours long and Donald Trump just fields questions from everyone. And I often think, you know, when it came to the Ukraine weapons situation, he's very honest.
Yeah.
And that's something that we don't often see.
I mean, we can hope there's honesty in this as well, because we do want to know what's going on. But I think we may be waiting a while to find out what really was the conversation that happened behind closed doors. And we can only hope that by Friday we have some movement forward, be it Steve Witkoff on the ground or not. Some movement forward is what we require.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, let's move on to another story. And an Afghanistan tourism video originally posted by the Taliban on X has gone viral on social media this week. causing global debate. The 1-minute-long clip features Taliban fighters smiling whilst holding rifles with the Afghan countryside in the background. Locals say they want to reband the war-torn country and entice adventurous travellers to the region. OK, John, we can actually see that video right now. It's being played on our screen. Wow, OK.
Look,
it's doing the rounds on social media. There it is, you know, everyone looking quite happy. Could it entice US tourists to Afghanistan?
It really depends. I honestly thought that looking at this initially that this is AI. I thought this is surely not real. And to find out that it is even more terrifying, isn't it? Obviously, there's the safety concerns with any American tourist heading to Afghanistan right now, and it's still been red listed for many countries across the globe for tourism to go towards Taliban. The reputation as well, an American choosing to go to Taliban country and basically the public backlash would be phenomenal. Now, I'm not saying there's not people out there who would be keen to do this, and there's not a demand, because if there wasn't, we wouldn't be seeing videos like this. But the Taliban is, as we know, not internationally recognised as stable. It's not seen as a safe governing body. So this is definitely risky territory for those who are willing to take that risk and to jump on board. And it's a total mismatch on what tourism videos are normally. We normally see sweeping landscapes, beautiful backgrounds, incredible sights and sounds, and a reason to go and visit. So this is a totally different take. There's no culture being focused on here. There's no nature or hospitality. This simply is a parade of violence, is what we're seeing. And there is probably a market for it, which is more concerning than anything else. People will probably sign up for this if it is an option. And that terrifies me no end.
And it's quite interesting because the US travel advisory for Afghanistan remains at level 4, do not travel. We know that the UK and many other countries have the same travel ban in place. So once again, it seems to be something that they're touting, but people can't travel there. And I was just wondering, Gemma, you know, recently we saw Kim Jong-un, of course, the leader of North Korea, and he was promoting a new beach resort in the country. Trump and Netanyahu have spoken about the Gaza Riviera. We've heard that too. Does this all feel really distasteful? Or is there genuine interest for people, like you say, maybe extreme tourism?
Do you know what, as well, you get in tourist videos from other countries? Women. Apparently, there's no women in Afghanistan. They're absolutely not represented there, which is probably the biggest red flag that we have going on. So, according to Business Insider, nearly 14,500 foreigners have visited Afghanistan since the Taliban took over, mainly from Russia, China, Turkey, and some Middle Eastern countries as well. So, is there a market? Yes, there is. The data suggests these are thrill-seeking influencers and vloggers. Now, thrill-seeking, I think they sort of spelt sort of death wish wrong there, to be honest, for me. I think it's very much done for the clout on social media. It's done for the gram. It's done for the likes. It's done for, you know, the sheer amount of attention you would get if you watched this video and then you went on holiday to Afghanistan. Now, for me personally, I've been thinking about this, and I think it's quite a generational thing. Now, I was thinking about 9/11, which is 2001. Now, the people who were born in that year would now be 24, or even if they were sort of, you know, 5 or 6 in that year, they would now be 30. And they didn't grow up with the rhetoric around the Taliban that older generations grew up with. And so for them, it's perhaps not in their memories or their psyches what these people did, what the Taliban is responsible for. They are responsible for murder, they're responsible for mass rape, they are responsible for torture, public beheadings. And some funny video that we can all laugh about on social media, I don't find it entertaining. I find it quite horrifying.
And, you know, it's quite interesting because even now in Afghanistan, there's big questions. You mentioned women there, you know, women being able to study, women being able to work, you know, have those rights been taken away after the withdrawal of the US, and obviously Afghanistan fell back into the hands of the Taliban. But it's actually a fascinating thing, because I do think it is generational, because obviously we had a very different take on the war in Afghanistan, and it was very much in our mind. Do you remember it was just almost rolling TV at some part of our lives?
What I do think is that they're playing into what their strengths are, because if you look at Afghanistan overall, what's the first thing that pops into your head? It's not the Minaret of Jam, beautiful historical UNESCO heritage site in Afghanistan. That's not something that pops into your mind. What pops into your mind is pictures like what we've just seen, videos like what we've just seen, and it's playing into this. And I do think there is a market, and I do. Even someone like myself, I've been to Chernobyl. I go to catacombs. I go to things that are quite dark in terms of tourism, because I enjoy that. There has got to be a market out there for people who want to go to war-torn countries to see what the regime was, still is, arguably, and what they did. Because in France, there's a company called Ultimi Reality, which offers you packages and immersive experiences for thrill seekers like this, but it is all staged. They've got kidnapping packages where they will abduct you.
Why don't you just go bungee jumping?
Well, and I think for some people it's something different. Exactly the same thing as in why would you want to go to Chernobyl? Why would you go to somewhere which is heavily radioactive? Because it's, and I've been to Auschwitz. Why would you want to go to somewhere like that? Because it plays into the mind, and it's something that you knew about. And I think that's what people will go. The kidnapping packages that they offer, you can have ransom notes and everything, the whole 9 yards. And even an extreme package where you wake up on a table in a morgue surrounded by dead bodies. And people are signing up for this in their droves, because there is an underbelly, an undercurrent of which I am somewhat part of, if you take into consideration that I enjoy dark tourism, where there are people out there who definitely will sign up to go to Afghanistan.
But if you go to Afghanistan, you get kidnapped for real, which is a whole other...
It's a concern, but and they do this in DRC as well. They've done these for quite a number of years, where they'll pseudo-simulate kidnappings, mainly to train you how to deal with a real-life situation. And it's somewhat of an SAS training kind of a program that they'll send you on. So...
I've been to the Congo, and that didn't happen to me. We lived on the border for Congo for a long time. So I've arguably lived in quite dangerous countries, you know, across southern Africa. And I always think it's really strange, because often when you get there and you live there, you don't realise. And I wonder if this is what's happening with the tourism. You know, you get there and the extent of things isn't realised, if that makes sense. And maybe you're right, they're trying to play into what they've got.
But with a mocking up of a beheading video.
I know.
There's leaning into what you're known for. And then there is that completely different kettle of fish.
And you could argue that they may not know any different. They may think that this is a good idea. That may have been portrayed by somebody in the tourism board of Afghanistan, of which I'm sure there is very few members. They may have said that this is a good idea, let's play into this. They may not know any different, and that genuinely may be the modus operandi behind the entire video.
That's a real insight then, isn't it, into how they see themselves and how they want to project themselves to the world.
And it will be fascinating to see if anyone actually takes them up on the offer, and we'll see more likes and clicks on Instagram, as you said, you know, generational thing. But let's move on to another story, and the Bayeux Tapestry, the 70-metre historical artwork depicting the Norman conquest in 1966, will go on display in London's British Museum next year. The 11th century piece is on loan to the UK from France. French President Emmanuel Macron made the announcement during his state visit to Britain. And here's a reminder of just what Macron had to say.
In the run-up to the 1000th anniversary of the birth of William the Conqueror, France will loan the United Kingdom the Bayeux Tapestry. I have to say it took probably more years to deliver this project than all the Brexit texts, because we launched it together with Prime Minister Theresa May at that time during not a state visit but a summit a few years ago. But at the end of the day, we did it.
In case there's any historians watching, I got the date wrong. I said 1966, but it was 1066. So I do apologise. That was a misread on my behalf there. But Gemma, there we are, Macron. He was looking quite smiley, cracking a few jokes. Yeah, he's cute. We like Macron. Well, Gemma does, I don't really. But what do you make of Macron's announcement and loan of this tapestry?
Well, I mean, as far as taking a gift with you goes, it's pretty impressive. You know, most people
didn't
turn
pack
up.
it in a suitcase.
Yeah, exactly.
It has to be
and I've got you this, exactly.
Out of thy hand luggage. You know?
Most people bring chocolates or some flowers. No, he's turned up with this, 11th century tapestry. And what I very much enjoyed about this, whether he intended it or not, I mean, obviously the Bayeux tapestry depicts the Norman invasion of Britain, so like a French military battle, a victory as well. And he's like, here you go, please display this in the country that we invaded and defeated. So, fair play, Macron, I respect it. Obviously, in exchange, Britain is sending some treasures to France as well. So I feel that this visit by Macron, which is the first state visit by a European leader post-Brexit, it really is solidifying the relationship between France and the UK. We talk a lot and we hear a lot about the special relationship between the US and the UK, but we do overlook the fact that France is Britain's closest neighbours in Europe, one of their oldest allies, and I do feel that this visit, and especially his relationship with Starmer, because he famously didn't have a great relationship with Boris Johnson or Liz Truss. Yeah, sure. I really feel that this is solidifying a relationship. All the rhetoric around it has been very positive. Everyone seems to be on the same page. I think it's a really good visit. I think they're going to get a lot out of it.
What I thought was interesting is he also has a good relationship with King Charles, Emmanuel Macron, and we obviously saw that he had this state visit. He went to Windsor Castle. He went on the carriage around Windsor Castle. He had the big banquet, and we saw Kate and William.
They went to the airport to pick him up.
They went to the airport to pick him up. And I mean, when we talk about relationships, it's the soft power of the royals. Yeah. And, of course, Donald Trump will be making his state visit to coming up soon. But I think that the diplomacy, and when it comes to gifts, Jono, is just fabulous.
And there's a long history of it. But I think what this one is what we're seeing here is that the UK needs France, and France needs the UK as well. And there's obviously the huge issue of migration, which is to the fore as well. I know we mentioned this yesterday with the figures up 48% on this time last year of the number of migrants crossing the Channel. And the direct link, we forget that there's a direct land link in the Channel tunnel between both parties. They certainly should have more of a synergy between both, and I think we're trying to recreate that back again. And I think it's correct, it's what you said, Gemma, the US and the UK ties, although they are there, we have to remember that the tariffs are still looming over, and I think they need each other. France needs UK just as much.
And I think the UK needs to find out where it sits in the post-Brexit world, because I think that was kind of unclear, under the last Tory government. And obviously Donald Trump's come in, America First agenda. So we do see that shift, like Britain trying to find its place back within that European
Macron
Union.
did talk about how, he was one of the most disappointed over Brexit. He expressed how personally upsetting he found it. And so the fact that we're now sort of making jokes about it, I think, okay, that's okay.
It's been enough time.
We've
long enough.
And I think we have to do this exchange of tapestries and any other treasures we can find, because not long left from Macron in office, and if the media is to be believed, and certainly the opinion polls, Keir Starmer may not be too far behind him, if not before him at this stage. But there's been a long history of gifts back and forth from various different countries to dignitaries as well. But some of them really stand out as ones that you just think, my goodness, who made the decision? And this is back in 1986. George W. Bush received a gift from Indonesia, which was a Komodo dragon, which ended up in Cincinnati in a zoo and birthed 30 babies.
Didn't end up in the Oval Office.
Did not.
Yeah, okay.
But France have got a relatively poor history when it comes to either being given gifts or receiving gifts. In 1826, they received a gift of Zarafa, who was a giraffe from Egypt as well. 10,000 people came to look at that giraffe, because it had never been seen before in France. And then also President Obama received a recycled grocery bag from France. One of the first ones that had been made, because now obviously that's the go-to.
That would have been cutting edge, maybe.
Yes, it was new at the time. Very bland gift to receive. The UK did slightly better on a gift to the US at that time, and they gave a ping pong table, which ironically had been made in China. And then Stalin famously sent North Korea's Kim Il-sung at the time a bulletproof limo, very useful, along with some gifts for him to put into the North Korea Museum, which included a VHS of the movie classic Space Jam and an album from Icelandic singer-songwriter Björk.
Oh, wow.
I like Björk.
It's almost an anti-gift, I think.
She wore the swan.
Yeah, see.
That was controversial. But one thing I do love is I've always liked China's panda diplomacy. You know,
yes.
We've seen lots of pandas in various zoos, of course, around the world, and that's because China's diplomacy is often pandas. Also, Japan, it's dogs. You know, they've got the Akita dogs.
Yeah.
And then Russia, it's cats. So there's lots of different things. But I do love this one. I'm going to read it out. Obama gave Gordon Brown, apparently, you know, who was the UK Prime Minister at the time, 25 DVDs of classic American films on a visit. But apparently that they use different region codes.
Yeah,
so
different DVD players, yes.
Yeah, so Gordon Brown couldn't even watch the 25 videos that Barack Obama had given him. So that was a bit sad, isn't it?
Some assistant did not do their research there.
No, what if they just pulled them off the shelf?
Exactly.
Bag,
we forgot to get Gordon Brown something.
What was the return gift? Because there has to be one in return as well.
Yeah, the... Gordon Brown had actually been incredibly thoughtful with the gift that he'd given Obama. Now, what he did is it was an ornamental pen holder made from the timbers of the Victorian anti-slave ship HMS Gannet. Wow. Now, HMS Gannet was the sister ship to HMS Resolute, and Resolute was... the desk in the Oval Office is called the Resolute desk because it was made from the timbers of that ship. So that was a very thoughtful, very well thought out, very well planned gift, and then he got a load of DVDs.
Wow. Yeah, what a terrible exchange.
Oh my gosh, I would have been mad.
You have to do that face, don't you, when you get that gift? I wonder if he faked the face. You know?
Yeah, I know.
That's great, Obama. Thank you.
Thank you. And here's like a whole art piece. But I do love the diplomacy of things. And you know, sometimes, like, we forget that the Liberty...
Statue of Liberty.
That Statue of Liberty, of course, it's from France.
Yeah.
And so many times you walk around these big cities, in London too, and, you know, a lot of the statues have been given, and they've been amazing gifts, and sometimes we forget that countries have these things going on. And finally, Jono and Gemma, you've come up, not me, with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Jono, yours is about Percy the peacock. He's causing absolute chaos.
He's a menace.
Chaos.
He's a menace, in fact. A quiet town in Wiltshire is currently under siege, not by any burglar, but by a peacock who is called Percy. Now, Percy is up and about every morning at 4:30, and he is mating out loud. His mating call out loud has been what's waking the neighbourhood up. He kicks off every day as a menace, and the entire neighbourhood is now up in arms because he is tearing through vegetable patches like some sort of a feathered tornado. Locals say he's got a taste for lettuce, courgette and runner beans, and he's not shy about trampling gardens to get to them. He's even claimed some rooftops as his own territory, which means he'll stay there for the entire morning for about 4 hours solid at his personal stage, and he will just continue to make the noise. The noise a peacock makes is quite ear-piercing. And his loud efforts seem that it's due to a lack of love in his life.
Oh, he's on the rooftop calling out for a love that is not coming.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's got tatty tail feathers, which means that he's got poorer chances at finding love.
But why can't they buy him a lady peacock?
They should.
I think it's perhaps he maybe past his prime, and I think it's that maybe the issue.
Well, he's not if he's still
an elderly lady peacock.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to add another peacock into a situation. It's already a drama. There's no need to do it.
But we feel sorry for Percy.
And locals are worried because they're concerned that maybe perhaps the peacock could go rogue at some stage and attack them, because he seems quite vindictive based upon nothing whatsoever aside from his facial expression.
Do you know that the crows attack you in Dubai?
Crows attack you in general. That's just their thing.
Yeah, you know, there's a mating
season.
nesting season. Yeah, they dive bomb you.
Well, the good news is there's been no recorded at least, official global statistics on any peacock-related fatalities, or in fact crows for that matter. A bird has never killed a person who has not been an ostrich or a capybara. So in India in July 2021, a 24-year-old man died when a peacock flew into his head while he was riding a scooter, which is indirectly causing him to crash, which is the reason of the peacock. And also an aggressive peacock attacked a 3-year-old at a zoo in 2020 as well, but the fatal outcomes are pretty much almost non-existent.
Oh, well, that's good news, but I still wish that Percy had a little mate and stopped raiding the vegetable gardens. That is annoying. You know, can you imagine you've been doing all your vegetable beds?
The town loves him enough to have named him.
Yeah, that's true.
Someone's going to want to take him in.
Everything
Justice
that's infamous,
for Percy.
Just because you've named something, it doesn't mean it's any less infamous. Jack the Ripper was given a name, and he was certainly not a character that was liked by the locals.
Don't want him staying in my vegetable
garden.
No, absolutely. But you know, a little bit of peacock love for him. Oh, shame. Okay, anyway, let's move on. And Gemma, Talk about obviously looking for love and Percy being absolutely desperate. This is the whole other end of the spectrum. The best breakup strategy has been revealed. Let's have a look. What does the study say?
So there's a study just carried out in Cyprus. And they identified 45 specific breakup behaviours.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, sort of ranging from ghosting to it's not me, it's you. No, I've got that the wrong way around. It's supposed to be it's not you, it's me. Yeah, the classic. Now, I think there's a lot of lying been going on in this study. I don't mind telling you, because of all the people interviewed, researched, 86% of them said that when they break up with someone, they use the soften the blow approach. You know, oh, I'm so sorry. Here's some. They say they're completely honest. They say they just try and, you know, do something that is not painful. Now, if I listen to my friends' breakups who are out there dating, most of them say they get ghosted, and that is not a soften the blow situation.
Or they get
ghosted or cheating. That's the
ghosted or cheating.
Yeah, that's what I
But
always
apparently,
hear.
86% of people think that they are great at breaking up, and they're very kind and loving when they do it. Now, the second approach is the take a break. You know, oh, we should take a break for a while. That was 24% of people said they did that. And finally, liars. Maybe the avoid confrontation, 16%. Maybe that's the ghosting brigade, actually. They aren't lying. Yeah, okay.
But I think it's much higher than 16%.
I think it's much higher. I think we should reverse this. I think it should be 86%, you know, avoid confrontation.
Do you remember, was it Gwyneth Paltrow who said we're consciously uncoupling?
Uncoupling.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
He's used that again as well. Chris Martin loves that phrase.
Consciously uncoupling.
Big fan of using that, yes. Big fan of that phrase.
But I do think it's quite interesting, because I would agree. I don't think this is true.
No. And again, I think cheating is probably higher. Ghosting's the top one. And then running the country. That seems to be the new thing to do now. Some people are doing it. Just jump in the country and drop a message.
Running the country?
Sorry, I've left.
Running from the country.
It's happened to friends of mine, and statistically speaking, within my circle of friends, that makes it 30% of my friends have had their partner run out on them and jump the country.
Good Lord. Yeah, no one's admitting to that in this
No, it's not in this survey.
No, exactly. No. They're all wonderful at breaking up with people. They're the kindest breakers uppers in the world.
Let's be honest, it's always a really tough conversation to have. So sometimes people would ghost because they don't want to have that conversation. But always remember, if you're going to do that, to try and give that person some closure. Love advice from Leigh Ann here.
The show has taken a turn.
Yes, it's taken a turn. I've all of a sudden become nice. Thanks to today's guest, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
Both sides have claimed victory. Neither side has conceded any ground. So, is the Iran-Israel ceasefire destined to fail? Republicans are so sure it will hold, they've nominated President Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. Is he a worthy recipient? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, as talks for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip continue in Washington and in Doha, Palestinians continue being killed in Israeli strikes across Gaza. Meanwhile, the other war that President Trump promised to end in Ukraine appears to be intensifying. Coming up, we'll get the latest on both of those conflicts from the ground. Plus, we ask, is either war any closer to a resolution? Hello and welcome to the programme. During the course of the last 24 hours, at least 100 Palestinians, including 7 people who are waiting for aid, are reported to have been killed across Gaza. That's according to the enclave's health ministry. Well, this comes as the US President Donald Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met for the second time in Washington to discuss a ceasefire. Well, President Trump is ramping up pressure for a deal, whilst Netanyahu says that a 60-day truce is possible, one that could see half of the hostages being released. Well, let's get more on this. We can speak now to Yossi Kuperwasser, who is a former Director General of the Israeli Ministry of Strategic Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. The latest that we seem to be hearing is coming from the Israeli Foreign Minister, who is optimistic that a ceasefire and hostage release deal can be reached in Gaza. Is that your understanding, and how optimistic are you that such a deal can be reached?
Well, first of all, I'm also the director of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. And as for your question, I am optimistic. I understand that there are still major obstacles on the way, but we managed to overcome some of them, and I hope we shall be able to overcome those who are still with us. And the reason I'm optimistic is that there's a lot of pressure on Hamas, and they understand that if they are not going to accept a ceasefire under the conditions that are demanded from Israel and the United States, they are going to suffer much more. And that's why they have an incentive to reach a ceasefire. And still they try to insist on getting the best deal they can, and that's expected. And of course, this creates a major obstacle on the way to reaching the ceasefire deal, but they understand that there is a price to pay for not reaching it, and that's why I believe that eventually we have an opportunity here to reach the final destination of a ceasefire deal.
Right, so we're being told as well that the number of issues that stood in the way of a deal was 4, it's now 1. So obviously that's progress. What do you think that one issue might be that's standing in the way of a deal?
Well, according to the reports, it's the issue of the Morag corridor, whether Israel is going to be ready to withdraw from the areas north of Rafah, adjacent to the Khan Yunis, the city of Khan Yunis. For Israel, it's a problem because being there guarantees that Hamas is not going to be able to use the ceasefire in order to rearm, and it's critical in order to separate between the population and and Hamas, because those people of those Palestinians who reside now between the Morag corridor and the Rafah and the city of Rafah are provided for by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that delivers aid not through Hamas. Those who live in Gaza Strip, in the Gaza City, north of the Morag corridor, they get their supplies from organizations that are subordinated to Hamas and enable Hamas to take some of these humanitarian aid in order to finance their continued activities. So this is a major issue, and they haven't reached yet an agreement about that.
Okay, so if we assume that progress is being made, as we've said already, there were 3 issues. There were 4 issues. There's now just 1. You say that Hamas is under a lot of pressure, but do you think the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is also under a lot of pressure? Because there are some people in Washington who view Israel as being somewhat obstructive to reaching an agreement. Do you think Washington does view the Israeli delegation somewhat in that way?
Well, I think there is a common denominator between the Israeli position and the American position, that both of us understand that in the end of the day, Hamas should not be able to rule Gaza and should not be able to have a military force in Gaza that can be used in order to carry out terror attacks against Israel. This is a common view from both the Israelis and the Americans. And this is extremely important because we understand that even if this is not going to be accomplished on the first part of the negotiations and the first part of the deal, it has to be accomplished in the second one. Because one major issue is going to be the seriousness of the negotiations about the second step. And the Americans are guaranteeing Hamas that if the negotiations are going to be serious, then they are going to guarantee that the ceasefire is going to be extended beyond the 60 days. But what do they mean by serious negotiations? It must be negotiations that deal with the readiness of Hamas to give up the control of the Gaza Strip and to disarm themselves in Gaza. That's the way to decide whether the negotiations are serious or not. If Hamas is going to insist that they are not going to show readiness to move in this direction, then I think the Americans too are going to say that the negotiations are not serious and that the fighting can be resumed. That's the major issue that with the view to the future. And as long as we and the Americans are on the same page on this issue, there's no contradiction between Israel and the United States. The government in Israel is under pressure from all kinds of directions. There are people in Israel who say the most important thing is to get all the hostages back home as soon as possible, and for that purpose we should accept any conditions put forward by Hamas. These are people who are mostly not inside the government, and the representative of some of the families of the hostages. That's to be expected. There are people who say, let's continue with the pressure, let's hold for a while for the ceasefire, get some of the hostages back, and then if we don't get readiness, we don't see readiness of Hamas to disarm, we shall resume the fighting. And there are people who say there's no way that Hamas is going to be ready to disarm themselves, so let's keep on the fighting right now and not go to a ceasefire deal anyway. That's part of the government, especially the right-wing elements inside the government. I mean, if the Hamas is going to be ready to accept the ceasefire the way it is framed by Mr. Witkoff, I think that the government is going to approve it and we are going to move forward. Let's see if this is going to be reached in the coming days.
Okay, so you seem to be saying that this temporary 60-day ceasefire should, in the ordinary course of things, result in a more permanent ceasefire. Is that your belief?
If the negotiations during the 60 days are going to show that the Hamas is ready to discuss its disarmament and leaving the Gaza Strip control in the hands of somebody else, including for security purposes, then there's a good chance that the 60 days are going to be extended. If not, after the 60 days, we should resume the fighting.
Okay, I mean, President Trump seems to want more than that. I mean, do you see him being satisfied? I mean, okay, it's a first step, but the resumption of hostilities in 60 days from now is not going to be viewed by the Trump administration as being a win, is it?
I think they will judge it by the positions put forward by Hamas. If Hamas is going to adopt a very negative approach to reaching a solution that would mean that it is going to be disarmed, then the Trump administration will understand that there is a problem with Hamas. They keep saying it all the time. The hurdle to reaching an agreement is Hamas. And this can be also the case after the 60 days, which is we just have to wait and see. We have to understand Hamas is losing control of the population gradually. We see first pilot programs that enable the population to be governed by other forces or to be receiving the aid from other forces and not those who are subordinated to Hamas. Hamas is very concerned about what's going to happen in the future. Because if there's one thing that's worse for Hamas, from Hamas' point of view, than being defeated by the Israeli military force, is that it's going to be ousted by its own people. That's the most threatening option for Hamas. That's why they fight against militias that are taking control of some areas in Rafah. That's why they insist that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is going to stop supplying weapons, supplying food to the people of Gaza. They are very, very concerned about this development, even more than they are concerned with the Israeli military activities.
Okay, and just lastly and briefly, because I know we've got to let you go, but there are reports that Israeli troops have entered southern Lebanon. I don't know if you've heard those reports as well. This is all fairly new. Any clues as to what they might be doing there?
Yes, I mean, there's this ceasefire agreement with the government of Lebanon, indicating that Hezbollah will not be able to redeploy in the south, and there's probably some information indicating that Hezbollah is trying to regroup and rearm and redeploy in the south. So we keep hitting the operatives of Hezbollah in the south, and probably there is a need to take care of some infrastructure that was rebuilt by Hezbollah in the south, and that's why Israel had to send some ground forces to take care of that, because not everything can be dealt with through air attacks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate it. Brigadier General Yossi Kuperwasser, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, let's get more perspective on Gaza. We can head to Washington and speak to our next guest, Paul Glastris, who's a former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just really for the benefit of our audience, I mean, we're talking, aren't we, in the week of what is the quarter-of-a-century anniversary of Camp David, which was July 2000. Perhaps this is all bringing back some memories for you, Paul. But just really forward-winding to the present day, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been in Washington this week. Lots of talks taking place, lots of energy, it would appear, in the diplomatic effort to bring about an end to the war in Gaza. What does it look to you like has been achieved so far?
Well, I think you've said it. A lot of energy, a lot of movement. There are reports that the negotiations that are being hosted by Qatar are moving things forward, but other reports saying that there are major obstacles that haven't moved. So from our outside perspective, it's hard to say anything's been achieved. Again, we're not really yet talking, as far as I know, about a peace in Gaza. We're talking about merely a ceasefire, and we've had a couple of those, and they've come and gone, usually with exchanges of hostages for many, many more Palestinian prisoners. And as far as I know, that's what these talks are about.
Sure. A 60-day ceasefire, it's hoped, will be achieved. And then we're being told by some analysts we're speaking to that will pave the way for something a little longer lasting. Some commentators are suggesting that this being Prime Minister Netanyahu's third visit to Washington this year looks a bit like he's been summoned to the White House, with President Trump demanding an end to the war right now. Is that what it looks like to you?
Well, that may be how the White House would like it to be perceived. President Trump's been doing a lot of demanding and summoning these days. He's never really gotten much for it out of Benjamin Netanyahu, who has his own vision and his own political and personal reasons for doing what he's doing. Nor has it gotten him much out of Putin and Russia, who he's furious with right now. So I think there's certainly a lot of pomp and circumstance trying to portray it as President Trump demanding this or that. I'm not sure, other than a visit, he's gotten much.
Right, but let's try to get inside President Trump's head here. I mean, supposing we do get this 60-day ceasefire, presuming that paves the way to something a little more long-lasting. I mean, it looks like President Trump wants a legacy-defining solution here. Is that how it looks to you? And do you think now is an opportunity for that?
I think every president who engages with the Israel-Palestinian situation would like to be the author of a lasting legacy. Certainly President Clinton went, absolutely to the last moment trying to arrange that. He was foiled at the time, mostly by the Palestinian Yasser Arafat unable to or unwilling to sell what he had self-negotiated to his own people. In this case, I'm sure that Trump wants a legacy, like all presidents. He'd also like to win the Nobel Peace Prize, and Benjamin Netanyahu handed him a letter that Netanyahu had sent to the Nobel committee nominating Trump. That's the level of flattery that world leaders have learned to give to Donald Trump in order to manage him. And, Netanyahu would like Trump's backing for a peace settlement that looks very much like ethnic cleansing, the moving out of Palestinians from Gaza. And Trump has talked about this himself as recently as this visit. So, that seems to be the plan, or certainly one of the plans.
Yeah, and that's going to be totally unsellable to Arab heads of state and Arab leaders who President Trump has got increasingly strong ties with. What's different this time around with President Trump in office compared to his first term, or indeed any other US president, with regards to the situation in the Middle East? I mean, there seems to be more momentum and a less complicated landscape right now than perhaps there was even a year ago. Iran, Syria, Lebanon, the situation's less complex than they were. I mean, do you think the momentum is there?
Well, I think there is momentum. It depends on what you think, there is, where they're going. Look, I think what's changed in the Middle East is, frankly, that 4 years of Joe Biden supporting Israel with virtually everything Israel needed to defend itself against Hamas, take the fight to Hamas, take the fight to Lebanon, take the fight to Iran, and at the same time, his steadfast support for Ukraine, which limited Russia's ability to support their proxies in the Middle East, gave Israel the ability to change the landscape militarily that it now deals with. Trump came in, less than 6 months ago to a Middle East that was completely changed from the one that he presided over as president, or dealt with as president in his first term. And that's largely, the unacknowledged legacy of Joe Biden.
Right, but in terms of just looking at the chronology of how things could unfold from here, I mean, a ceasefire deal, end the Gaza war, get the Israeli hostages home, and then comes a more difficult step. President Trump has to decide whether or not he's going to support statehood for the Palestinians. But if he doesn't do that, then he can't expand the Abraham Accords. So that seems to be roughly the order in which decisions have to be taken, doesn't it?
I think that's right. I think you've described the order quite well. I suppose there is an outcome that we could call a just peace that is possible. But it would require a change of direction from Israel and, frankly, from Hamas to put that into place. I don't see any sign of either of those right now. But, could there be some end to hostilities that we could call peace that would, more or less be a reoccupation of Gaza and an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Gaza and a continuing, crackdown in the West Bank? Yes, there could be, and that may be what Donald Trump winds up endorsing.
Okay, I mean, that wouldn't work, though, would it? That wouldn't tally with President Trump's vision of this new Middle East that we keep hearing about from people in his administration, which is a sort of comprehensive solution for the entire region. I mean, you can't reconcile a new Middle East with the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, can you?
No, you can't. If the comprehensiveness that they have in mind includes support from other Arab states, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, Egypt, Jordan, they're not going to sign on to that. Maybe if it's a fait accompli and years later, but if that's the path they go down with, that is not a comprehensive peace. That's a war crime.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, all Arab states, the whole of Europe, seem to be pretty aligned on this one. Patience with the war has run out.
What Netanyahu and Trump are talking about, in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that, Netanyahu has no one else to turn to but President Trump, does he?
That's right. He's increasingly isolated in the world. I mean, he's got, better relations with Russia than a lot of countries do, and Azerbaijan and some other states that they have. He has, partnerships of convenience with, but he's as isolated or more isolated than any Israeli leader, certainly in my lifetime.
How do you think Bill Clinton is watching these developments, and what do you think he'd do differently in this situation, sitting the other side of the negotiating table from Benjamin Netanyahu in this particular context?
Boy, that's a question I couldn't begin to answer. The house has been destroyed. You've killed all the relatives. There's no food, and you say, all right, now what will you do? Well, the situation is pretty dramatically worse than what President Clinton, when he governed the United States. He had a partner in Ehud Barak and a labor government that was willing to sacrifice for a two-state solution. We are so far from that now. That is a dead letter in Israel, and I think it would be Bill Clinton was a pretty good politician and diplomat. I'm not sure who has the talent to unravel this.
Yeah, I mean, what is President Trump's position on Palestinian statehood? Because it seems to change, as we've been saying, from kind of one week to the next, doesn't it?
I don't think I certainly don't know. I can't figure it out. I can't figure out his position on trade or Ukraine. It is situational. It seems that he's trying to find in most situations a deal or settlement that reflects well on him. He is guided by some ideas, many of them that go back, many, many years. But it's very, very situational, and he's able, all politicians who are good are able to be flexible. He is able to be a contortionist, we'll see where it goes. So far, a lot of activity, not a lot to show for it.
Well, there was the conclusion to the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, and many attribute the swift conclusion to that war to President Trump's intervention and proactivity. I mean, would you support that?
No. The President Trump, by abandoning a carefully negotiated multinational treaty with Iran to keep a lid on their nuclear weapons programs, put himself in the position of then having no other recourse but to use military power that he said he wouldn't use. That was Donald Trump fixing a problem of his own creation, and we're not even sure he fixed the problem. He certainly did use bunker buster bombs. It is unclear how much damage they did, and it will be more unclear what, if any, Iran's nuclear program there is, because there are no longer, as a result of that, inspectors on the ground. So, no.
Okay. Well, you did mention the Nobel Prize just a moment ago. And if President Trump succeeds here, let's assume a ceasefire deal is struck this week for 60 days. That paves the way to something more lasting. Let's imagine a situation in which some sort of statehood arrangement is made for the Palestinians. President Trump will have then done something that's eluded every US president, really, since the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And that would earn him something much bigger, wouldn't it, than a Nobel Peace Prize. That would earn him a place in history, and a very special place.
Sure. If he shifts all of his real Israeli opinion and his own and creates a genuine Palestinian self-governing state, yes, he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. As would I if I created cold fusion. We all desperately hope something like that would happen, and it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. But that is not what they're talking about right now. They're talking about a solution that involves essentially moving Palestinians, allowing the Israeli government to bomb incessantly the Gaza and finding outlets for Gazans to leave so that they don't die, which is really ethnic cleansing. So, yeah, sure.
Okay.
If that were to happen, sure.
All right, but you don't seem to think that's a very likely scenario, just to wrap up.
Yeah, no. But let's hope. Let's pray, actually.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to share those reflections with us. Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Now, turning our eye to the war in Ukraine, at least 8 people were killed overnight in Russian drone attacks in the Donetsk region to the east of the country. Well, Russia's aerial assault came shortly after the US President Donald Trump criticized his Russian counterpart, President Vladimir Putin, and even threatened him with new sanctions. Let's take a listen.
We get a lot of thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to move
I'm looking at it, yeah. No, I'm looking. The Senate is passing and passed a very, very tough sanctions. But yeah, I'm looking at it.
Well, let's stay with the war in Ukraine and get a US perspective now. We can speak to Kurt Volker, who is a former US Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations under President Trump and former US Ambassador to NATO. Ambassador Volker, thank you very much indeed for being with us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Now, back in April, I think it was at the Globsec conference in Prague, you're quoted as having said that you didn't think peace in Ukraine was likely by the end of the year, but you didn't rule out the possibility of a ceasefire. Do correct me if we're misquoting you. But if that is correct, has your position changed at all?
No, I still hold by that position. So let's start with the idea of peace. Vladimir Putin has made clear that he does not believe Ukraine is a sovereign and independent state and that it is not a separate national identity. He believes Ukrainians are actually Russians. And so with that, there is no compromise. There's no possibility of peace. His goal is to eliminate Ukraine as a state and as a national identity. So I don't think we'll ever have a peace agreement. That being said, I think it is possible to get a ceasefire. I think you can convince both Putin and the Ukrainians, much easier, but you can convince Putin it is too costly to him and to Russia to try to continue this war. And so he could be compelled, really, to accept a ceasefire. If that's the case, and I think that could be, then we can all build on that ceasefire to build a more stable, lasting, but very tense standoff. What would cause Putin to come to that conclusion? I think the most important thing that he's going to be confronting is the finances of the state of Russia. They are low on foreign exchange reserves. They do not have a lot of money coming in from oil and gas sales, and that may be going down, especially if secondary sanctions are applied. So he may face a fiscal crisis. And then on the military front, he's losing a lot of soldiers and a lot of equipment. Now, he's also building more equipment and he's recruiting more soldiers, but he's losing a lot. And so it may be that by the end of this year, he would like to see a ceasefire.
Right. And you just touched on what I was going to ask you next, which is about this economic Achilles heel. I mean, you mentioned a couple of indicators there, another couple of economic indicators that are flashing red in Russia. Q1 GDP is down very sharply, down to, I think, 1.4%. Manufacturing activity declining, consumers tightening their belts. I saw that car sales were down 30% in June year on year. Inflation is high, there's a recession looming, and the budget is strained. I mean, it could be, couldn't it, that if current sanctions, I mean, you seem to be suggesting perhaps they're not adequate, but if they were cranked up a bit, I mean, could this be the way to end the war?
I think, again, to get to a ceasefire, yes, I think that is the way to go. All of the indicators you just mentioned are indeed out there. They're real. They're flashing lights. Just last week, there was an economic conference in St. Petersburg where the head of the National Bank was talking about some of these indicators, and President Putin felt he had to step in and say, well, actually, things may be a little bit worse, but we are taking measures to deal with it. So even Putin was acknowledging that they are facing some of these issues. And if you're a consumer, okay, maybe Putin doesn't care about you that much, but your means are going to be really limited by inflation. And that is a corrosive thing over time. And the official estimates of inflation perhaps are 11 to 13%. I think the real number is much higher.
Yeah, I mean, some suggesting it could be as high as 20%. Yes. And yeah, it was the finance minister by the name of Anton Siluanov who called the situation, the fiscal situation, a perfect storm. I mean, in this context, isn't there the ability for the US and Ukraine's other allies to deliver a knockout blow?
Well, there certainly is the opportunity to step up the sanctions. I think what is called for are secondary sanctions. That is to say, anyone who is taking part in helping Russia evade the existing sanctions, banning the sale of oil and gas and financial transactions to pay for it. If we did that and enforced it, I think it really would have a very significant effect on Russia's state budget.
Okay, since President Trump returned to office in January, I mean, has anything been achieved with regards to bringing this war to an end? Any steps in that direction? And has President Putin shifted an inch?
Yeah, I think that there have been. I think that he has aligned the United States and Ukraine in terms of policy goals, where Ukraine is now agreeing that there can be an immediate ceasefire in place. Prior to that, they would have wanted to retake territory. And President Trump didn't want to support the continuation of the war and to have American weapons used to continue the war, but for Ukraine to be able to defend itself if Russia continues. He seems to have achieved that with President Zelensky. He and Trump now agree on the idea of an immediate ceasefire. Second, President Trump came into office promising not to use any more American taxpayer dollars to support Ukraine. But that doesn't mean that we cut Ukraine off. It just means that assistance has to be paid for. And here again, they've now reached a deal on access to Ukraine's natural resources to create a redevelopment fund, which can be collateralized as a way of paying for this assistance. In addition, the U.S. can let Ukraine borrow money, or the European Union could lend money to Ukraine. So as long as Ukraine is able to pay its own way, then weapons flows to Ukraine can continue. And that's something else that I think has now been put into alignment. The piece of the plan that has not worked is getting Putin to agree to a ceasefire. And that is where, as we just discussed, I think more pressure is needed on Putin to try to push him in that direction.
Right. So when President Trump says he's not happy with President Putin and used a couple of strong words, as he tends to do at the moment, when he's unhappy about things, I mean, do you see this as being a mere mood swing by President Trump, or do you see this as part of a broader strategy?
It's a little of both, I guess I would say. There's definitely a mood swing because he has tried. President Trump has really bent over backwards to give opportunities to Putin, to give offers to Putin, enticements that would get him to agree to a ceasefire. And Putin has rejected him on every occasion. And I think that has soured Trump's mood. He's very frustrated with Putin right now. In addition to that, I think Trump knows he's choosing those words, those salacious words you highlight, carefully, in the sense that he wants to demonstrate his displeasure to see whether that can also motivate Putin. But the reality, as I see it, is that Putin only responds to force, only responds to tough actions. And that's what Trump is going to have to do to get any attention from Putin at all.
Okay, and of course he might respond, might he not, to a collapsing economy?
Well, that's right. And that would be caused by the types of tougher sanctions that we just discussed. He may not have a choice if he wants to preserve the Russian state to actually call for a ceasefire, because otherwise it runs the risk of unraveling the state's finances for its own preservation.
Do you think President Trump's going to send those Patriot missiles? And is he going to send enough of them to make a significant difference?
Yeah, well, yes, he will send Patriot missiles or move Patriot missile batteries. He's encouraged Germany and perhaps others to do so as well. Numbers are an issue because production of Patriots is not happening fast enough to cover the demand that Ukraine has, as well as other countries around the world have. So it's difficult to get the sufficient numbers. But there need to be Patriots because in certain types of incoming weapons, the caliber missiles, for example, Patriot is really the only system that's effective. On the Shahed drones, the Iranian drones that Russia sends into Ukraine, other systems can take those out. But for certain systems, the Patriots are really necessary.
Right, and they're really expensive. They're $1 billion for one battery. I mean, that's a huge amount of money. The German Chancellor had a clever idea. Friedrich Merz said that perhaps Germany could buy Patriot missiles from the United States and then deliver them to Ukraine. That would be quite a big win, wouldn't it, for the Trump administration? Something as well for him to show his support base.
Yeah, there's nothing to say that should not happen. It is a good thing for Germany to do that. The question will come down to numbers, just how many Patriot missiles and systems are available. Because we do have this queue of countries that have lined up for production. If you were to make a new order for Patriot missiles now, you might be waiting 7 to 9 years to get those missiles. So in order to increase the numbers going to Ukraine, you're talking about either bumping Ukraine up in the queue, or you're talking about redeploying systems that are already deployed elsewhere. And that is what I think Trump has in mind. And yes, indeed, Germany could help with that, including by sending some of its own Patriots.
Right. I mean, there's one of the surprising developments in the last couple of days, and I just wanted to ask you what you thought of this, was the announcement of the suspension of military aid to Ukraine that was signed off on by the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. And then when asked about it a couple of days ago, President Trump said he didn't know anything about it. Were you surprised that the president's sort of not really in the loop with regards to important decisions like this?
I don't think the president was not in the loop. I think he didn't want to publicly criticize the Secretary of Defense or Undersecretary of Defense. Just didn't want to get dragged down that road in answering questions. But he saw what happened and he corrected it. And I think that's what matters.
You are, of course, in Rome right now, and that's where, you know, amongst other things that are happening, this coalition of the willing is holding talks, 31 nations, reconstruction efforts for Ukraine under discussion as well there. I'm just wondering whether there's a potential win here for President Trump as well, a bit like with NATO, where he got leaders to commit to a higher percentage of GDP on defence spend, whether he could perhaps get leaders there to somehow commit to, or the envoy from the United States could get those leaders to commit to greater spending in the war effort for Ukraine. I mean, do you think there could be something like that in the offing?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as you pointed out, the NATO summit was a big win for Trump, getting allies to commit to 5% of GDP for defense spending, 3.5% of that in hard defense budgets and 1.5% in related spending. Getting some of that now committed to support Ukraine so that it rebalances the level of military support for Ukraine, that is quite possible, and that's beneficial. But you mentioned this coalition of the willing, and a major part of that is the idea of security assurances for Ukraine going forward once there is a ceasefire. And that is tremendously important because if there is a ceasefire, as I said, I don't think we'll ever have a peace agreement. So we need to make that ceasefire as permanent as possible. And having European nations step up with security assurances and aid for Ukraine is critical to that. The other thing happening here in Rome is the Ukraine Economic Recovery Conference, which is now the fourth in a row after Russia's full-scale invasion. And it is important that if there is a ceasefire, the international community is positioned to move quickly to help Ukraine recover, rebuild, allow people to move home, get people back to work, strengthen the economy so the tax base is strengthened. All of those things need to happen, and they need to happen fast when there's a ceasefire. And the best way to do that would be for this Ukraine Economic Recovery Conference to establish a permanent body, maybe put a former European prime minister in charge, but a body that is focused day to day on trying to problem solve. How do you remove the obstacles to business investment in Ukraine that would power a rebuilding of the economy?
Okay, just lastly, I mean, it seems that President Zelensky has found his groove when it comes to how to deal with President Trump. We're told that a telephone conversation between the two men on Friday was their best conversation to date. I mean, that sounds pretty encouraging. What does President Zelensky need to get right, in your experience of dealing with President Trump, in order to make sure he's fully on side and fully on board?
Yeah, well, we've all seen some of the mistakes that President Zelensky has made in dealing with President Trump in the past. So not embarrassing President Trump publicly or criticizing him publicly, that doesn't go over very well. Instead of asking for weapons to win the war or asking for weapons to push Russia back, ask for weapons to defend civilians, defend people, and to recommit every time to a ceasefire that Ukraine wants peace, and it's really Russia that does not. Just getting some of that messaging right so it aligns with what Trump is trying to do makes for a much better conversation with President Trump.
And just absolutely my last question, in a word, really. If relations between Zelensky and Trump were at zero in February during that world-famous encounter in the Oval Office, on the scale of 1 to 10, where are they now?
Well, it's one of those things that it's interesting you put it on a scale because I think it does move. I think that his relationship with Zelensky a few years ago was quite good. There was a little bit of friction during the presidential campaign. It hit a low point, as you said, at that Oval Office meeting. It has rebounded a lot since then. Remember, they met here at the Vatican in Rome, at the Vatican on the margins of the funeral for the Pope. They met again after that on the margins of the NATO summit. They just spoke again now. So I think their relations are in a much firmer place again. Who knows how to assign a number to that, but it's not 10, but it's certainly more than 5.
Sounds like a 7 or an 8 to me. Well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Kurt Volker, thank you for your time. Well, let's cross to Kyiv now, and we can speak to Colonel Yuri Ignat, who's a Ukrainian Air Force spokesperson. Colonel Ignat, thank you very much indeed. With regards to US weaponry, just tell us how important Patriot missile batteries are to the Ukrainian war effort.
Right, understand. I would like to say that we are so grateful to the people of the U.S., the government of the U.S. For supporting Ukraine in this war against Russia and supporting our people and the American weapons, not only petrol missiles and also the artillery, and everything depends on the supplies of the American weaponry, and we are standing and we are not allowing the more larger invasion to our territory. And as of today, we are standing against the hundred thousands of Russians. Talking about the air defense forces, we have the American airplanes, and we need to renew our supplies. Also, we require the Patriot systems. We need to increase their number, because only Patriot systems may counter-strike Iskander-M or Kinzhal. And we do require more support, and we are so grateful to our partners. We are grateful to the European partners. The only thing, if we are talking about the intensifying of the air attacks, we need to build up and increase our air defense systems. We are not only talking about large missiles, we are talking about lower radius missiles, say the British systems, Revent, the system Gepard, Skynex, which is working well in the Ukrainian grounds. And also we would prefer to have more types of the anti-drone tools, and the role of the USA is quite large in our air defense, and we are counting on their support from this country.
Colonel, over the last few months, President Trump has sometimes sounded hesitant and reluctant to send more weaponry to Ukraine. Now he says we're going to send more weapons. Does that have the effect of raising or boosting morale in the ranks of the Ukrainian military?
I would like to tell you that any statements by the political leaders, presidents of any countries, really indeed affects the morale of the population, of the military, and we are striking the occupants more. And what could motivate the fighter, the military violence, rather than having a very efficient high-tech weapon? This is the best motivation. We can talk about patriotism, we could talk about anything, but the best motivation for the Ukrainians is seeing how the occupants who come to invade our country are dying, and they are living their burnt weapons there. And this is the best factor, even though some of the Ukrainians feel hesitant about the mobilization. When they see that we do have our tools, we have the weaponry, they will be more motivated to join the army and feel in the problem of their contingent, which exists as of today. And of course, this is one of the motivational factors.
President Trump is sounding increasingly frustrated with President Putin. President Trump has been trying to broker a ceasefire. He wants to see an end to this war, and yet the attacks seem to be intensifying. What do you want President Trump to do next?
I cannot give any forecasts for the future, say for the presidents of the US or anybody else, but I would like to say that all the Ukrainian army is so grateful to the government and the American people, because this support weighs a lot and it means much for us. And our air forces had video recording of flash mobs, and it was about our soldiers who were thinking and expressing their gratitude to the Ukrainian, American people. And Putin currently is waging this aggressive war, and the Ukrainian counterpart has done everything and expressed their will to continue the negotiations, to do something for the ceasefire, and our government, our president highlighted on this point, but Russia is doing something which is not leading to the ending of this war. Russia wants blood. They want to be doing everything to continue with that, but Ukraine is still standing, and we will be fighting on the side of the democratic values.
The Russian summer offensive is continuing in Ukraine. Just tell us what the latest is on the battlefield and what territorial changes of hands there have been during the last few days and weeks.
My responsibility is air defense forces, and we have still general information, and our enemy is pushing on different directions, and they are in Zaporizhia, in the south, in the east, Donetsk. They are striving to occupy certain territories, and they don't care about their people. They send people to die riding bikes. They are just walking on foot, and they have great humanitarian losses, and we are so impressed how their command is just sending them for certain death. However, our enemy is succeeding in certain territories by the way of losing their people and their weaponry. But from our side, we are aiming to apply some innovation, some technical resources, and however, we need the innovations, technologies, and as well as financial support, and we need technologies that would help to destroy the Air Force defense, and Ukraine has something to offer to the West from our side, and our political leadership is sharing our experience, what we have on the battlefield, and we are using drones, the recognizant drones, and also the military drones. And you have seen so many cases recently when Russia have lost their potentials, how we were attacking their manufacturing military their factories, and we are counting on the further support from the West.
And just finally, Colonel Ignat, I want to ask you if you've seen any shift in Russian tactics during the course of the last few weeks and months.
If we're talking about the air defense forces, where it lies my responsibility, this is the on-ground aviation and air defense. And Russia hasn't changed their tactics, but they increased the number of their drones, and which are similar to our mobile groups, which are shooting with machine guns, and also they are using the air bombs.
Okay, well, I'm afraid that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, though. Colonel Yuri Ignat, Ukrainian Air Force spokesperson, thanks again. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. We've been talking about two conflicts that President Trump wants to end, one in Gaza, the other in Ukraine. A special thank you to our guests today. Thanks to you for watching, and be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
waves are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A manufactured crisis or a real state of emergency? America's political and ideological divisions are being laid bare on the streets of Los Angeles. Immigration raids sparked the protests, but are the demonstrators solely to blame for the violent clashes? Or have President Trump's broader anti-immigration policies fanned these flames? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Welcome to the land of liberty. Historically, a nation of immigrants where free speech is protected by the Constitution.
It's a shame that you guys are trying to start a civil war on your own people.
What's heartbreaking the most because they're making it seem like they're really bad people, like criminals, and when they're not, when they're just trying to work hard for their own families.
He's going to try to go to so that he has a martial law. He even alluded to civil war at one point.
President Trump made the highly controversial decision to call in the National Guard, arguing LA's protests against immigration officials were violent. Their arrival sparked more anger, which led to more violence, which in turn gave ammunition to the White House to argue migrants are causing chaos across America. So is the use of the National Guard in this instance justifiable? LA Mayor Karen Bass doesn't think so.
But what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation.
The immigration raids targeting undocumented workers coincide with the introduction of tough new US travel restrictions. People from 19 countries are now either partially or totally banned from entering the US. It begs the question, is the White House orchestrating this crisis to justify its tough anti-immigration stance? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask our panel, are the protests justified, or is this an attempt to prevent officials from carrying out their legal duties? Is the use of the National Guard an abuse of presidential power, and are Trump's travel bans reasonable or racist? To discuss the LA protests, the Trump administration's response and the wider debate on tackling immigration, we're joined by Steve Bennell, also known as Destiny, who's a YouTuber and political commentator. And on our panel as well, Lily Gaddis, a cultural commentator who hosts the Gaddis Report for the Australian National Review. Thanks to both of you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, President Trump was elected on a promise to crack down on illegal migration in America. And he says that's exactly what he's doing. Here's a a social media post from his Truth Social site where the president wrote, "Los Angeles has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals," he wrote. He went on to say his administration would do everything necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Now, the protesters are rallying against ICE enforcement, many concerned about the agency's tactics and actions and its impact on the broader community. Destiny, let's start with you. Do you think these protests are justified in any sense when you consider the president has a mandate to crack down on illegal migration?
Yeah, of course. I think people have been really fearful about a lot of the behavior of ICE, a lot of the behavior of this administration, much of which has been pushed back on by the courts. You see Abrego Garcia coming back. You see multiple TROs being issued nationwide. I think that protesting the administration and their actions, I think is totally fine. I think it can also be wholly consistent with enforcing a border and enforcing immigration policy. There's no reason why we can't deport criminals. There's no reason why we can't enforce law at the border, while also recognizing that it's important that, states are allowed to exist with the individual states' rights they had. Like all the Republicans were celebrating Abbott when he wanted to do his states' rights stuff against Biden, but now it seems like people are celebrating Trump arbitrarily sending the National Guard to California, even though Newsom says they're not needed at all. So I think it's okay for people to protest. I think that's fine. I think rioters should be arrested. I don't see any reason why the National Guard has to be deployed here other than Trump just trying to make a show of force.
Lily, what do you think? Do you see a justification for these protests? If it's a land of free speech, the right to assembly?
Right. Well, I absolutely agree with, people's right to free speech. I want people to be able to go out on the streets and protest and rally in a peaceful, nonviolent way. As long as you're not breaking the law, then I don't see a problem with it. That's an important part of living in a democracy. That's an important part of living in the United States where we have those sort of freedoms. But what we're seeing is the opposite of that. We have people throwing Molotov cocktails. We have people attacking the ICE vehicles, and it's a violent protest. So I think Trump's response is definitely warranted. When you have vast amounts of people trying to, kill ICE agents, who knows, or cause as much damage as possible, and you have a civilian populace that you also have to protect, sometimes the police are simply not equipped for that. So in certain instances, it is a good thing to bring out the National Guard and have a strong show of force so that people do not feel comfortable with violating other people's rights by being violent, by attacking ICE vehicles and anything like that, which is illegal, which is not free speech, and which is not the right to protest, because they're engaging in violent attacks against these people. They're not just speaking their mind.
What about the notion, Destiny, I'll ask you first and I'll come back to you, Lily, for a response, that these protesters were provoked? It's almost as if it's been orchestrated for the protests to fail, so to speak, because there is so much provocation. That's one criticism that's been levelled against the Trump administration.
I think they're being provocative with the National Guard, of course. I agree, rule of law is important. You can't have people engaging in violent acts, but you absolutely don't need to send the National Guard for every single protest. The first protests were a few dozen people. I think the second protest on June 7th, was like 105 people or something. It was like a little bit over 100 people. Why are we deploying the National Guard for this? I feel like the deployment of the National Guard was so arbitrary. It was almost self-defeating by Trump. Gavin Newsom pointed out that Trump was truthing out that the National Guard had managed to quell all of the rioting and it was incredibly successful in its mission. And Trump had posted that truth on Truth Social before the National Guard had even made it to the ground. So I think that it is definitely provocative. I don't think people on the left should be taking the bait. There's no reason to burn stuff down or do anything like that. But I wish that Trump would stop constantly turning the temperature up on every single conversation just to try to take eyes away from his failed trade policy, his failed international policy, his failed policy in Gaza, his failed domestic policy, like everything else. I wish that he could just try to govern for real instead of just constantly being a provocateur in every single arena.
What do you make of that, Lily? Is this an attempted distraction by the president to try and cause some chaos in one area so that people aren't really looking at where there may have been some stumbling blocks?
I mean, I think there is a valid argument to be said that it could be a distraction, because right now we have the New York Times breaking that Palantir is collecting all of people's data. And now that we're possibly living on the brink of a police state and a surveillance state governed by AI, that's a major story that people should be looking at. We're also on the cusp of a war with Iran. I mean, this deal with Iran is coming to the last days, and this is what people should be focusing on. They should be focusing on trying to keep us out of this war and trying to make sure that, the powers that be that are controlling our government do not amass any more power or bring in Palantir to surveillance all of us. So in that case, I would agree. I don't think it's necessarily about other things, but I think the main things that people should be focusing on right now is the Palantir takeover and this kind of subversion of the Trump administration through these tech bros and through the PayPal mafia. That's what people should be looking at. And we should also be looking at this potential war with Iran, which is the deadline's coming to an end.
What do you make, Lily, of the argument that the rage that is being expressed on the streets in Los Angeles is justified when you consider that it is life and death for some of these people that are being forcibly removed from the United States, in some cases illegally?
Well, I mean, if that's the argument, then you could make the same argument for anyone who's being arrested for any crime. Like, say you get a DUI and now the cops are going to arrest you. Does that warrant an outrage because people don't want people being arrested for breaking the law? I mean, at the end of the day, if you didn't want to be deported, if you didn't want to face that fear of being deported, you should have come in legally. It's there. The option is there to come in legally. But these people decided to break the law, and now they are facing the consequences of it. And I believe that they feel like if they throw a big enough fit, if they cause enough, wreak enough havoc on the towns that they're doing this in Los Angeles at the current moment, that they're going to get their way and they'll make the Trump administration back down. But that's not what people voted Trump for. They voted Trump in to get rid of this illegal alien problem, because we have millions of these people in our country. They are bringing drugs. They are bringing fentanyl. They are driving the crime rate up. It's taking away jobs from the American citizen. And these are all things that people want the Trump administration to crack hard down on. So I think it is important that, people keep their eye on the ball and are not distracted by people throwing a fit.
Destiny, what do you make of that? And what do you make of the idea that if these people are in the US illegally without the appropriate documentation, isn't it an expectation that they will be caught and dealt with, and that this is something that President Trump was elected to do?
I mean, it's the risk that you run, but I really wish that we could just have an honest conversation about immigration, about illegal immigration, about what to do with the people here. It just seems like endless hand-wringing sometimes from some people, and then endless virtue signaling from other people. I would say the virtue signaling right now is coming from the conservatives. If we want to do something about immigration, then we need to have a comprehensive plan for how to allow people to come into the country, how to document the people that are currently here, and then how to control the border better. But it feels like conservatives just want to crack down on illegal immigration and then do nothing about actual immigration. Earlier Lily said that there's a legal way to come in. There is, and the wait list is 20 plus years. The reality is most people, especially if they are feeling economically destitute, or if they feel like there are way better opportunities in this country, which there are because this country is awesome, the people are probably going to illegally immigrate. I just wish that we could have a better conversation about what to do with the people here. We're not deporting 13, 15 million people. Most of the people in this country don't even want that. They might say it now, but when apartment complexes start emptying out, when businesses start losing their workers, when the unemployment falls even lower, when inflation starts to take off even higher, people aren't going to be happy with that. There has to be a realistic path towards how do you document the people here, how do you control what's happening at the border. But in order to do that, you have to go to Congress, you've got to talk to the people, and you have to actually hammer out some incredibly sophisticated and difficult to work on legislation. And nobody wants to do that right now. They just want to do executive orders, and they want to have, ICE running around and having dramatic, Twitter moments on social media. And I don't know, it just feels like that's all we're doing right now.
Lily, what's your take? I mean, the idea that about 10% of the workforce in California is made up of migrant workers. Clearly there is a need. That state is very open about the fact that it relies heavily on migrant workers. So undocumented or not, doesn't the community need them?
Well, I think the caveat that people are not mentioning with this argument that they are filling jobs that Americans don't want or they're not doing, What everybody's missing is these employers do need these workers. They do need cheap labor. They do need essentially slave labor from other countries where they can pay them less than an American citizen would take. An American citizen expects, normal work hours. They expect a good work environment, and they expect to be paid at least minimum wage. Now, if you import millions of people from countries where they're used to making pennies and dimes on an hour, then those people are willing to make concessions. Those people are willing to live together, multiple people in a house, sometimes illegally, and they're willing to receive less pay for that, considering that they're usually getting paid under the table, so they're not having to deal with taxes and all the things that American citizens have to deal with. So that's a major issue right there, and I think that's why Trump's cracking down on the employers that are incentivizing this thing, because it's not only taking away jobs from Americans who would be willing to do those jobs at a decent pay rate, but they're not going to take those jobs if they're getting paid pennies and dimes. But these employers have been taking advantage. Really, I mean, if you want a virtue signal for the immigrants, this is exploitation. They're essentially bringing in slave labor to do jobs at half the wages that American would do that. So I think, yes, maybe temporarily the economy would suffer a bit, but we would get back on track, and then Americans and employers would have to work that out to where they work at a rate that would satisfy both the employer and the worker.
Isn't that just an argument, though, as to also why the US should allow more legal migration, that these people without documentation should be brought into the legal fold, so that this isn't perpetually just being an exploitative culture?
Well, personally, I don't really want any more immigrants here. I don't want any more legal immigrants, and I don't want any more illegal immigrants. We have enough people as it is. Well, because it makes Americans suffer. It not only affects the culture, so it changes the demographics of the country, which will affect the white people who live in this country, but it's also going to affect, things like housing. Now Americans are struggling with housing. The cost of housing is going way up because now we're competing with millions of other people. So it hurts your economy. It hurts the everyday person because now they're struggling with these people and they can't find houses. They're competing with people at slave labor. And even if we did have someone come in and they were taking normal wages, that's still taking a job away from an American citizen. I would rather that job be done by an American citizen than someone who just got here and they're here for economic opportunity rather than they're fleeing a dangerous situation, which is the majority of these immigrants.
Destiny?
Usually you can tell when the person you're arguing with or a person who's presenting arguments is being dishonest is when they're trying to present a thing that can give you like the pros of every side of an equation. The reality is for any given thing, especially economically, usually this works policy-wise as well, there's usually pros and there's usually cons. And the goal is to try to get as much of the pros as possible while minimizing the negative impacts of the cons. The idea that if you deport 12 or 13 million workers, that would only result in pros for the American average citizen is so unbelievably and unfathomably ludicrous. It defies the understanding of every single part of society, all the way from government budgets, which are benefited by illegal immigrants who pay taxes into Social Security that they'll never withdraw from, all the way down to local economies where you've got people who are able to, rent buildings out to people that are renting them, even if they're illegal immigrants. You've got employers who are able to hire people, even if they might be paying them under the table or whatever. And then at the end of that transaction, you've got customers who are enjoying lower prices and a greater diversity of things that they can buy from as a result of that. If you want to get rid of all of the illegal immigrants and then you want to curb down, or you want to curb legal immigration, then fine, but you have to be honest about what's on the other end of that transaction. Prices are going to be higher for everybody. A whole bunch of small businesses are going to shut down. Housing prices, yes, might go down, but that means that homeowners that own houses are going to see the value of their own home decrease. You're going to see the foreclosure or the closing of a lot of residential buildings that people are renting from. I think that if you want to make that argument, I think it's an interesting argument to have, but it's so unbelievably boring when people try to argue that you can get the pros of every possible side of an equation if you just do the one thing that they like the most. I've never heard anybody make the concession that, yeah, we're going to deport 50 million people and it is going to be economically painful, but I think that economic pain is worth whatever other project I think America should be or whatever idea I have about what immigration should look like.
Lily?
Well, I mean, I did say that there would be short-term economic, mishaps to that. The economy is going to suffer. But again, in the long term, what is better? Is it better to replace the native population with migrants coming from other countries, which is now going to drive the quality of living down, the quality of work life down? Because if you're competing with illegal immigrants or legal immigrants who are used to coming from countries, again, where they get paid hardly anything, now Americans are going to have to make those concessions. Now Americans are going to say, you know what, it's fine. I'll shack up with 10 of my cousins and I'll live in a tiny house with tons of people and I'll work for slave wages as well, because this is what I'm competing with, because we're outnumbered at this point. Another thing is, what nobody wants to talk about is you lose the racial demographics in your country. Is it wrong for a person in our country to want a country that's majority white? Is that a wrong thing? And if you replace the native populace with people from other countries, that is going to change that culture. So it's no longer going to be the United States or America as we know it. It's going to look like a reflection of the UK, look like a reflection of all these other European countries who tried mass migration, and look how it's failing. People
but
are being
America
attacked
is
in the
a
street.
country of
They have no
migrants,
rights.
though. America is a country that was founded by migrants.
Was it, though? I mean, who are the founders? They were white Americans that came over here, and then they would
unless it's the Native Americans, which I don't necessarily think that America probably wants to pin their cultural responsibilities on. Destiny, what's your take on this? Sounds a bit like the Great Replacement theory.
I mean, if somebody wants to have the argument for maintaining a white majority country, then fine, but at least be honest and have the argument. It's not an economic argument. It's a racial demographics argument. If you're willing to make dramatic sacrifices in terms of where the U.S. sits at in the world, right now we are the leading country in the world, economically, militarily, diplomatically, well, I guess we'll see by the end of this presidency. But we enjoy that status right now. And as a result of that, we enjoy a great deal of other things as well. People might laugh at the GDP go up number, but our standards of living are incredibly high in the United States. We're spoiled by a whole bunch of goods and services. You've got a whole bunch of teenagers on Twitter right now who are complaining about oppression because the 4-payment loan they took out on their burrito taxi app is all of a sudden, unable to be paid by them because they're not getting enough allowance from their parents. I mean, I would argue these are good problems to have. If you want to try to shoot for some ethnically homogenous society, I mean, I guess my first question is, who are we even trying to look like at that point? Are we envious of Japan that's been in stagflation for the past 3 decades? Are we envious of what, Iran, of North Korea? Who are these ethnically homogenous countries that we're so jealous of their economic and cultural output? I mean, I don't know. Again, but if you want to have that argument, that's fine, but just don't conflate it with the economic one. This is an economically ruinous argument, or at least it's a loser of an economic argument. But again, that's fine, but just be willing to take both sides of that. I'm willing to suffer, not just in the short term. It will be a long-term decreased standard of living. It will be a long-term decrease access to goods and services from the average American person. And that doesn't just mean fancy new iPhones. It might mean an instrument for your child to go and practice on for school, or it might mean newer textbooks for a class, or it might mean internet access for people in rural areas. If you're willing to accept a lower turnout on all of that stuff in exchange for a whiter country, whatever that means, I guess. I guess then we could talk about who counts as white or not. We have to go to the Eastern Europeans and figure that one out. Then fine, have that argument.
Lily, so pick up on one thing that Destiny said there. What is this racially homogenous country that you think America should be emulating? What's the ideal here? Who should we be looking to as guidance?
I don't think we have to look to anyone else. I think we can do it on our own. We did it on our own for a long time before we started mass immigrating from other cultures that are not compatible with the West. Back in the, Ellis Islands days, who were we importing people from? They were white Europeans from Ireland, from Scotland, from England, and that those people assimilated well. Those people came into our country and they wanted to be Americans. If you to go back to the LA riots, if you take a look at the pictures coming out of there, what is it? It's a lot of illegals flying the flags of their native country. Why are you here then? If you're protesting being sent back to your country, why are you flying the flag of that country? These people clearly do not want to assimilate. assimilate. They clearly do not care about our culture. They are not part of our culture, and they don't want to be part of our culture, as they make it very clear. They love to display their flags of their country that they came from. They love to keep their little subcultures homogenous, and they do not want to blend in with ours. They will simply want to take over ours. And then the white people who live here, who have historically lived here, and black people, you could argue, it's actually, if you want to talk about black rights, these illegal immigrants are invading the areas that have been predominantly black, and now they're forcing people out. So that in and of itself hurts not only white people, but black people who have been here for a while as well.
Destiny, I'll let you have the right of reply on that, and then we'll move on to our next section.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that these immigrants came through Ellis Island and immediately integrated is kind of comical. I mean, people hated Irish people when they came over. There were slurs referring to Irish people. There are still jokes about Irish people. I just had a friend the other day tell me that they were an Irish twin because they had a sibling that was incredibly close in age, and there's a joke that Irish people made a whole bunch of babies when they came over. Italians were literally, you talk about MS-13, what about the mafia? What about the mob? They came over, they made ghettos. You could go to New York City today, and you could visit Little Italy, and you can visit these small, ghettos that are primarily made up of certain groups of these types of people, of Italians, of Irishmen, of Irish people. Yeah, they did organized crime. It took a while for them to integrate, but they did. And I think to some extent, ironically, one of my favorite things about, I guess, far-right people, or I don't want to say racist or xenophobic, whatever you call them, right? But the people that are in favor of this like majority white immigration pattern, I think at times, I think they display unknowingly like some of the best of the United States' ability to integrate different types of people into its society and culture. Like if you would have gone back 100 years and then you would say today, oh no, people who are Irish and Italian are going to be seen as white, literally the exact same as anybody who came from Scandinavia or any Anglo-Saxons or people from Britain or whatever, they would laugh at you. They'd be like, no, these are totally different types of people. But now they're basically integrated. And yeah, I think we do that exceedingly well with all sorts of different types of people in the United States because of the way that we allow people to come into this country.
Okay, let's move our attention and our focus away from race and migration just a little bit and focus on the presidential powers that were used during these past few days. So calling in the National Guard is usually the purview of state governors, but not in this case. President Trump's decision to send in the troops has been described by the Californian governor, Gavin Newsom, as an alarming abuse of power and a serious breach of state sovereignty. So one former US Secretary of Labor has called this the first stage of a police state. Lily, do you think he's right?
I mean, if you want to look at police state, again, I would go back to Palantir. Those are the people that want to have power every aspect of your life. That's what it says on their website. It's like AI automation for every decision of your life or whatever. Those are the people. Those are the people. The tech bros, the PayPal mafia. That's who you need to be looking at if you're worried about.
For the moment, we're debating the National Guard. So, if you could focus on that, do you think that this particular use of the National Guard, the cracking down on protests in this regard, is it the first stage of a police state, as the former Secretary of Labor Robert Reich says?
I don't think it is, because these people, they have to bring in the National Guard as backup for the police force, who has been very hurt over the past. I mean, look at BLM. During that whole time, you had the police basically stripped of their rights. They were told you can barely do anything. Then you had the George Floyd incident. So now cops are in this situation where they are kind of powerless. The LAPD especially, it's actually a very corrupt form of the police department. But the LAPD has been completely disarmed. The citizenry does not want them to do their job, so they really can't, or they are not equipped for these sorts of riots, and they're kind of demoralized as well, just because of the years of propaganda against them and throwing people like Derek Chauvin in prison for those sorts of things. So I think the National Guard coming in is justified, considering that these are very violent protests. They're burning down cars. They're throwing Molotov cocktails. They're throwing bricks. They're attacking police officers. They're attacking the National Guard. They're attacking the ICE things. So how is that not warranted? If you have a police force that's somewhat debilitated, I feel like they just simply need backup. And by the way, they're not shooting people and mowing down people in the street. They're using non-lethal force. They're using pepper spray. They're just giving some backup for people in a state that is very far left-leaning, as well as full of immigrants, where they realize that there might be a fight there, so they had to bring in some backup.
They might not be shooting with bullets, but they did purposely shoot an Australian journalist in the leg while she was live on air. Destiny, what's your understanding or your interpretation of what you're seeing? Is this the first stage of a police state?
Unless I missed something that came out recently in the executive order that Trump cited to deploy the National Guard, the U.S. code that he referred to very specifically was one where you needed the states to actually, the governors to make the request for the National Guard assistance. USC 12406, you have to have the request of the governor to send the National Guard down to help. So him sending it down unrequested, again, to quell a relatively small number of people, right? This is the LAPD, California Highway Patrol. They have a lot of resources available to them. I have no idea. Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. I have no idea why he would send them down. I know why he sent them down. Like, he's sending it down in order to provoke people, with the goal being to somehow, invoke some kind of violent protest or some kind of violence against the Fed, so that he can, continue to pile on forces into California, a state that he's already threatened to withhold emergency funding from when it comes to FEMA, a state that he already played emergency funding games with it when it came to the wildfires in Los Angeles. Yeah, I mean, there's a time and a place for the National Guard needing to be deployed. This is not it. Newsom said it wasn't. The mayor of New York said it wasn't. Or I'm sorry, the mayor of LA said that it wasn't. So there's absolutely no reason here other than to trample on the rights of states. But I mean, MAGA completely abandoned their whole federalism argument as soon as Trump won the popular vote. And now all you hear them say over and over again is he has a popular mandate, he has a popular mandate, he has a popular mandate. So the same party that was obsessed with saying we don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic, is now the most democratic majority rules, majority vote people I guess that have ever existed in the United States in my lifetime.
Lily, President Trump has joked outside the White House that if it was under his purview, he would arrest Gavin Newsom. I mean, is that really something we would expect to be hearing from our president during a situation like this?
I mean, I don't really care about jokes. They made whole rallies about grab her by the pussy, a joke that Trump made a long time ago. Why are we arguing about jokes? Unless he's acting on this, I don't see why it's a big deal personally. I think it's pretty.
You think it's okay to say that he would arrest the governor of California without saying or any allegations as to why?
Well, first of all, it's a joke, so I think people are allowed to make jokes. That's his freedom of speech to make a joke about that. But again, it's not like that would be entirely unwarranted as well. I mean, look how Gavin Newsom handled the fires. The water was turned off. They just allowed the state to burn. I mean, he has been an extremely incompetent governor, so I'm sure lots of Californians would even approve of that. But again, I don't even know why we're arguing about a joke. Unless he's doing something, I'm not interested in really arguing about a joke. Locker room talk? What? Okay, are we going to go protest more about grab her by the pussy? Please.
Destiny?
I just want to say real quick, I think it's really important to always observe the multiple stages of MAGA, and it's incredibly important for everyone to realize it. When you bring up something horrible that a MAGA person has done, the first step is always saying, oh, I don't know, I haven't heard about that. For some reason, they know every single intimate detail about, say, Hunter Biden, a person who wasn't elected. They know everything about his life. But then when it comes to massive, huge things that the president of the United States is doing, they're unaware of it. So they'll say, I haven't heard about it. And then the next thing they'll say is, oh, it's just a joke or whatever. Who cares? It's not a big deal. But the most important thing, and they've demonstrated this time and time again, is the third part, which Lily did do, and that's that they will defend it. So even though they're saying they haven't heard of it, even though they're saying it's just a joke, if it does come to pass, they're not going to turn around and go, oh my God, I thought he was just joking. This is horrible. They're going to defend exactly what it was. So don't ever let any MAGA person get away with the, oh, they're just joking thing. You always have to ask them the next question of, oh, well, if he would actually follow through with it, would you defend it? Because the answer to that will almost always be yes.
Okay, Lily, do you want to answer that?
I'm not MAGA. To be fair, for the clarification, I'm not MAGA. I'm a nationalist. So I'm actually not a huge fan of Trump.
If the governor was arrested, if I can pick up on what Destiny was saying, do you think that would be acceptable?
If he went through due process and it was found that he was either a traitor to his country or he had done something illegal, if he went through the due process, then absolutely. If he didn't go through due process and they just arrested him, then I would be opposed to that.
OK, let's get back on track with the National Guard focus. Destiny, if this had have happened in a Republican state, if we were talking about a governor that wasn't Gavin Newsom, was a Republican governor, do you think President Trump would have been as quick to overrule him, say that he was incompetent, can't look after his own state and needs to swoop in with the troops?
I understand the substance of your question, and I'll say no, he wouldn't have. But I would have to clarify. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or not. It matters if you're loyal to Trump. Because if you're a Republican that kind of talked a little bit of smack about Trump, or you weren't always on Trump's side, Trump will come in and treat you just like you would a Democrat. Loyalty is very, very important to the king, to King Trump. So, but if it was like an ordinary MAGA Republican, which most of them are now, then no, he absolutely would not be acting the same way that he is now in California.
Lily, what do you think? Do you think we would see this in a red state? Do you think the fact that California is so vocal and the governor is so vocal against President Trump that it's maybe a little bit of point scoring here?
Possibly. I don't know. I feel like if there was massive riots like this in a red state, which I don't really think there would be, just because of the populace probably wouldn't allow that to happen. I believe if it was happening in a red state, Trump would still do it because he likes force of power. He likes to show power. He likes a demonstration of power. So I think if he felt like the PD at the area where these riots were going on, he would have deployed them as well.
Destiny, do you think that it would happen in a Republican state, or do you think that the populace wouldn't allow something like this to happen?
I think that the conditions are sufficiently different enough, like socially, demographically, everything else, that I can't see something like this happening in a red state. So, I think in a very broad sense, I kind of agree with what Lily said.
All right, let's move on to our final segment, and it's a bit of a broader discussion now, moving away from necessarily what we're seeing in LA to more immigration policies in general, because these protests come in a broader context of the president's large-scale immigration crackdown. As of Monday, the president's new travel restrictions come into effect. 19 countries, predominantly in Africa, are now either partially or fully banned, their citizens partially or fully banned from travelling to the United States. Now, the president says it's in part in response to the attack in Boulder, Colorado. The suspect in that case was Egyptian. However, Egypt is not on this banned list. So, Lily, how do you interpret these restrictions? Are they reasonable or are they racist?
Well, first of all, I do agree with travel bans from other countries. I don't believe we should have people from countries that we're at war with, for example. But in this case, this is one of the major critiques that I have of Trump. This travel ban is not about, immigration restriction. It's not about being racist. This is a jab at Harvard. Harvard has been trying to protect its students' free speech in the sense that students there are very critical of Israel. Students there have this strong Free Palestine movement. And Trump and this is one of Trump's worst moves, aside from cozying up with Netanyahu, Trump has been actively attacking Harvard because they are standing by their students and they are not going to tell them, no, you can't criticize Israel. No, we're going to replace the entire Middle East studies with people who are only pro-Israel. So this is not about immigration. This is a way of the Trump administration kind of foisting this actual crackdown on, quote, anti-Semites and anti-Semitism, and shrouding it in a way of, see, folks, we're banning people from other countries. This is all just about cracking down on anti-Semitism. This is one of the worst things, in my opinion, that Trump has been doing. But again, it sounds to the MAGA crowd, it might sound good. It might sound on paper like he's cracking down on immigration, but it's actually just a way of trying to bankrupt Harvard because Harvard depends on these foreign students coming in. They pay a massive amount of tuition. So this is a way of kind of like muscling Harvard by, hurting them revenue-wise.
Destiny, what do you think? Is he taking aim at 19 countries to take aim at Harvard?
I haven't heard the Harvard connection. Maybe that's there and we're just not aware of it. I do know that obviously he's been attacking Harvard a lot and trying to rescind their ability to bring in foreign students. When I look at immigration restrictions for conservatives, I view it the same way as I view them going after certain taxes. So like when they say like no tax on tips or no tax on overtime, it's not because they think that tips shouldn't be taxed or that overtime shouldn't be taxed. It's that they'll attack taxes no matter what. And I view immigration the same way. I think that the argument for these country bans is entirely pretextual. You know, as you said, for the attacker in Colorado, like the guy was Egyptian, but where's the Egyptian travel ban? I think that Trump will just do whatever he can to restrict immigration as much as possible, especially from countries he doesn't like. And I think it's as simple as that. He did in his first term when he implemented the 7-country travel ban as well. So it's par for the course for him, for Republicans in general right now.
Why would Trump, though, Destiny, want to sow divisions and vilify these particular countries? What benefit is there to him, to America, to the Republican cause?
I mean, I think that, I don't know. I think that these are just easy ones to target right now. A lot of people don't like this. I don't read Trump as like a very racist person. He just doesn't come off to me as a person who is like obsessed with like race. He comes off as a little bit more like xenophobic or nationalistic in general, populist in general, where he just doesn't want a lot of immigrants coming to the United States. And I don't necessarily think it's from like I don't want brown or black people coming like from that perspective. I just think he's just kind of xenophobic in general. It's the feeling that I get.
Lily, last time I'm referring to Trump's first administration, where there was what was termed the Muslim ban. There was intense shock and outrage at those travel restrictions. It sparked immediate backlash, and there were protests at the airport. But not this time around. It's almost as if, is it that people agree, do you think? Is it that they don't care? Or has this kind of marginalising behaviour become normalised?
Well, I think what's going on is we're finally starting to see the effects of mass migration. We're starting to feel it. We're starting to now go into stores, go out in public, and you kind of look around and you notice, oh, there's more of them than us, or there's an equal number of them than us. We're starting to see the crime start to really peak. We're really starting to feel the effects of mass migration. So I think people in general, collectively, black and white, by the way, are sick of the immigration, and so they are happy with any sort of travel restriction. Now, again, to go back to the Harvard thing, I think we should be restricting immigration from certain countries, especially when they predominantly do not assimilate. Like we had this whole Haitian crisis in Ohio. These people clearly should not be in our country. There should be a travel ban on countries like Haiti, for example. But again, I think people are just fed up with the immigration, and they're sick of seeing their country being taken away from them by people who are coming from other countries that are not compatible with the West, and they bring crime and drugs to the streets.
The Haitian crisis, as you termed it, or the situation, really turned out to be largely untrue, even according to the governor there. And according to the 2024 report from the American Immigration Council, of the 19 peer-reviewed research papers between 2017 and 2024, there has been no correlation between an increase in migrant populations and an increase in crime rates. So why do you think that is something that is very easy to roll out? Because there are no figures to support that argument.
I just don't believe anyone is actually doing that. The same as they're trying to skew the crime stats to prove that they're not racist. Like, you know, there was FBI crime stats that showed about 14% of the black population committed about 50% of the crimes. They're trying to skew all these statistics in a way to where that's not the case because they're afraid of being called racist. Again, it's important to know who is putting out these stats. Who has an interest in mass migration? Who is pushing this on our country? The same people who are doing that have a vested interest in hoodwinking the rest of us and putting out false data. They put out false data about COVID, so why wouldn't they lie about this? I don't believe it. I mean, people have eyes. We have eyeballs. We can see the crime.
Destiny, can you see the crime?
No, I didn't see any Haitians eating dogs either. I think even Vance was on, I don't know if it was CNN or what, where he said that, you know, if we've got to make a story up to get people to care about an issue, then so be it. I mean, yeah, we don't live in like the same reality anymore. I think there's a whole alternative media environment right now that has kind of been created by the MAGA and MAGA adjacent crowds to kind of fabricate a reality to make people think whatever it is they want to think about things. You know, it's funny, Lily brought up the COVID stuff. I hear this said over and over again on Joe Rogan and other shows that, well, look at what they said about the conspiracy theorists. Like, most of us turned out to be right. No, they were wrong about pretty much everything. You know, there were no permanent lockdowns. There were no permanent vaccine mandates. There were no permanent vaccine passports. There was no mass death from the vaccines. There were no mass side effects that weren't accounted for. The lab leak stuff is still stuff that's being looked into. There's no stronger evidence pointing towards it today than there was years ago. Hydroxychloroquine still doesn't work. Ivermectin still doesn't work. Like, every single conspiracy theory that people tried to have about COVID and the vaccines, basically all of them were wrong. But somehow they walk around today like all of their opinions were vindicated on everything. And now we've got parents who have children that are dying of measles in Texas. And it's just unbelievable to me. But I don't know what you do to deal with the differences in reality that we live in right now.
I want to circle back.
So myocarditis is not a thing. So people dropping dead from blood clots is not a thing, right? There's no
So myocarditis is a thing. The only reason we know about myocarditis is because there was research on it. It's anywhere from, I think, 5 to 14 people per 100,000 injections develop myocarditis or pericarditis. These things are acute. These only last for a week or two. It's not a permanent ailment that you have. Also, you're more likely to develop myocarditis or pericarditis, which is inflammation of like the heart muscles or the tissue surrounding it. You're more likely to develop that as a result of contracting and having COVID and having the disease. People drop dead all the time. It happens. We're just paying attention more to it now than we were before for reasons of trying to prove the vaccine is killing people. The reality is we talk about, can't we open our eyes and look around and see what's going on? If there were hundreds of millions of COVID vaccine doses that were given to people in the United States, I shouldn't have to travel to the deep, dark internet on Rumble to find out somebody who's died, from one of these vaccinations. And right now, it's just the way that the world is. You can't find these people dying.
That's because they're lying about why people are dying in the hospital.
We're not going to go back, with all due respect, and go back into COVID, because that's not really a relevant topic anymore. My goodness, we had that debate plenty enough during the time. I just want to circle back, Destiny, to something that Lily said earlier when she was talking about these travel bans being a way of preventing people entering the country and criticising Israel. What do you make of that connection?
In terms of banning travel because of the criticizing Israeli connection?
The idea that this is preventing entry if you have said on your social media negative things about Israel, about the conflict that's going on.
Personally, just from what I've seen, it doesn't seem to be that that's the case yet. I know a couple of people have gotten restricted at the border for things, and they say it was because of them being critical of Israel, but it seems like there's always a little bit more going on there. From a principled position, I don't think that should ever be the case. You shouldn't be banning people from entering the country just because of a political opinion they have. To the chagrin of a lot of people, further right of Trump. Trump is a massive Israel simp. A lot of older people in the United States just by virtue of being older and remembering, the heroic tales of Israel, growing up. Obviously, the way that we view Israel in the world today is a lot different, just based on who their current enemies are. I'm always opposed to viewpoint partisan bans on travel or freedom of speech or anything like that.
Because Marco Rubio himself was the one that was like, if we see you at the border and you say you're here to be critical of Israel or whatever, we're going to chuck your social media. He's the one saying it. I mean, we don't have to speculate about this. You can go listen to the transcripts of him saying this himself. It's clearly a way of trying to quell anti-Semitism, which is apparently on the rise. I don't know why.
Destiny?
I'd have to look at the exact Marco Rubio quote. He might have said something like that. I was in D.C. for a week with my son on a field trip, and then I've been at 6, so I haven't seen all the crazy. It's hard to keep up with the crazy stuff from this administration. I feel like I've heard Rubio say something like that. I remember it, but I would just say, insofar as if he said stuff like that, I would obviously disagree with it. If he was implying that he wouldn't be okay with people coming in who were, trying to do violent protests or something against Israel, it's a little bit more understandable. But it shouldn't matter if it's against Israel or if it's against Iran or Britain or any country. You don't allow people into the country that are going to behave in a violent manner. You shouldn't disallow people into the country just because they're criticizing, whatever your favorite country is, whether that's Israel or whatever else. So,
Lily, I'll let you have one last reply there to what Destiny has said, and then we'll wrap it up.
I mean, as far as that comment, yeah, I agree. I mean, we shouldn't have people that are coming in here violently, but I think we have to keep an eye out on this slippery slope of, banning people for thought crimes and banning people for being critical of countries like Israel that we send billions of dollars to and mass weapons of war to. I think that it's important to keep an eye on that because, first of all, they'll be deporting them and then they will start deporting you and I. So keep an eye on that.
Indeed. Well, we appreciate your input, both of you. A huge thanks to our panellists for joining us here on Counterpoints. We had Stephen Bennell, also known as Destiny, who is a YouTuber and political commentator, and Lily Gaddis, a cultural commentator and journalist at the Australian National Review. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And as always, thank you to you at home for joining Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube so you don't miss any of our debates. You can also find us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as a city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history. from how the czars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Well, Gershon Baskin is a former hostage negotiator who joins us now from Jerusalem. Mr. Baskin, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for your time. President Trump says that Israel has accepted the conditions for a 60-day ceasefire deal with Hamas. Does that give you hope?
Well, it does give me hope on one hand, but on the other hand, the question I would ask President Trump is why only 60 days? Why are they only going to release half of the hostages, 8 on the first day and another 2 living hostages later, and then the bodies of hostages who have died or been killed in Gaza? Why not end the war now and bring everyone home within a week? It's possible. Hamas says they're ready for it. I asked Trump that question. The answer I got from Americans who are close to Trump is that they're afraid that the Netanyahu government will fall if he agrees to end the war. So what are we talking about here? This is supposed to be a ceasefire to end the war.
So what you're telling me that they're telling you is that they can't end the war because they're worried that Mr. Netanyahu's political future is in jeopardy. And all the while, 2 million people are on the brink of famine in Gaza. Is that basically what this...
Not only are they in famine in Gaza, if you look at it from the Israeli side, Israeli soldiers are being killed. For what? For what purpose? This war has no purpose anymore. Hamas will never surrender to Israel. Hamas will surrender to the Palestinian people, to a Palestinian leadership, to the Arab world, but not to Israel. So what President Trump needs to do is to tell Netanyahu that the war is over, and to tell Netanyahu that if Hamas tries to rebuild its forces or threatens Israel, the United States will agree that Israel can go back into Gaza. And President Trump needs to tell Hamas that we guarantee the ceasefire. Israel will not re-enter Gaza if you guys don't build your forces and threaten Israel anymore. And then we have the beginning of a new day, the day after in Gaza, when the Palestinians need to take decisions on who's going to lead them and how, and the Arab world can help out by rebuilding Gaza, but only if Hamas is not in control there, and only if Israel is no longer in Gaza.
We are hearing from Hamas that a ceasefire deal must lead to a full end to the war. That's their sort of condition. I mean, I'm just wondering whether you think that's enough of an obstacle for this 60-day ceasefire not to happen at all.
Well, it could very be likely that Trump, through Steve Witkoff, was telling Hamas that the United States guarantees that the war will end. You'll go into the 60-day ceasefire, and it will continue. Right now, what we've read is that the United States has told Hamas that as long as negotiations continue to end the war, then the ceasefire will be held in place and Israel will not have a green light from Washington to continue to attack. So from the United States' point of view, if Trump is saying this war is over, then why not make sure that it's really over? Get Israel out of Gaza, enable a massive amount of humanitarian aid to get into Gaza, run by reputable international organizations in the United Nations, not some American Israeli company run by warlords and drug dealers, and of course, pull back the Israeli army, stop the killing, stop Israeli soldiers from being killed, release the hostages. Of course, they're going to be Palestinian prisoners released. We know what this deal is. Why drag it on?
Okay, so when Prime Minister Netanyahu arrives in Washington and holds talks with President Trump on Monday, I'm just wondering how much pressure both men are under. Who's under more pressure here? Because President Trump campaigned on a promise of ending wars. He did play a decisive role in ending the 12-day war with Iran. Presumably he wants to repeat that same success of ending another war. I mean, he's really serious, isn't he, that he wants Prime Minister Netanyahu to put a stop to this. Do you think he's going to lose patience with him?
I don't know. We don't know. Trump is completely unpredictable. What I've told the people who work for Trump and are dealing with this issue is that Netanyahu can't say no to Trump. This is the reality of Israel today, which is completely dependent on the United States. Netanyahu cannot say no to Trump. Even if his government falls, it breaks apart, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich leave the government. By the way, to pass the deal, the opposition in Israel will support it. They'll give backing for it, and we'll go to new elections. And if Netanyahu is so confident that the people of Israel support him, let's go to elections. Let's see who really has the support of the Israeli people. But Trump can't allow Netanyahu to dictate here on this issue, which is crucial to the security of the region. It's crucial to Israel's security. And the question I would ask President Trump is, who's wagging whose tail here?
Yeah, and I mean, another thing that Mr. Trump must be feeling right now is having just had a very successful visit to the Middle East, which incidentally didn't include a stop-off in Israel. He's got all these business deals in the pipeline with regional powers. He's got strong alliances with leaders here in the Middle East. And I'm assuming that they've been telling him that they want this war to end very much indeed. It's on their doorstep, and it's a very sensitive issue in this particular region. How much do you think President Trump feels pressure from those regional leaders? Does he feel it more than from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think he's feeling a lot of pressure from them. I think he feels sympathy for them. He has very strong relations with the Saudis. The Saudis have said very clearly that they will not normalize relations with Israel without a Palestinian state. The creation of the two-state solution, the Palestinian state, is crucial for the security of Jordan and Egypt, two other allies of the United States and of President Trump. I'm sure that the UAE has also weighed in very heavily with the Americans on the importance of having a political framework now, not just ending the war, but also a change of leadership in Palestine, a change of leadership in Israel, and a new direction. You know, it was Netanyahu who coined the phrase that Israel is a villa in the jungle. What's standing in front of us is converting Israel into a villa in a very nice neighborhood that the entire world will look at and want to live in. This is the potential that's ahead of us. We have to end this war. We have to bring the hostages home, and we have to move forward toward the two-state solution.
What's the mood in Israel at this particular moment? What's being said on the sort of the talk shows, or does it very much depend on what frequency you tune into?
Well, there's only one real television station that's run by Netanyahu and his followers. The others are all very supportive of ending the war, bringing the hostages home, moving forward. They're not supporting Netanyahu. They've been against Netanyahu since the judicial upheaval, the attempt to change the judicial system here in Israel. One of the stations I was just interviewed on opened up with with an assessment that even Netanyahu's people now are talking about that the war can come to an end now. Whereas just a day or two ago, they were saying the war has to continue. We have to bring Hamas to its knees. They have to surrender. Now Netanyahu's people are saying this war can end now. And this is apparently because on Monday, Netanyahu is going to be sitting in the Oval Office with President Trump.
I mean, one thing that's really difficult to understand, not being in Israel, and perhaps you can help us here, Gershon, is the humanitarian situation in Gaza is unquestionably horrendous. We've spoken to doctors, we've spoken to aid workers, we see the pictures for ourselves, we see the emaciated children, there's talk of famine-like conditions, there's now a massive shortage of clean water and a heat wave making life even more unbearable. And yet when we put all of that to some people in the Israeli political class, they'll tell us it's all lies, it's all Hamas propaganda. Don't they get the same TV coverage as the rest of the world?
Absolutely not. You're getting 100% more coverage of the reality in Gaza than the people of Israel get. Our television stations don't show the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. We don't see any of it. There's only one newspaper in Israel, Haaretz, which covers it, but it doesn't go into the graphic details that you see on the television. The Israeli public sees the physical damage in Gaza, but not the humanitarian suffering. The Israeli people don't know it, and they don't recognize it, and they don't believe it because they're not seeing it with their own eyes. This is one of the consequences of Israel preventing international journalists into Gaza for the last 21 months. And the world is surprisingly silent about that. The fact that there's no objective coverage of what's going on in Gaza and every other war situation in the world, there are reporters on the ground. The only reporters we have are the Israeli ones who go in with the army, and then they only show us what the army wants us to see or what the government wants us to see.
I mean, you're making it sound like, the whole world is being spun a yarn here and that there's a huge propaganda machine being used by the Israelis. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I think that the Israeli public is not being exposed to the reality in Gaza. Look, the state of Israel has committed war crimes in Gaza over the last 21 months. Do you think the Israeli public knows that or acknowledges it or is willing to listen to that? The whole world knows it. The whole world sees it. The Israelis reject it and simply call it anti-Semitism. This is the way they push it off the table and delegitimize any kind of criticism of Israel. It's labeled anti-Semitism, and then it's not dealt with in the Israeli media or the Israeli public. Of course, the public has to know that something's going on. The doctor and a family of the Indonesian hospital was just killed by Israel. How can we not know what's going on? This has been reported at least by the Haaretz newspaper, if not by other journalists in Israel. People have to know that something is wrong, that there are 2 million people who have lost their homes in Gaza. This is not a normal situation that any public should agree to accept what its government is doing, what its army is doing. But we have this situation where, because our army is really a people's army, it's ourselves, it's our sons, it's our daughters, it's our brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts. We call them heroes. And we have a very difficult time of recognizing the reality of what the Israeli army has done and is doing on a daily basis in Gaza.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed, Gershon Baskin. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Taipei. Popular tourist destination Taipei has burgeoned into a rising metropolis. The capital city has about 7 million residents in it. And the city of Taipei has a lot to offer. An exciting destination, head over to Taipei for its night markets. Sample its fantastic food offerings. The local cuisine merges the best flavors from mainland China, Japan, Beijing, and many others. And the night market is the place to try it, for an affordable price and a unique experience. Most of the stalls will also sell Taiwan's best culinary treats in bite sizes, so you can have a taste first. Food aside, there's also the Wufenpu Market that's a good place to buy retail goods. It's where tourists go to buy souvenirs to bring back home. It's also nice to wander around here and take a good look at the unique products being sold. Next are the karaoke hotspots. The Taiwanese are actually fond of karaokes, and they like to do so while sober. In Taipei, you can rent a room, buy drinks and food to enhance your karaoke experience. The Red Light District is one place to try the karaoke, located in Wanhua District. Then, of course, there's Taipei 101. It was once deemed the tallest building in the world. It's always a breathtaking sight once you've climbed to the top and marvel at the view surrounding you. The lift going up is remarkable too, for its incredible speed. If themed restaurants are your thing, Taipei is a great city to explore that. The concept restaurants may sound a little bizarre, but the unique themes are what make them popular. There's an airplane-themed one and another inspired by hospitals. There's a Hello Kitty palace too, and many, many more. Taipei is also a great place for a good hike. The city, after all, is surrounded by natural escapes. Just get your backpack and hiking shoes ready, and you're good to go. Meanwhile, you may also try their hot springs. Most of the locals visit these on weekends to relax and unwind. They also believe that immersing oneself in hot springs will give you a lot of health benefits. There are many public hot springs around the city. You must experience a tea ceremony to know more about their traditions. Tea ceremonies are an important part of Taiwanese culture. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
the Saudi non-oil economy saw its Purchasing Managers Index climb to 57.2. That's up from 55.8 the previous month. Well, the PMI is an economic indicator reflecting overall economic health. And amongst other things, it takes into consideration business spending patterns and hiring. Well, a score above 50 shows expansion, and the latest figures are well above that threshold. Well, this same report says the Saudi businesses have been adding new jobs at their fastest pace in some 14 years. Well, let's get more now with Dr. Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at the Riyadh Bank, who are authors of this report. Dr. Al-Ghaith, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Just briefly, talk us through the Purchasing Managers Index and what the latest information tells us.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for having me in this show. As you rightly mentioned, that the PMI recorded 57.2 for this month, which is in the expansion territory. That means the economy of Saudi Arabia has grown from last month when we compare it to the last month. By how much? By this 57.2, where previous months was growing, but it was growing at a slower pace than this month. So what does that tell us? It tells us that in the third month of this second quarter, the Saudi economy is growing, and it's continuing growing. We saw the GDP projections from the IMF has been adjusted from 3 to 3.5, and that takes into consideration both the oil economy, also the non-oil economy. With the PMI, it looks into the non-oil economy, and it takes into account also the future output and the current things that happen within the economy, and also takes into consideration the employment. All these things take into account, and then we get the PMI, which points to an expansionary month for June, which could be translated that we'll be having another high increase in the non-oil GDP, which could be above the 4% from 4 to 4.5% for the second quarter.
Okay, just looking at the highlights of your report, I mean, we're talking here about a highly active labour market by the looks of things. What are the main drivers for the activity in the labour market then?
Okay, one, we could look at the report and understand that the employment has expanded from the previous months. And also when we look at the trend, we understand that the employment has increased the highest since 2011 May. So that is very high growth number and has been driven by multiple things. One, the sector, and within this survey shows that construction has contributed the most to the employment. Other things also point that employment is expanding because we have so many new orders, so many, if we could say also sales, that made firms or companies to hire more to get these sales done. So they have been trying to get more employee to get more output, and that's what pushed the employment to be higher than what it was, and that is another indication of the health of the economy.
So construction's one star performing sector. Are there any others that stand out for you?
From the survey, this is the major one, and it shows we have also the manufacturing, and it shows also this in the future output that the most promising sector is the manufacturing.
Okay, I mean, all of this is good news, isn't it? But there are some challenges associated with the hiring spree that's going on there in Saudi Arabia, not least a huge increase in staff costs. Does that worry you at all?
One thing we need to look at the entire economy, and we understand from the latest report for the Vision 2030 that the unemployment has been adjusted as a target from 7% for Saudi to 5%. Just recently, the unemployment report for this quarter, the first quarter, came out, and it shows also a new reduction for the unemployment to reach to 6.8. Unemployment for the total Saudi Arabia is 2.8. One is that the reduction in unemployment is challenging because we, as Saudi Arabia, is still a young economy or a young nation. A young nation means that we will have more labor forces coming. And then to reduce the unemployment, you also have at the same time an increase in employment force. So it's not you're only hiring; you need to hire at a higher rate than the employment force. That's one thing. Whether this is challenging in terms of increasing the staff, still there is room because we have unemployment. We haven't reached the full employment rate, so still there is a room for the employment to grow. We could look at also the inflation, and the inflation rate still is not high. It's 2.2 for the May, and this indicates it hasn't yet been reflected in the prices that we also saw in the output prices in the PMI survey.
Okay, just to sort of wrap up this conversation, how would you describe the overall sentiment amongst non-oil businesses right now?
Yes, within one of the components, we have the future output, and it has been growing, and it has growing, as we just mentioned, in the manufacturing. We have a growing economy and a growing in new sectors that hasn't been growing before, and it hasn't been tapped. So what we look at right now, a healthy economy and in the non-oil economy, and it has been growing, and it's growing in the healthy numbers.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Naif El-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world dogs.